Hello, my friends. How is everybody? I was waiting just a minute for Sharon to get back. She had to run downstairs with the dog, but it's 5 after, so I'm going to go ahead and start because she'll be right back. You can see her screen, so she's here. Hi, Trudy. Hi, Margie. Hey, Glynis. Hi, Debbie. Hello, Joni. Hi, Jill. Yay, Jill and Debbie are in the house. Hello, Mindy. Welcome, welcome.
Hey.
Hey,
Okay.
Christy.
I kept her downstairs.
Margie,
Hello.
I may not see all the remarks. You may see. Oh, it's so good to see you all. Okay, Sharon, I was waiting a few minutes for you, and I just barely went live. So just said hello
Okay.
to everybody here, so you can do a blanket hello.
Comment. Hello, everyone.
So right before we went live, I took, I had some of these things that we've collaged before. Here's a page I did the other night in the middle of the night when I was awake and should have been sleeping. And every time I collage, I don't know if it's just because I use a lot of collage medium or a lot of tacky glue or adhesive or whatever I'm using, but usually end up with more than one layer, and I might put a layer of book pages or something and then do napkins on top of it. And every time my things all end up all curled up. They're never flat when I'm done. And especially like these are file folders, so they're thick. And then they end up all. So
go ahead.
I just went over and laid them all upside down and put the Cricut heat press on them for 10 seconds.
Or run them through your embossing machine.
Yeah, I could do that. It's faster. It only takes the Cricut heat press 15 seconds to heat up, and then it takes it like 10 seconds to press them. So that's super fast. So that's what I did. But yeah, put them between the plates, sandwich them in, and run them through the embossing folder. That's a great idea. That's a really
so I have a suggestion, and there was something that I did before we got started. There's some colors that I haven't been in for a while. And, before when I use my Nuvo Mousse, I usually give them a spray of water before I close them up. Well, I went in and opened. What's that?
Every time?
Every time, yeah.
Okay.
And it's only because, they're older now, and I don't want to pry it out. But I actually opened all of them up before we got started, poked a bunch of holes in it, and gave them some sprays of water, because these are basically watercolors. They are water soluble mediums. So if you don't let them dry out all the way, they should always revive because of that.
Right.
Unless you get hockey pucks.
Although I have an idea.
Hi, Margie.
I'm on the verge of letting one go to hockey puck on purpose because I have an idea.
Okay.
I'm really excited to try it. But
cool.
Yeah.
They harden pretty solid. So you might not be able to get it out of the container if you don't at least break it into a couple pieces.
Yeah. We are so excited tonight because it is embellished. It is Nuvo Mousse night. It is Nuvo Mousse night, and Sharon and I love the experimenting nights. We'll be staying at the hotel where the house is being worked on. Oh, nice, Christy. Candy's not crafting tonight. Kids having fun on place at water slide and rent. It's nice, but at least she's out there watching on her phone while keeping an eye on the kids in the water. So that's important. Joni has a ton of hockey pucks, chalk couture paint. not mousses, but chalk couture. I'm not super familiar with those, but don't throw them away. Don't throw them away. No matter what brand they are, no matter what kind they are, I know there are things that we can do with them. And the idea that I have for these would probably work for any others too. But I am so excited tonight. Since we didn't have a sale today, I had time to prep and think through as I was going about my day. Think through things that I wanted to get out, things that I wanted to have ready, so I wouldn't have to spend the whole night searching for stuff when I got an idea. Sharon's like, it's about time.
No, it's nice. Nice to be prepared. Even though we're experimenting tonight, we don't really have our projects nailed down as much as we know we want to play. And if we don't do it all ahead of time, then it's all a surprise for us as it is for you. some of it. I mean, some of it's experiment, some of it's play, but it's definitely Nuvo Mousse, and we're going to use it some different ways, a variety of ways, let me say.
And I am totally going to experiment with a bunch of things. I don't have any projects in mind. Specifically. I don't have any projects nailed down, and this is what I want to accomplish, or this is what I want to do. I just brought supplies that I thought might be fun to play with, things that that I could experiment with, and weird ideas that came into my mind today. And I thought, I'm going to grab that. Maybe we'll try it. Yeah, because it's always the weird ideas that we end up with a bunch of fun stuff, huh? Hi, Suzanne. Welcome, welcome. Candy, once they finish the alcoholic drinks, they may join them. Yeah, you'll feel like joining them after that. No, it's so hot and muggy there. So let me just start. Oh, yeah, I think it is everywhere. We've had all those weird storms.
It's supposed to rain all day, and it hasn't quite done it yet. And it's been really dark, which makes me feel really extra jazzed about hanging out in my room, you know?
Nice.
I love it. I love a good dark day. And it's just, there's something about hanging out upstairs in my attic room. It's like being in my fort, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree. So who all is playing with Mousse with us tonight?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Is Gigi here? I didn't see Gigi.
Yeah, where is Miss Gigi?
Well, I know she was anxious to play with these with us. So
I didn't message her today.
Somebody shoot her a quick message, because I know she was anxious to try her mousse, and maybe she got a nap.
Oh,
yeah,
that's right.
Oh, okay,
97.
Yeah. Miserable. Okay, Glynis is playing along. Candy might finish her drink, might go put her body down the slide, and then might go flop in her art room and let everybody else sit down and watch a movie or something. I'm projecting for Candy, because maybe she'll join us later. Margie doesn't have any mousse. She just has a cat, so she'll be playing cat tonight instead of mousse. Nice, Margie. Very nice. Who else is playing along? I know even if you don't experiment with this, you can get so many ideas and things that you see that work or that don't work. And if you have ideas, throw the ideas out. We'll try them.
Some of these things are things you don't have to have Nuvo Mousse for. You could use other mediums.
Oh, absolutely. Hi, Trudy.
Yeah.
Trudy, are you using your mousse along with us tonight? I'm going to quit yelling. I don't know why. I feel like, oh, there's my friends. I'm so excited. And they're across the country. And I got to talk so loud so they'll hear me. Oh, my goodness.
I hear you. I do.
Ooh, why do
I'm
I do
always
that?
excited to hang out with you ladies.
I know. I'm so excited to be here. And I don't need to do that for you to hear me, because I'm right by the microphone.
You are. But that's fine too.
So if I get too excited and start screaming, just tell me. Take it
or
back.
Turn your volume down.
Yeah, take it back a notch, Marianne. You're getting a little excited there, which I tend to do. Before we get into anything, can I just start by saying there is 3 kinds of mousse right now. There's embellishment mousse,
yes,
which a lot of you have. There is where is
sure
right here. I know. There is expanding mousse, and there is right here.
I don't even have any of the others.
There is crackle mousse.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks, Candy.
Crackle mousse is what I'm most interested in next.
Yeah. Hi, Lucy.
Hey, Lucy.
And I'm really excited to try some things with all of these things. So you've got the primary embellishment mousse, which is the first one that they brought out. It is mica based. So pigment base, it's got mica in it, which if you don't know by now, just remember, if it has mica in it, it's going to have a metallic shine. And that's kind of why we love mica, because you can add that mica powder to anything and get a little metallic shine in there, which is really pretty.
I'm crazy. I got a lot of things with mica in them because I just love
I
that.
love it. I love mica. And then the expanding mousse, which can add a textured, distressed 3D effect by using the heat tool. I will say if you use the expanding mousse just standard, like you do the embellishment mousse, it will look exactly like it. Exactly the same.
Wait, the comments, Mare.
What? Gotta go close windows. Chill. Oh, Lucy, where are you going under my desk? Regular and expanding, I think. I hate crackle anything. Oh, hi, honey. Hello. 20 years ago today, I married my best friend and love him. Oh,
So sweet. Hey, Doug.
Aww. Thank you, honey. Oh, happy anniversary, sweetie. You guys, would you help me load Doug up with happy anniversaries? Because, if we sing, it'll just be me and Sharon singing alone.
There's a song? Wait, hold on. What?
Happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary to you.
I was
Happy
thinking.
Anniversary to my love Doug. Happy anniversary to you.
I was thinking, happy anniversary, happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary. Oh, boy.
We're a problem. We're a happy, joy.
Yeah, exactly. Hi, Debbie.
Sort of excited, kind of happy.
That is super, super sweet, honey. He's at work right now. And I haven't talked to him. I don't even know what he's doing at work, so I didn't know if he'd pop in tonight or not. So that is just super, super, super sweet. Made my day, honey. Thank you so much.
So what are you going to be working on?
So, look, it even put a rose in there. Flintstone. Chunky just went down the slide. Oh, sweet. Cute. Okay, so as I was telling you, if you use the expanding, now I just got anniversary on my brain. I should be cuddling with him, but he's at work, sis. But when he comes home, he'll come in and say hello.
She'd rather hang out with us tonight. You guys know that.
Yeah. If you use the expanding mousse, just like the embellishment mousse, it will look exactly the same. You won't know a difference. You don't get the expanding effect. Hi, Lucy. Lucy's been keeping me company all day. You don't get the expanding effect until you add heat from your heat tool, okay? And then there's the crackle mousse. The crackle mousse will crackle whether you add heat or just let it sit and dry on its own. And you'll want to try it both ways to see how it looks, to see which effect you like the best, because they are not the same. And the crackle effect is different depending on how thick you put the mousse down on your piece. So, hi, Cheryl. Nurse and license officially. Oh, I saw that. She is officially an RN. That is so awesome. Cheryl, we are so excited. It's like I told her, if I was in the hospital or one of my family members in the hospital, she's the nurse I would want to watch out for them. Hi, Gigi. So glad that you're here.
I messaged her.
Good.
Because I know this was on her list.
Yeah. So we're going to play with these and see what all different kinds of things we can do, what different effects we can get, and let you see that so that you can know if you want to invest in any or all of those kinds. How do you tell these three different, or how do you tell these three apart? Because they're different mousses. It's just like the
caps,
just like the drops. You're always asking me, how do I tell the different kinds of Nuvo drops apart? Okay. The round bottle with the white cap is the standard first that they had embellishment mousse. The round bottle with a gray cap, bring them up so that you can see the difference. There's a gray cap, is the expanding mousse. So you can see a difference in the white and the gray. It's not dirty, it's gray. And then the crackle mousse is an octagon. So you can totally see the different shape of the bottle, an octagon. Okay, so expanding.
Have you used it all yet?
I actually have not. I smeared crackle mousse on something, and I smeared expanding mousse on something, and then I quick took a heat tool to it, but I haven't really played with it. That's why I'm so excited tonight, because I haven't had a chance to play with them. And I didn't see the full effect of the expanding mousse because I just quickly smeared it on something, stuck some heat on it just to kind of see what it would do right there. So I'm going to show you this one. This is one of my favorites. It's Indian Gold.
Oh, it's my favorite too. I use it the most.
Yeah, this is probably mine that is the lowest. I'm going to confess something to you all that I have been doing forever that I've decided is not right, that I need to change.
Sticking your fingers in there, aren't you?
Yep. You see me all the time. Stick my finger in and use my finger. I love to use my finger on a lot of things. It's a great tool. And it's not a problem to use your finger if you take this out and put it on your glass mat first and then do it. But I'm coming to realize that these last so long that you really don't want a chance getting any bacteria in there from your finger. If it's something that you're going to go through every month, not a big deal. But I'm telling you, these mousse last forever. You feel like you're going to use a lot and you don't. They go a long way. They last forever. I've had this one for a couple of years already. And now I can finally see the bottom. But because of that, I don't think it's a good idea to stick your fingers directly in, because you're just taking a chance of contaminating it with bacteria. So the easiest thing to do is just to take a palette knife, or if you don't have a palette knife, these little wood sticks. I have a pack of these little wood sticks. I got them at the Dollar Tree. I don't know.
Or you could eat some popsicles,
Popsicle stick works too. Scoop some of it out. Yeah, scoop some of it out. Put it on your glass mat.
There's a reason I'm doing this, by the way.
Your media mat. Oh, get started for sure.
Yeah.
Or your media mat, and then put your finger in it from there. And that's all I'm going to say.
I have a confession.
Hopefully I won't be sticking my fingers in it anymore. If I do, I'll probably catch myself and go, ooh. So
my confession, I will probably always use my fingers, because I'm such a tactile person, and I use my fingers for everything.
I will continue to use my finger too, but I'm going to try to take it out of the jar with something else and put it on my mat, and then from the mat pick it up with my finger. That's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to keep my fingers out of the jar. And I know Sharon uses something over the top. This that I have over the top is just this Glad Press and Seal. It's kind of sticky on one side and not on the other side, so it sticks to anything you put it on. It sticks over and over and over again, which is amazing. Sharon was talking about as they dry out and you need to add a little water. I will say for sure, if you put press and seal, you could probably use saran wrap too.
I use saran wrap
longer, but it will help it last longer. The whole thing is not having air in there to dry it out.
Somebody said to take the cardboard out of the top, but it seems like that would create more of a gap to me.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
They didn't used to have this foam filler in here. They just started putting this in as of, I want to say it was 2019, and they dried out really fast, which is why they added this foam filler.
Yeah.
So they don't dry out as fast. So don't take that out. For sure. You don't have to leave the foil on top. For me, you can if you want. For me, it just gets in the way. But you can leave the foil on if you want and just pull it back part way. But that little foam filler is actually what they put in there to help keep it from drying out. So don't do that. So this is a brand new Indian Gold. This is my one that I've had. It's still definitely workable. It's starting to get a little bit dry. And because there's not that much, I'm kind of pulling it away here. So just so I would be able to get it out. It's still pretty soft. But maybe we'll also compare this one that I've had for a couple of years to a brand new one. Because I think I'm going to let this one dry completely, because I have what I hope is a really super cool idea to use with it completely dry. So Not that I want it all like that, but if it does get a little dry, Sharon told you already what to do with that. Just put a spritz or a few drops of water or something
Yeah.
in it. Seal it up. Put your press and seal over it. Seal it up for the night. It will, because it's water soluble, it will absorb the water and become um, soft again. Now, all three of those that I showed you are also different textures. Let me pull out an expanding mousse. Of course, I don't want to open these and just smash them down right now. I'll do as I use them. You'll see, and I'll show you as I use them so that you can make a point of noticing the difference, because they are different. And really, for the expanding mousse, you look at it and you're like, oh, that's a little crumbly. I thought it was supposed to be soft as butter. Well, it is. It is. If I put it here, I think you can see. If I do it on the other side of my mat, it'll be underneath Sharon. You won't see. So it is, but it is kind of clumpy like that. And you take it out and you smash it on your surface. A glass surface is really great. A porcelain surface, ceramic, maybe even a silicone craft mat is wonderful.
You can use a plastic lid, like a butter lid or something.
Yeah.
I'm all about recycling those sort of things.
Yep. Yeah, if you get one silicone mat or one glass mat, they will do for everything, and you never have to replace them. You could, if you recently did your house and you have a ceramic tile left over, grab it. A 12 by 12 or a 16 or an 18-inch ceramic tile is awesome. That will do for you everything that this glass mat does for me.
Maybe I have these that I use a lot.
Yeah. Acrylic plates. They work great. That's a great idea.
Or a glass out of a picture frame.
Yeah.
Like it from the Dollar Tree. That works.
Just do something with the edges, put washi around it or do something, because that's real easy to cut yourself on. But see how creamy this has become, just putting it down here and smashing it up. And now I can do something with it because it's all nice and creamy. So
I am going to use my Nuvo Mousse, first of all, in a way that I love it most.
I'm going to let this one sit
while we're talking.
Because I want it to dry out, I'm going to let it sit there.
Nearby on copper.
And I didn't open this new one. What did I do with my... What did I do? I just had it in my hand. Where did I put it?
Color.
I had it here all afternoon. What did I do with it? Where did I set it? Oh, come on.
I usually keep my mousse. I wanted to show you next to my desk.
Hi, Tabitha. Tabitha, watch later and get some ideas for mousse if you want. Sorry that you can't stick around.
Yeah.
Hi, Doug, for still being here. Hubby told Julie to shut the door.
So this is how I keep my mousse. Right here. They fit perfectly.
Yes.
It's a silverware thing. And I keep it right next to my desk so I remember to use them. And these are the medium I use like third in the line, like compared to first I reach for ink and then I reach for paint. And then these are number 3 in my roster along with my rust paint. So I just keep these things right next to me for that reason. I only have them on I had them on the tray because I put water in all of them and I didn't want them to all full water on one side. But it looks like they're good now.
Cool.
Yeah, and plus it displays the color really nicely there. And this is a standard silverware tray. Well, it's an old one, but you know.
I love that. I have a couple of them. That's a great idea.
Perfect for these.
Although I wonder how many I'd have to have. Let me just share with you another tip. Probably the hardest thing is just getting this silver foil off. And a lot of people get really frustrated with it. Sometimes you can grab an edge that's just big enough that you can actually pull it off. Most of the time you can't. You can either take a palette knife that has a sharp edge and just stick it in the edge right here and run it around. Be very careful. It's easy to slip and cut yourself with that sharp edge. Or my favorite thing to do is just to take, I've got this set of styluses. In fact, I think we've had these at the sale. There's 3 of them. The third one has a pointy pokey tool on the end, but they're all different size stylus balls on the end. I take the smallest of those balls and I just stick it through, and then I just run it around And I only really have to go halfway. And that's the first time ever that it's gotten down into of course. Doesn't matter. It's only a tiny bit, but that's so funny. And then I can pull the rest of it off like that. And I don't worry about any little bits. I'll pull big ones off, but I don't worry about little bits that might stay on the edge. They're not a big deal. But that's how you get that off. And then have a seal and press. So what I found on the seal and press, just to, if it makes a difference to you, I pulled it out and only like 4 inches. And I tore off 4 inches. And then I just cut it into thirds, and a third fit perfectly. So out of every one that I tore off, I could get 3 jars. Okay, so you saw me pull out this one that's kind of dry and put it here, and you see how it is actually creaming up really nicely as I was playing with it while we were talking. And you could also spritz a little bit of water on it right there if you need to.
It's nice to stir the top. If you're going to do something like this where you're running it through a stencil, it's good to give it a little stir, kind of not real deep, but where you might be working with it. Because I messed with that so much, it went under just a little bit right there, which is fine. But I want to, the experiment here would be, I put that on there straight, but it's this one, I didn't put as much water in, so it still feels a little solid. So what I'm going to do is take some medium here, if I can get it open. You could probably use just like a Crafter's Workshop gel medium or like this kind. But I'm going to use a heavy gel medium and mix it because these are so highly pigmented.
Whoa, yeah.
I'm thinking it's going to tone the color down just a tiny bit. However, it's going to use my spatula, but it's also going to give it more body, I think. I think it'll have more rays, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you that
this one is creamier. This brand new one is creamier, but look at it. When I take it out, it looks just as lumpy, bumpy. I mean, it looks just the same texture as the other one. It felt a little bit creamier because it's not nearly dry because it's brand new, but it made me realize how not so dry the other one was that I felt like it was. Okay, so watch, Sharon. I want to see mixing that with that heavy.
Oh yeah, I'm just
cool.
You know, pushing it in.
Yeah.
And it's going to soften the color a little, I think. Although that blue dries clear, or that medium.
First? Did you mix it on the side first and then?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I put a pretty heavy amount. There's probably more of the heavy gel medium here, which it doesn't have to be heavy gel medium. It can be anything that's a little more solid as far as like paste or modeling paste or wallpaper paste or anything that's more on the paste side. But I think it's going to make it look creamier. That's why I wanted to do this first, because I want to see so we can compare the two.
Yeah.
I still see some spots that are highly pigmented here where I need to do this with it. Somebody put glycerin in their water and glycerin in their containers because they were drying out. So glycerin might be an option. I haven't tried it. I just saw it. It was Tiffany Solario, I believe.
Oh yeah, she's from
that's what she did.
So here's a question. Tina wants to know if putting the mousse back in the jar if you're using it puts the bacteria back. Here's the thing, Tina.
Yeah.
I'm here. Are you hearing me echo? I'm hearing myself twice.
No.
Wow, that's crazy. Let me just double check here. I do not have any YouTubes open. Okay, I really hate that. Okay, so both of these here I just pulled out with the wooden tool, right? Just with the wooden stick. So I have not touched them, so they are not contaminated. Okay, both of these. If I now take my finger and I start using it with my finger, then yes, that's contaminated. But if what I do now, I use the stick or the palette knife or a tool of some sort and I'm not touching them, no, it is not contaminated. And you can, if you have a bunch left, you can scoop this up. Why not? Scoop this up.
Like
Save
using your butter in the kitchen. Same thing.
And put
you don't want to
back.
cross-contaminate. Just use a different.
Put this back in the jar. Put this back in the jar. Yeah, the only way I wouldn't put it back in the jar is if I've had my finger mushing around in it, because my finger can bring bacteria. But the stick is fine. So as long as you use a tool, you have not contaminated it if you use your finger. And that's why if I know I'm going to use my finger, I'd only get out a little bit because I can scoop out more. And every time I use these, I'm amazed at how little I have to use to get the job done. It always
there's
goes
a lot of places.
so much farther than what I expect that it will. Don't you find that?
So
I'm going to need a whole bunch, and then it just spreads way far.
This is all just super scraps from my strip bin, from leftovers from a ticket collection that I got digitally from Cheryl at the Torn Page. It's a lot of little stuff. None of it focal points, by the way. If you're going to do a collage like this and you're going to cut it up, pick your backup singers, use those. And then when you cut it up and use that one piece, then you pick your focal point. So, collage with your backup singers. You guys know guys know that.
Then you don't worry, they're great, but you don't worry about covering them up or, covering part of them or adding to them. You're not expecting them to be the primary focal point.
Right. And this might look ugly now, but once it gets cut up and those things get added, it changes it so much,
the collage is very, very rarely super great, just as it is as a collage. Of course, Candy posted one that was really great today, but rarely is it really great like that. Usually it's not super great, but then once you cut it up, the individual pieces of it are amazing.
They're
spread the brand new
serendipitous to cut it up and then see what you got, turn it over and don't try to cut out a certain spot.
Do it from the back.
I don't like the way that's through. It's really thick though. It's very creamy. And I'm trying to push back all that bright color. So the more I add to it, the more I push that off into the background. I could also have used gesso to do that, but adding a stencil in a variety of ways like this, like adding the textures, adding the leaves, all those things start pushing it back into the background, which is nice. To you can use your scraps that way and not have anything specific happening, that you can use them in a variety of ways that way.
I'm just checking comments here real quick. You guys remember too, you always a lot of conversation going between yourself. If there's something that you specifically want us to see, make sure to put it in caps. They heard that echo too when it happened. That was weird.
That is weird. Okay, I'm going to set this off to the side, and then we'll be able to compare these two to see if they look any different, because that really stretches your Nuvo Mousse doing it like that. I added more of the paste than I had out of the mousse. So it looks the same color. It does.
To answer your questions, Doug is not home yet. Lucy heard something and she's just protecting me.
Bill is, and I left Chaos downstairs, so she's not back. So hopefully.
On the right side, so since Sharon started with a stencil, I'm using a stencil too, but I'm going to do something different so that we can see how different things will work. On the right side of this stencil, I put the brand new Indian Gold. And on the left side, and now it's been sitting out here, so now it's going to start getting thick and harder because it's been sitting out. I didn't have as much there as I thought I had. On the left side, I'm going to put the old one.
You can take these to your sink too if they dry a little bit. They're totally fine to go to your sink and it'll still come off.
The only thing I didn't bring was a pan with water to put my stencils in. Yeah. But it will come off later because they're water soluble.
Yeah.
It comes off your brushes. I pulled out a selection of brushes. I'm going to be using some brushes. And just know that, well, here's the thing. When Nuvo Mousse dries, it is permanent. You can go back with it and rub on it, and it's not going to move. You can put water on it. It still doesn't move. But if it's on your brushes or your palette knife, it will come off with water because it's water soluble. Don't ask me the science behind that.
Yeah, I don't
I don't know. I haven't researched that. I just know that that's how it works.
I love my Nuvo Mousse. I use it a lot like a gilding wax. I got to figure out how to use this.
Yes.
I use it like, here are some collages that I did a long time ago that I haven't cut up yet. And, you know, I just started layer by layer. And one of the layers, that one needs glued right there. One of the layers is, you know, adding these raised pieces here through a stencil. And that's, you know, Nuvo Mousse. And I love the texture when they're done.
So many things that I want to try. I just don't even know where to start. I'm going to do some more things with stencils, though. Okay, I did bring out a bunch of things that just to remind me of things I want to try. But let me get a paper towel. I want to get the mousse off of my palette knife. I should do that while it's still fresh once I spread it, because then it'll come off super easily. I'm going to go to a different color, and I'm going to put down a different color. What color? Somebody throw out a color.
She's got them all. Go ahead.
Like, you know, green, blue, yellow, orange, pink, red, purple, black, white. I got shades. It's not science, it's magic. That's true.
Yes.
Karen, what is that? Oh, did you just put a stamp on it? They said something about text you're applying to it?
What?
Or with a texture. Trudy, I'm not sure that I understand your question. Purple, that's the first question, or first color I see. Okay.
Text.
Is gel medium something we need in our arsenal? Some kinds of mediums, like it's good to have, like, you've got your gesso, your regular gesso. It's good to have either a heavier gesso or a heavier gel medium of some sort, because it will do different things than your standard gesso will. But honestly, like
you don't have
to do, yeah, you can mix mousse in with any of those. Okay, purple. I saw purple. I'm going to go.
If you're going to do any sort of mixed media, you definitely need it.
I'm going to go to Royal Aubergine, one of my favorite purples, like this. Oh, awesome. Okay, I'm just going to use this same stick. I'm going to go to the other end. Again, while this was still fresh, before it got hard, I got all wrapped up in looking at comments. I should have wiped this off of here. It's a glass mat, so it'll come off easily, but it's much easier while it's fresh than once it gets dried out. So I should have done that. Oh, it's okay, Lucy. It's just me. It's just me. Here.
You can make your own paper. I mean, you can take paper that I don't think this one's ugly, but you can find an ugly one.
Right.
And you can completely cover it, or you can cover it in spots and have your own paper. Now, what a great, for the card makers out there.
Yeah.
What an amazing background that is.
I have a couple of ideas for card backgrounds for card makers. I'm not a huge card maker, but I honestly think that Nuvo Mousse is a super cool tool for card makers. You can do some amazing things. Yeah. I just squirted that with water and that came right up. So it's just like the alcohol ink. If you're going to clean it, you can squirt it with alcohol or use hand sanitizer. For this, it's water-based, so squirt it with water. And that came right up. So let me pull out some of this purple. This one is kind of old too. Oh, look at that. It's kind of dry.
You can tell this is my favorite stencil.
This is kind of dry. Yeah. Don't you love those? You look at it. I mean, you pick it up and you're like, oh, I must love this stencil. Yes, I do. Okay, this is pretty dry. So here's what I'm going to do, because I really want to use this. I'm just going to spritz a little bit of water here on it. And I'm actually going to mix it with the palette knife because it's got a bigger surface than this little wood stick. But these wood sticks are great for getting in there, and they're cheap. So I'm going to start mixing this with the palette knife. Oh, actually, just with a little spritz of water on it, it softened right up immediately. And the only reason for doing this rather than just spreading it right down is because when you take it out, I mean, it comes out, it looks kind of crumbly and kind of a rough, clumpy texture. And don't think that yours is not right if that's what you have. That is what the mousse is. That is normal. That's how it comes out. You're going to see the difference in that and the crackle and the expanding mousse. But that is exactly how it comes out of the jar. And that's why you put it down, you know, rub it around like this a bit, smash it out, and you get this creamy butter kind of scrape of metal on the glass. This creamy butter kind of thing here. Then I'm going to take that. I'm going to be all talking to myself tonight because I'm so excited to do all this stuff. So Sharon, just go. Just I'm like talking to myself. All right, what are you going to do next? Well, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take a brush. I brought a bunch of brushes tonight. This, some of you might recognize it. It's an old cosmetic brush. Clinique. You recognize the color. It's an old Clinique brush. I also have this. It's just like a stippling brush. Good for stamp or for stencils. But there's different things that you can do where you'll want different textures, and different brushes will work better. You can even use this kind that will give you a different texture. Some little sponge brushes, yellow, black, whatever they are. I have, this one was, there's a CoverGirl. This is a CoverGirl sponge, or not sponge, brush. Might even want to use one of these, which is great for collaging. And one of the things that I love spreading it over the top of stencils with is this. This is just a silicone. It's like a silicone, what do you call it? A spatula? No, is it a spatula you call it? Yeah, I guess that's a spatula. In the kitchen, those little silicone spatulas, that's all it is. If you have it, I just happen to get it.
I just use that.
But if you have a kitchen silicone spatula, yeah, they're amazing. They're perfect. They're great to use for that. And it's usually cheaper to get a kitchen one than it is to get an art one.
Yeah,
this, some of you might recognize. Hairdressers use a lot to put color in your hair. You're going to get even different texture as you spread it with that. I have a couple of watercolor brushes. Oh, here's another stippling kind of one. A couple of watercolor or water brushes to use, and a couple of regular brushes, because there's some things that you can do with a regular brush or a watercolor brush. But like, it doesn't matter, any brushes you have, pull them out. Now this is probably dry by now after all this time. So I'm gonna choose, what am I gonna choose? What brush am I gonna choose? I'm gonna choose this brush just because it's wide. This is starting to dry out. I think it'll give it good wide coverage. And literally all I want to do is get this on. I'm going to spread it across here as if I was coloring a background. Now, I thought I need to put a lot down there because I'm going to cover the whole background. And you saw how much I put down. It still didn't seem like that much. And I thought I might have to take some more out. I'm telling you, I got enough to do 5 of these. Maybe 4. That's a lot.
I'm just going to do a couple techniques here and then move on to what I want to play with for just to show how wonderful this is on texture. It creates texture and it colors texture.
Yes.
And it just brings out the best.
So just by itself, there's the texture that I got from that brush. But when this dries, it won't have that same brush texture in it. It won't dry exactly like this. But before it dries, I'm going to pop this guy down again. There's 2 things I could do here. I could take that gold and I could put the gold over the top of this. How cool would that gold look over the top of the purple in the honeycomb? Or I can take a baby wipe and just start wiping some of it away. It's okay, Lucy. It was just a car. It's okay.
So Lucy commented that she actually has a paintbrush made out of her own hair. from when she got her hair cut, which we all know that real paintbrushes made out of real hair are really expensive. Yeah. I never even thought about using my own.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Lucy, did you make
and I cut about a foot off my hair every year. I mean, because it grows really fast. So I let it grow and let it grow and let it grow. And then I cut a whole bunch off. And then it, you know, so yeah, I think that's amazing.
Lucy, did you make the paintbrush yourself, or did you have somebody make it?
She did it herself.
Sweet. What a great idea.
Put a rubber band around it.
I just cut like 4 inches off. I'm going to totally do that next. Now it's going to take a while before I want to cut that much off again, but what a great idea, Lucy. Thanks for sharing.
It's like if you're doing an art show and you tell people that you used your own hair to make your paintbrushes, that puts that extra little touch in.
Put that DNA in your art piece.
Yes, yes. I'm gonna use gold this time. Gold is my favorite one, or copper.
Trudy, you are correct. If you use clean tools and not your fingers, then there's no contamination, and you could scoop it back into the jar. If you use your fingers, then throw the excess away. Or don't throw it away, just spread it over a piece of paper. Even if you just take a piece of paper like this and you just spread it over it and say, I'll deal with it later. Because you could spread that over. If I hadn't pulled off this honeycomb, you can stamp on it, or just leave it there to dry. And then when you want, run this through your die cutting machine and cut out some sentiments out of this metallic purple.
Shapes or some tags, or you can stamp in it if you do it real thick and let it dry just enough that it doesn't stick to your stamp. You can actually stamp into it and get an impression.
Yes.
And absolutely. Which is similar to running it through a stencil and having that texture. Nuvo Mousse is just a genius at creating texture and highlighting texture.
Lucy thinks she threw out some of her sister's Nuvo stuff because it was dry. Well, if you come across any more, or anybody else has any dry stuff, do not throw it out. And if you don't want to deal with it because it's dry, send it to one of us that does, because there's a lot of things you can do with it dry. And you can reactivate it just by adding some water and sealing it up. But put your press and seal or your saran wrap over it to help keep that in. Now, you can just put this over the top, but there's still a layer of air in there. If when you put the press and seal on, you press it down in like this so that it's actually touching the mousse, that takes away that big old air gap that's sitting up there on top. And that just becomes more and more important the lower your product gets in the container, because there's more and more air. And Julie, yes, when it was a little hard out here, I just used water to soften it. I'm going to set this aside because I might still do something with it tonight. Let's see here.
So you can obviously color objects as well. Like you can do mixed media assemblage, and say you use black, you can highlight every texture on there. You can do like charms. You can, tint if you don't like the color of it. Oftentimes it will take the Nuvo Mousse. Sometimes it doesn't, want to take it because the surface is so smooth.
And then just put a little gesso down.
Yeah, you could totally do that. It looks amazing on gesso.
Gesso's a great surface for mousse. If your surface is slick or doesn't want to take it, just put a little gesso down.
So, that changed those so much. You can do an ombre effect too, like you would with your inks.
Yep.
But there is a little experiment I want to do, because when we put a thin layer down, I'm not sure if we can get the splatter that we get with our oxide ink, and I want to see if that works. So I'm going to have to come up with some way to do that in a bit. Yeah.
To splatter the mousse?
To splatter it and see if we get water droplets in it.
Just put some on your glass like this and add water until it's thin enough, and then just take your brush and splatter it. That I've done. It does work quite well, I will say. So a while ago we had a Mixed Media 101, and we used tissue or paper or things and made these crinkled leather-like surfaces. And
Oh,
in
those
the
are
end,
great for
I
this.
grabbed these wooden tags that I had. They're hand cut, and I just did some on the surfaces of those. And so I'm looking at this extra purple, and I'm just trying to buff off the sides that were really rough with some of the excess stuff that went over the edge. But what I think I'm going to do, I don't want to waste this stuff that's sitting here down here. What I think I'm going to do is just paint some of this on the back of the tag. A little water maybe. Because I don't want the tag just to be this wood that has, part of my paint coming around from the front. And it'll just give it I don't want it dark. I just want a thin coat that just gives it a little bit of color, but wouldn't that be cool? And it kind of matches. There's some purple. Actually, there's some purple splatters on the front, so that'll be perfect for this one. So I'm just going to make the back look nice there. Use up that excess. Yeah, like I said, if I didn't have something right handy to use up that excess, I would just grab a piece of paper and spread it on the piece of paper. Because there's a lot of things you can do, and we're just getting started. But we'll show you some things that you can do when you just spread it on a piece of paper, and then you come back to it. Okay, now what do I do with this piece of paper?
So I've mentioned it before, but I keep this tag box on my desk. And some of these, it's tags and envelopes, and they're unfinished. It's from scraps. We made some mass-made collage tags.
Oh, yeah.
We did a lot of these together, the little bags and the collage tag. But as I'm getting scraps, I just throw them up in there. And sometimes it's even just like I had some cardstock, and I don't remember if this was gel. I think it was gel plate. It was just, pieces that I know I want to add 20 layers to, and I just throw them in the box. So if you keep something like this handy, and you do have extra paint or Nuvo Mousse or any product that you might have out, you just grab one of your tags or your envelope and run it through it. Yeah.
So you always wonder how artists get that cool look of things that look like they have so many layers and stuff, and you don't know how to do it. That's exactly how you do it. Like Sharon has that always there. She's got extra stuff. She can grab it and just grab a tag and add a layer. And next time she'll add a different layer of something else. And you can do it all at once, or you can do it little by little as you've got something.
Only problem with it is sometimes you don't remember. Like I didn't remember if that was gel plate.
Right.
Done. So, you throw things in there all the time, which is fine. I mean, I don't care.
You could divide it into sections, gel plate and whatever else. Just if it's important for you to know what.
Yeah.
What it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. This is working perfectly. I'm even gonna have some purple left over. I'm trying to get the edges now because there's plenty. Nice.
I'm gonna check in on some comments.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so that's the back of my wooden tag.
Throw it out.
The other thing about mousse is mousse dries really quickly. I love that.
Yeah.
I don't have to wait around forever to move on to another step. Ooh, you know what? There's a little bit left here.
Yes, Lucy, it is so close to an artist's wax or your rub and buff. You don't have Nuvo, so I do not have and Nuvo, so I did not know you could rehydrate.
She threw away her sifters that were dried because she didn't.
Sometimes the charm findings need to be washed to get whatever on. Sometimes you can also add just a tiny bit of like a liquid gel medium to give them a little bit of tooth, so that it holds on. If it doesn't want to, just with your finger, just the tiniest little bit, because the texture is so smooth that sometimes it doesn't want to stick. So if you do that, then you can get the mousse to stick. Or if you mix it, I bet with the matte gel like I just did, it probably would stick for sure. You saw how hard it was for me to get that off my plate because there was glue in it.
You made me think about layers. You're talking about those tags. I'm like, well, that's one of the things I'm going to do on the front of this is layer Are you hearing? I'm hearing myself twice. It's a bad.
No, I don't.
Are you guys
Yes,
hearing it?
Joni, this is an embossing folder, and it's just purple and black paper, and then I just rub some mousse on it right there. And what a great pocket that would be.
I just put some on the front too.
As a layer in a mixed media art piece or a box, you could cover a box with this. How beautiful would that be?
Yeah, that would be gorgeous.
It really would.
That would really be gorgeous.
Or a card, you know. They're just, it's beautiful. I love Nuvo Mousse with embossing folders. It's just one of my, that and the stencils are my favorite two techniques for Nuvo Mousse. Easily.
So, that little bit of mousse that I had there, I first did this whole paper and then pulled some up with the stamp, or with the stencil, I'm sorry. And then I did the back of the wooden tag, and then I decided to do the front, just make it a layer, tone down some of that gold. I've still got purple sitting here on my mat. So I added a little more water to thin it down a little more, because this time I want it.
Are you swishing it through?
No, wait. I'm bringing it to the center because it's kind of spread all over my mat now. So I added more water, and I'm taking this one that I just put the gold down on, and I'm just going to run it right over the top of the gold.
You can swish it through like you would ink. If you had
well, it's not really enough or thick enough to do that. I would probably do that on a plain piece of paper, but I'm going to run this right over the top of that gold, and which gives it the purple background. It's still fresh enough that it pulled a tiny bit of gold off into the purple, which looks really cool. Okay. And then let's see. Ooh, the gold came through really nicely. I was even going to grab the baby wipe and rub over the gold a little bit, but the gold came through really nicely. So with the same stencil, I put down the purple and then picked it up. And this one, I put the gold through the stencil and then just ran over the top with purple. I do want to see what I get if I just very lightly run over that gold. Get a little more of that purple.
So
off.
These ones are the modeling paste that I did through a stencil, and then we used them on alcohol ink night, or it was another night when I was playing with it. And by the way, since we did that experiment with the alcohol ink to practice and get to know the product better, I have played with them twice now, and you just get better at it every time.
I'm loving alcohol ink.
This is the same technique, and then I went over the texture with the gold on my finger, the Nuvo Mousse. So that's 3 layers of yum. Yum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to wipe this up while it's still wet. So it's so easy to wipe up there on the glass or acrylic, or silicone would be the same. And then I'm just going to stick this in this is my wash bowl. I've got a cup in the center. It's actually a little piece of crystal shaped like a tulip, but one handle broke off. I don't know if can you see the tulip shape around the outside? That's my clean water. The outside is my dirty water. So I clean my brushes in the outside. The outside will become really dark. That's my dirty water. And then if I'm doing something where I need some clean water, I don't want to bring color into something, then I will stick my brush into the center to get clean water. It's okay, Lucy.
Okay, Trudy, wait, before you go, are you talking about this page that I'm on right here? Is it? Yes, this is dictionary. The other one was collage that I did with a bunch of different papers. Before, I know you've asked twice, and we were trying to clarify that. But I think that's the answer that you wanted, right? I think. I think it is.
Tell us.
Yeah.
Clarify again. All right.
And the other way I wanted to show, and I wanted to try and, because it's opaque cover, and I just coffee dyed these. And
nice.
I put them outside in the burn barrel with a giant tray on top, upside down. So not the burn barrel, the wheelbarrow. So they baked in the sun.
Nice.
Yeah, and I got most of the coffee off, but I'm still finding it. I just did it a couple days ago and pulled them out today.
Hey.
So see this, you could thoughtfully use a stencil to cover these because it's opaque, I think.
Yes.
So I might add a label, and then anything that's sticking out, I would go ahead and cover with the Nuvo Mousse.
Your Nuvo Mousse is both opaque and transparent, depending at the same time. Exactly. Yeah. If you put it on fairly thin, it's transparent. If you put it on thicker, it's opaque.
Right.
Hi, PM. Oh, you're both here. Awesome. Hey, Mariah. Hey, Patricia.
Hey.
So happy to see you. Maybe you guys have seen them in the group. Mariah and Patricia, mother and daughter, they are PM Artist Studio. They have joined our group, and a lot of us have joined theirs. We welcome you to go over to PM Artist Studio and join. They are going to have a live tomorrow morning where they are experimenting with the differences between some products. So I'm pretty excited to see that. So awesome people.
Happy to have you here.
Yeah, awesome people that we are happy to be acquainted with, because as y'all know, we are a happy paper people, drama-free family that takes care of everybody, that builds everybody up, that supports and loves everybody. And PM Artist Studio,
welcome.
Just the same. And it's really nice to have. It's nice to have some more members of the family that think like we do.
Yes, for sure.
Yes, I'm going to clean off my spatula so I don't drag purple onto everything. Again, I forgot to do it while it was fresh and wet because I want to show you something with the expanding mousse.
Please do, because I don't have any of that. And I would like to, while I'm working, I'll just work away and you go ahead and share that.
I should probably do the crackle mousse early too, because I want to let one dry by itself.
Okay.
Maybe it'll get dry by the end of the night, maybe not. When you come back tomorrow, you really truly see what you have with the crackle mousse. And I will tell you that, say you take a piece of paper, even just a little 4-inch square or something, and you cover it with crackle mousse, thin at the top, going thicker to the bottom. When you come back and look at it tomorrow, the thick part on the bottom is going to look like the dry Sahara Desert. Those great big cracks that look so cool. Really neat.
I never have a crackle product.
I know. The top that you do thin, that looks like the fairy wings and the dragon wings, the dragonfly wings, not dragon wings. That's how you get that look of the translucent crackle fairy wings. I know, Candy, are you going to show us something new that we have to have? Speaking of, Candy and I've worked out, Candy and I and Glennis and Debbie have worked out this next week's sales schedule, because as y'all know, we're changing up the sales schedule as of this week. We are no longer going to be 2 weekends a month, all night Friday, all day Saturday, because that's just killer on everybody. So this week it's going to be Thursday afternoon. Not going to give you times, they'll be put in later, but Thursday afternoon, Friday night, and Saturday mid-morning. And no sale is going to be more than 3 hours. And to top it off, we're going to put in the event description exactly what we're going to have.
Oh, I just cut myself.
Oh, no, Sharon.
On this, trying to clean my brush, like a good cut. I'll be right back.
Oh, shoot. See, guys, I'm always the one that does that. And that's why I'm saying if you take the foil thing off with the palette knife, be very, very careful. It is so easy.
I can't believe I did that. This is an old palette knife. I'm going to need her
sharp. They are sharp.
I got to go downstairs. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you need to clean it out and get your good Band-Aids.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I hate when that happens. That's why I like to use the end of this little stylus, the tiniest little ball of the one that I have, just to poke it, go around half, and then pull it off. I don't take a chance of cutting myself because I'm always the one that does that, not Sharon. So not that I'm glad she's the one, but I'm glad I didn't do it because I always seem to do it. Anyway, we are good. Let me find what we're going to do while I'm talking to you. We are going to put in the description box exactly what we're going to have at each sale so that you can look at it and say, all right, I'm not interested in that at all. Now, I can't guarantee there won't be anything else, just thrown in at the last minute if we have time, but you'll know if it's not someplace you want to be, or if you say, that's something I really want, you can make sure that you're there. Trying to do that to make life a little easier for everybody because there's so many places to spread yourself between. All right, so I'm going to do something here. Expanding mousse. What have I got? Um, 3 crackle colors. Happy with those. Don't need any more. You don't need a whole lot, honestly. I don't have a lot of crackle and I don't have a lot of expanding. But I will tell you this: if you get like get one from each major color group that you like a red, a blue, a pink or purple, and then get you a good neutral. I'm going to show you some ways in my mind, and I'm hoping that they work, that you can turn this neutral into a ton of other things, and you don't need to have every color that they have. Just because I have them, because I think I have, what is that syndrome? The I have to have every color they have syndrome? Yeah, I know. Don't tell me I know it's bad. It is bad. I'm going to tape this down a bit, see if I can tape it down with my caution tape, my caution washi, and try to make it a little easier on myself. I don't usually do this. I just end up holding it with one hand. But I'm hoping, especially the bigger stencil you get, and I took a bigger piece of paper instead of the little one. So the bigger the stencil you get, the more you'll want to kind of tape it down to help you keep it steady, keep it straight, keep it even. Oh, how sweet of you guys. Oh, I'll tell Sharon when she comes back. Egyptian gold. I don't have that one yet, and I want that one. And I want Russian white, Julie. I had this one that I'm going to use here is Snowstorm, but I do not have fear of missing out. Fear of missing out on a color. Is that it, Lucy? I do not have Russian white, and I really do want that one. Can you mix the mousse with the crackle to color it before you use it? I probably wouldn't mix the expanding and the crackle, but you can. You can take, like, let me go over here, take a regular embellishment mousse, and you could mix that with the crackle. You could mix it with the expanding. Just be aware that however much you put in is going to affect its ability to do the expanding or the crackle. Okay, I would probably never go more than 30% of adding just a color. So say I have Snowstorm, which is, wait a minute. Snowstorm is, no, that's an embellishment. I'm looking for a crackle. I thought this was on the crackle. What? Not crackle. Expanding. Now I can't even speak straight. This is expanding. Okay, expanding, yes. So expanding, this one is called Natural Cotton. I'll use that one because I don't have Russian mousse and Russian white. I really want Russian white. So say you only have a couple colors and you've got a neutral like this, like toasted almond or something like that, and you want to get a pretty gray or a really pretty purple, and you don't even have a purple, but you've got, look what you've got. You've got some violet brocade shimmer powder, or maybe you've got some magicals, Lindy's Magicals, or things like that. You can add them to them. So let's see, mix the mousse with the crackle color. Oh, yeah, okay. The embellishment mousse, and I guess I should say that because that's the only way to keep them straight. Embellishment mousse, expanding mousse, and crackle mousse. You could add some embellishment mousse with the crackle or with the expanding to get a color you want. Yes, if you had a neutral of the expanding or crackle. Again, just be aware of how much you're adding, because the more you add, the less expanding it's going to do or the less crackle it's going to do. But if I take this and look how creamy that is. Look how much creamier that expanding mousse came out of the jar than the regular embellishment mousse did. And do keep them closed up because remember, they're water soluble, they're going to dry out. And we talked about all of that. And I'm going to let this Indian Gold dry out on purpose because I have an experiment I want to do with the dried out one. That's why I opened a new one. But yeah, but you can always add a little bit of water. But this came out super, super creamy. So the expanding is creamier than the embellishment. And I'll show you in a minute, but the crackle is even creamier than the expanding. But I'm going to take that. And here's what I want to do. I want to add some violet brocade because all I have in expanding mousse maybe is this, what was it called? Why can't I remember? Natural cotton. That's all I have. But I really want some pretty purple color. So whoop, the more of this you add, the darker color you're going to get. I haven't done this before. This is just in my head. But I know that it would work that the more I add, the darker color I'm going to get. So I don't know how much I want to add. As I go along, I can always add more, but I can't take it away. So, you know, kind of like salt in the recipe, you can always add more, but you can't take it away. So I'm just going to mix this in. Oh, that's so cool. Now, because this is the shimmer powder, and the shimmer powders are made up of a whole bunch of different colors, a whole bunch of different pigments, and they're also water reactive, by the way. We haven't played with them, but we're going to have to do an experimentation night with them because they're super fun. But I know some of you have magicals, and they work really much the same. You know that there's multiple colors in here. It's not just purple. There's a bunch of colors. So the less you mix it around, the more you're going to have all the different color striations as you scrape it over. The more you mix it, the more you're going to have just that purple. I just got that echo again. I'm going to try something while Sharon's gone. I'm going to try muting Sharon and see if it goes away so we know where it's coming from. I think I know, but I'm not positive. So, okay. So now I've got this pretty purple. You know what? I want it a little darker. I do. I just want it. So I'm going to squirt out a couple more squirts of the shimmer powder. And I'm going to mix that in. While I'm mixing, I'm going to try to catch a couple comments. Oh, good, Gigi. I'm sorry if I misunderstood what you were saying, but I'm glad that answered it. Oh, you guys have magicals? Cool. Been trying to work with those in different products. I don't have any magicals, but I've got the Nuvo shimmer shimmer powder, and then they have shimmer mist, but the shimmer powder, and it's very much like the magicals. Okay, bought an expanding mousse by accident and then bought another color. Hang on to that expanding mousse, Julie. I'm going to show you something here. You're going to love this. Okay, so this is expanding mousse. Okay, I tend to like for mousse, these are not super thick. They're, they're on the thin side, but they're not flimsy thin. Like Stamperia has two or three different kinds of stencils, and one of them is really super thin. This is not that. This is the other one that's a little bit thicker. So you can see how it's flexible, but it's still kind of sort of thick. That's what these are, and that's what I like when I'm smearing mousse on it. And I'm just going to fill all of these flowers up with my now purple mousse. It was natural cotton. I made it purple with shimmer powder. And I'm trying not to get underneath. I'm trying not to get underneath the edges of the stencil, because I want clean flowers there, right? I'm going to take this one up. Go to the end of the paper there. Okay. So I whoopsie, I lifted up the edge of the stencil. And so, you're trying not to get underneath the stencil. You want it to just go in where the stencil is. So you have nice clean flowers with the mousse. So I get this all on. Look at that. I didn't think I had that much. Oh, hang on just a minute.
Hey guys.
There you are. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, we
All
did
right.
good.
So I'm doing this, and look at how much. I didn't think I put that much down there, but look at all this that I've got extra. All right, I'm going to leave it there because, we talked about there's always something to do with it, and I don't want to waste it on this stencil and just wash it off. So I'm going to scrape off everything I can. I'm going to scrape off all the extra that I can. And
dangerous.
Yeah, did you get it stopped?
Yeah, it took a minute.
Okay, so all right, so that's extra. So let me show you now. Let's see if we can get this caution tape up. Yeah, it did take a minute. That was kind of a bad cut then.
Yeah, it's pretty deep.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I've injured myself in art, but not with a palette knife. It was pretty funny.
All right, guys. So here's what I want to show you. Watch carefully. Watch carefully.
I made a drop shadow. I'm going to see if it works with the ink underneath. And then I just moved the stencil a little.
Cool.
I don't have golden high flow acrylics. I don't know what the conversation was there.
Oh, no, I don't know. They might be saying something out. Oh, sorry, Margie. Let me go back. Unmute. Sorry. It did work.
Yeah, I called her, guys.
Well, when the echo came, I got that echo really bad again. I muted your end and the echo went away. So I just wanted to test it. Okay, so look, these flowers are so cool. I've not even expanded them yet. But if you had a colored background, say a colored piece of cardstock or a black, I'm going to use some black and put this on. It looks way cool. But oh no, look what happened. I accidentally got underneath the stencil over here and I accidentally smeared it down here. Oh, shoot.
It's okay. Stamp into it. Show them how that works.
I didn't mean to do that, but so let me see if I can fix it. Oh, shoot. I've only made it worse. All right. I'm going to do this then. I'm going to Nope, I'm not going to wipe it off.
No, I am. I just wanted to wipe it off my stencil, and I happen to have these coffee dyed envelopes sitting next to me. So I'm just using it on that.
So, guys, because I messed that up and I didn't want that on my card back because that would totally ruin it. I am going to spread this expanding mousse all the way across the card. I just went in because it's still wet. I haven't heat dried it or anything. Hasn't been sitting here. So I just going in with my palette knife and I'm spreading that expanding mousse that was flowers. I'm spreading it all the way across my card base or my paper or whatever it is that you're doing. Okay. Look at that. If I just leave this like this, that expanding mousse just acts like regular mousse. It will dry and it will not be expanded. I did that in a hurry and you can see clumps on the side, but you get the idea. But look what you see. I'm going to show you puffy flowers, Julie. You see? Look at these flowers. These flowers are underneath the mousse. How did that happen? The flowers show underneath the mousse because of the shimmer powder mica that I added to it. So now they're underneath and they show through. But I'm not done yet. So I messed that up. And so I put that across and I made the whole card base, but I still really want some puffy flowers. I know you do too. I'm going to first scrape all the purple because I'm not going to waste it. Scraping all the purple off of my palette. I'll dip it in my water.
Floor waste.
Clean it off. Oh, I hate wasting medium. I mean, medium's expensive. We all know that. So
Yeah,
wasting any at all just really bothers me.
me too. You
Okay,
guys know that though.
so
Most of what I'm working on today is
yeah,
recycled like cardboard,
uh-huh,
chipboard, cereal boxes that I've made
perfect.
collage on,
Which is
or
awesome for experimenting. And I don't use anything else for, I don't use anything new for collage. I take day or years old
yeah.
calendars. Like I love the desk calendars from past years. They're just giant pieces of paper. I love sitting down with that and collaging on it and then just peeling, tearing the top layer off, the top sheet off, and then it's still sitting there for the next time. I'm cleaning up a little bit of this that's over here. I'm going to leave my pile, but I just want a little bit of clean area to do my next step that I want to show you. So I'm showing you a bunch of different things, but you could stop on any one of these. Like you could have put that purple down. And I mean, I know that I got it underneath the stencil on purpose. So I could do this to show you, but you don't have to. You could put it down very nicely on the stencil so it didn't go underneath it and you had nice puffy flowers and they would look really cool.
Okay, wait. What's the word for a word a day from 2019?
We're using
Oh, a calendar.
those
Oh,
little
one of the
calendars that are word a
okay.
day. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Why not?
quotes. I
Just don't
like
look at
that.
just don't look at the day on there.
Yeah,
And then
I'm all
it's
about
from
recycling. I get
21
giddy
years
about that
ago, or
stuff.
that, and it happens to line up with the same date. Okay, so I'm not done with this. And let me also tell you that if I just used the expanding mousse and I didn't add shimmer powder to it, I would not have those flowers there. Okay, I wouldn't have the flowers. I would just have a very pretty background with this gorgeous purple, if that's the color I'd used. Or in this case, it would be natural cotton. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take some natural cotton. Ooh, it's so creamy. Look at this.
I'm
It's like
using that
butter.
100-year-old newspaper that you sent me that I bought
Oh,
at one of your
oh,
nail.
that is so cool.
That's
That is some of the coolest
right.
paper I've ever seen.
Yeah, it just breaks.
Yes, it is so, so old.
I mean, I have
Okay, this
lots of
is
cool
pretty.
magazines, old ones, but this is like
Yeah.
the paper.
And they're different kinds of paper.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, it's just
so
really
now
old.
I should have moved this off to this side because I still have to get to this, but I'm going to bring that stencil back. I think maybe I just want to clean the stencil just a little bit to get some of the purple off, although I could just turn it over and do the other side, couldn't I? And then purple won't even matter. But now I have one decision to make, and that decision is, am I going to line the flowers up with the flowers that are underneath the mousse right now, or am I not? And let them overlay so that I have two layers of flowers. One that is, oh, I stuck that in there. One that's a shadow underneath the mousse, and one that is puffy flowers on top of the mousse. So that's the question. Do I want to line it up? If I line it up, it kind of has to go that way. Or do I want to not? I'm thinking let's not. Let's just see what happens when we let it be not lined up. How's that? What are you guys saying? Yeah, right. Offset. Awesome. Awesome. Y'all agree. We're going to offset. Okay. So I'm going to, because I know me, I'm going to cover up a lot of the paper right here because I only want the flowers. I don't want all the paper. And hopefully this will help keep me from getting all the paper full of natural cotton. And I also, let's see, I need another one up here.
I bet my other pieces are dry already back there.
Oh, I bet they are. And I want a little piece over this. I love when these will go into binders like that, but sometimes that little hole is in the way because I don't necessarily want that little hole unless I'm going to go ahead and hand draw a flower around it or something. That one's not sticky.
So I'm going to apply these ones with a baby wipe, like
cool.
you know, just to get a little bit, I don't want it raised.
Uh-huh.
Just haven't decided on the color yet. Here's a thought. I'm waiting for the other ones to dry.
And slow down. I tend to go at things too fast. So let me just slow down. Take my time. So now I'm just smearing this natural cotton all across it, just like I did the purple, but this time I'm not trying to get under the stencil. So I can see that I didn't pull the stencil very taut before I taped it down. That's my own fault. I didn't put tape here, so I'll have to be careful.
Where's my spray bottle?
Yeah, I don't want mousse under the stencil this time. I do want some nice, clean, stenciled flowers.
Yeah, the kind that are sticky, like you could make stencils with your Cricut and use sticky backed vinyl. Or if you don't have a Cricut, you can do that with the same vinyl and an embossing or a die cut. And that's a really great way. I did some flower pots like that, and I love the way they came out.
You do have to be careful what you're putting that sticky back vinyl on, because if you put it, if I were to put it on this where I just put mousse down, it's going to lift up a lot of that mousse when it comes up, and so it'll change your thing. But like on the flower pot,
oh yeah,
I think you sent me a picture of that. It was awesome.
Yeah, it turned out really good. You can buy, and I know I had some that some of you got from me. With like horses and a bull with horns, and they're sticky on the back already, which is really handy.
Yeah.
So I don't want texture this time because I want to add some of that picture from that old magazine. I just want like the briefest wisp of it, you know. Nuvo Mousse is fun to play with, and there's so many ways to experiment with it because it's like a watercolor. It's not just texture or to add to texture. You could use it like a watercolor too.
As I was going about my day today and thinking about all the experiments I wanted to try tonight,
so many things.
There are so many
ways to use it.
Yeah, so many things I want to try that I haven't ever tried. So I'm hoping to get through a lot of them.
I wish they would make one that didn't have sparkle. Of course, I suppose we could just make our own with gel medium and pigment or paint. So
yeah, you could with paint, because if you use mica, you're getting the exact same thing. It has the shimmer because of the mica.
Yeah.
I like the shimmer though. You can always knock it down a little bit.
I don't always want the shimmer though. You
don't always want
the shimmer though. Or I want to add one type of shimmer and then I want everything else to be flat. What did I just do with my spray?
You could add something to it to make it not shimmery.
I don't think so. I think the shimmer will always be there, no matter what.
I don't think so. Yeah. All right, that's a new experiment we're going to have to try now to see if we can figure out if you want the color. Okay, so now I'm going to try to carefully take up my tape. I haven't looked at comments. I'll get there in just 1 second. I don't want to take my eyes off of this, mess it up. This tape is not going to be reused.
You know, shiny's my favorite color, but, you know, sometimes you get a little shiny and you want, you know, some flat paper shiny. And
I thought grunge was your favorite color and you didn't really care for shiny as much.
I love shiny, but I am grunge for sure. I am for sure.
Yeah.
I couldn't find my spray bottle. My finger threw me off.
Okay.
I really taped this up. So.
All right. This is going to be fun to see how this turns out. Okay. So now we've got, see if I turn it to the side, you can see that it's somewhat raised. That's the expanding mousse on top of expanding mousse that was just put down flat with shimmer powder in it. And look at these little spots of purple. That is where the shimmer powder was not mixed as well into the mousse.
Okay, clear textured gesso will remove the shimmer. Like does it matte and make it more matte? Is that what it would do? I haven't tried, so I thought
Well,
sparkle was always there.
no, there's a difference, and maybe you're saying sparkle meaning shimmer, but there's a difference
Yeah.
in sparkle and shimmer and glitter and glimmer. In fact, something that has the term glimmer in its name is it's glimmer because it has glitter in it.
Right.
If it's shimmer, it's because it has mica in it. Just in
You
case you guys
remember when
wondered.
I knocked back the color of that sparkly cardstock you sent me with alcohol ink, and it
Oh
my guess
yeah,
was it was going to do that, and it totally did.
yeah. All right, now if I need to mute myself, tell me, I will. But I'm just going to hit this with a heat tool. Can you guys still hear me if I talk over this? I won't talk a lot, but there's a couple things that are coming to mind as I'm doing it. Okay, so one of the things is expanding mousse will not expand until it's heated. Okay, so if I put this on there, I'm going to have a textural element just because it's thick enough through the stencil. It's a second layer, but it's not going to expand until I hit it with heat. And then that's why if I just put it on here and just leave that, like this purple, the base purple, it would just stay just like regular mousse. And I'm hoping that this is the right heat gun for it.
How about just drying my
It might be too long on one place. I'm starting to get bubbles. Maybe I should pull out the other heat gun. I don't want to melt it. I want it to expand.
That's just nice.
Okay, I think I was too close to it. My shimmer's going away. Oh, cool texture. Wow. Oh my goodness, I can see the texture change. I'm going to bring it up close and see if you guys can, let's see if I get, okay. Watch these two petals right here and see if you can see the texture change. Look at that. Oh, you can see the texture change as the heat hits it, as it expands. Takes it a minute. That's so cool. All right. Hi, Lucy. How are you? Oh, what a sweet girl. Oh, that's my sweet girl. Almost done.
Okay, I'm not going to let this go to waste. I do have some wood corners here, and I'm waiting for some things to dry. So one of the reasons I got these out was so that I might be able to tint a few of them. And they're wood, and it'll work on anything as long as there's just a little bit of tooth to it. So, I mean, I don't think I would do glass dinnerware with Nuvo Mousse unless I was going to add something else to it, like the heavy gel medium that I had out earlier, but it'll stick to wood, no problem. Was there any other, I know you guys said you wanted to experiment and play with Nuvo Mousse. Was there any questions that you had and a reason why you chose Nuvo Mousse for one of the things that you wanted to experiment with this month? I'm curious what your questions are and what, I mean, is it just that you haven't had enough chance to get it out and play with it yet? Or is it because you don't know if it works on this or that? I'm just curious. Okay. It's probably a good question there, because I know it was mentioned a couple times in the post for this month's All About. Hey, we get to announce next month's All About.
Yeah. Hi, Robin. It is kind of like
really
puff paint from the 90s.
What's that?
It's kind of like puff paint that you did with the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Lucy girl. Like embossing powder, but puffy. Yep. Yep.
I love embossing powder. I think that's another one.
Okay.
Another one to play with. Okay, show us that expanse.
Say that again.
Show us that expanding mousse.
Oh, I did. While you were talking, I was just holding it up here. Okay, so here from the side, from an angle, so you can see the flowers.
Oh, I love it.
Can you see them? So now you can still see, if you look closely, you can still see the dark purple ones behind.
Yeah.
So the dark purple ones are like a shadow behind, and then there's a layer of mousse, the expanding mousse, and then there's the flowers put on over it. So, we've been talking a lot lately. People are like, oh, this just doesn't look good. Hi, Laura. It just doesn't work, and it's ugly and whatever. So you put that down and you got under the stencil, and it's, you can't fix it, and whatever. Grab your palette knife like I just did and smear it all over, cover the whole page. I just turned it into something different than we originally started out with. I just gave it a purple background and then did those flowers on top of it in this solid cotton. And actually, I think that looks pretty darn cool. And at least it has some background shimmer than, better than just having the white paper with the purple flowers. Well,
Gigi, don't let mixed media intimidate you. Just it's all about experimenting and playing and just going for it. There are no hard rules other than the media that you're working with that might have some rules. So you just
totally understand what she's saying, though.
Make it fun.
Gigi, I totally understand what you're saying. I remember feeling like that. And I think it's because I would look at the end result of something somebody made. And I would look at, here's the products they said that they used. Here's the end result. Here, look, come here, look, come up. And I would think, oh my goodness, how did they take those to get that?
Yeah.
And I had no idea. And that was kind of intimidating. And then when you learn that it's really just step by step, and that the artist, as they're making it, never really knows, oh, look who's saying hi. I'm trying to clean the mat. The artist never really knows when it's done until they get there. Would you say, Cher?
Yeah, I can think that I'm done and then realize, oh, wait, I want to do this. And it's not about knowing when to stop. It's more like I know in my heart, and I know in my soul when it's done singing the song, like I know when I feel like it's complete. Okay, you guys, I am working on something right now. I know you've seen some stuff on my desk.
Say hi, Lucy. So, yeah, and so if you break that down, Gigi, if everything is, and anybody else, if everything is step by step, this is how I look at it. If everything is step by step to get from point A to point Z and make that really cool thing that the artist made, then all I have to learn is how to get from step A to step B. And then I can figure out how to get from step B to step C and C to D and so on. And so that starts with saying, okay, what kind of products would I use? And you've got a whole bunch of products now because we've been, all gathering them together. Oh, she just laid her head down on my arm. Oh, what a sweetheart. Just resting her head. So all we need to do is make sure everybody knows what to do with those products, how to use them. And you can't really know how to use them until you know what they'll do. And
until you play with them.
Yeah, that's why we love to experiment and play, because we can just try things that we're not going to do in the middle of a project, but we can just try it and see what happens.
Yeah, you would ruin your project if you didn't know how it worked and you just started throwing things on it. You have to play with it.
We just want to see how it responds and what it'll do. And like this background, do you think I really thought of that? Or do you think that was a happy accident? Went underneath a stencil and, oh, shoot, now it's ruined. What am I going to do with it? Well, I got all this, expanding mousse on here. I'm just going to smear it all over and cover the card. Well, then what if I go over because it dries so quickly, what if I just go over the top and put those flowers on top of it in a contrasting the base that I use for that purple? So it's just playing with it, seeing what it will do, how it reacts or how it acts to things. So then when you go to do your project and you're like thinking, I want something that will do this. And then you're like, well, when I tried the mousse, it did this and it did that and it did that. Oh, yeah, I'll try that. I mean, that's all we do. Sweet puppy. She is a
So
sweet
I've been
puppy.
working on, I know you guys have seen some other pictures. I've been working on this little shrine, and
This
I'm
is so cool.
not done with it by a stretch.
No.
I mean, but I don't know how much more I'll be doing to it until I'm done with it. I mean, I'll know when I'm done. And it's just been step by step. This is a little Buddha that my stepdaughter gave me, and it sits on my desk. And I used some of the alcohol ink papers that we did last week for my background. And then I've got all these different textures in here, and that's an old bingo chip. And here's some resin pieces. But it's, you don't know until you're done. Right. And I put the little feet on there. This was a little box, and then I attached a hand-carved wood handle from a teacher's desk, and you can see how uneven it is. Like somebody made that. Mm-hmm. It's got some of that old newspaper on it. This is a texture paste that I made, that I tinted and through a stencil. And I mean, it's received so many coats, but it's layer by layer by layer when you're doing mixed media, and you never. I mean, mixed media. You guys look at that and go, "Wow, that's so cool!" But Sharon doesn't sit down and do that start to finish. She does a couple things, and then she lets it sit on her desk, and she comes back tomorrow and thinks, "Oh, I think I want to do this to it and that to it." Yeah. And it can take 2 to 3 weeks to do a complete little project like that she's doing. It's not something you sit down and knock out in 2 or 3 hours typically. No, not for normal people. I got some paintings that fast, but they were just like in my soul, and I just couldn't get it out fast enough, Right. But for the most part, everything takes me a little longer. So, this is my bingo Buddha. That is right. That is right. So I want to take this leftover lavender mousse here, and I want to know what it'll do on this braille paper. So I'm thinking about how I want to put it on the top, because I want to see. I'd love to be able to spread it just ever so gently and just get it on the raised bumps. Not on the whole paper, but I think it'd be easier to get it on the paper and then have the raised bumps standing up. I don't know. So I'm trying to decide how I might want to spread it. The same. These are dry now, and the color's exactly the same, whether you put it on straight from the jar or you stretch it out and add it to that heavy gel medium I put it in. It looks exactly the same. The color? Okay, so the color came out the same. Yep. Wow, that was a good experiment, because that was. One would think, it'll probably be watered down a little bit. So I'm going to cut these up and show the, it might not look great in a whole piece, and none of this is a focal point, but I'm going to go ahead and cut it up into tag sizes and stick it in that container on my desk. So over at PM Artist Studios, they had an excellent idea for the lead into the All About for next month. And that we will announce pretty quickly here. But one of they do a lot of gel plating, printing, and they actually sort them by color. And I thought that was an excellent idea. And, I'm all about making boxes, recycling kitty litter boxes and, making like magazine file style boxes. And I think that is an excellent idea. And I encourage you to go over and watch their color mixing tomorrow. I'm excited to see it. Bill has to work, so I look forward to getting in. It's going to be early for me. It is going to be early. 8 o'clock Pacific, 9, correct me if I'm wrong, 9 Mountain, 10 Central, 11 Eastern. Is that correct, guys? Mariah, Patricia?
Hi, honey.
Hi, honey. Happy anniversary.
So it's TM Artist Studio. And ladies, if you want to add that link to the chat bar, or I know
We'll
it's
have to do it.
on the
We'll have-
page.
I'll
You
go
guys can
grab
find
it.
it on our group page.
Sharon, we'll have to do it. So I'll go grab their link.
Okay. Well, I know that it's on the, I know it's in a Happy Paper People. So
you know what? Yeah,
they
if
can
they
actually just click in there.
Yeah, if they put the link in our feed, then yeah, everybody check there.
Yeah. So I'm going to cut this up. Go to my cutting board back here. Poor Lucy. I can hear her crying.
Oh, that's because Daddy just came home and he came and gave me some attention instead of her.
Lucy, come on, come on.
Oh, look. Yay, Kilty's home. Kilty kisses. Yeah. Mwah.
Okay, ladies, I got to throw this plug in there real quick.
Uh-oh.
No. If you haven't seen the movies Collateral Beauty with Will Smith, you need to watch that one.
Yeah, it was
and
good.
Also one called All Together Now.
Is that a Hallmark? That's a Hallmark, isn't it?
No, I think they're both Netflix.
I think All Together Now is a Hallmark.
Oh, do you?
I think. Not positive, but I think it was. I think it's a current Hallmark.
Okay. I thought
All Together Now, but Collateral Beauty is on Netflix.
Yeah.
Will Smith.
Got to watch those and make sure you have some tissues by, because you're going to cry your head off.
Yeah. I usually save those up for when I feel like I need a good cry.
They're very good feel good movies.
Yeah.
Huh.
They're really good.
Good to know. I'm so bad. I watch a lot of British drama if I can't sleep.
Why is
Otherwise,
that
I
bad?
don't watch TV. I don't. Like silly stuff too.
Why do you say that's so bad?
Oh, I just mean like these are shows that are not that exciting, and I'm just trying to get sleepy, and then I end up I do it to get sleepy, and then I end up liking the characters, or I don't like the characters, and I just can't stop watching.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't stop watching him.
Right. That's right. So it's like
Gigi has seen Collateral Beauty. She said that's an awesome movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a great movie.
The Mike's over here.
So I'm not going to cut all of them into tag shapes, but a couple. And then I'm going to pop them in my container. You guys have seen this. I know you have. Where I've collaged and I've used all different kinds of papers, and I used washi tape, and I used some words and some stuff I stamped. That's vellum that's coming up, but it's absolutely.
Oh, those are movies. Are You Being Served? And the one with Hyacinth.
I love, Keeping Up Appearances.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah, I do.
What goes down? I'm gonna go out and collect eggs.
Laura, okay, thank you, honey.
And then I gotta go to bed.
Oh, I know, darn. Laura, are those BBC or are those movies you're suggesting?
Those are BBC, and they are like old British sitcoms.
Oh, Are You Being Served?
Keeping Up Appearance. Are You Being Served is the one about the department store.
Okay.
And it's from the 60s.
I'm not huge on BBC.
Oh, I love it. You know what I do. Yeah.
I don't know why. I just not.
Here we have. See, those are great, cut up, and they never look so spectacular until you get them cut up when they're like that. Coffee dyed paper, some paper strips that I cut off. This is I usually instead of the normal gel plate papers that I use in everything, I used coffee dyed paper this time. And then look at those strips. That turned out pretty cool. And then they'll get a focal point and whatever, and maybe I'll make a little tag book out of them. That'll be fun. I need to have 1,000 of them up here so I can get one from each and have a real variety in a tag book. Wouldn't that be hilarious? All right. Anyway, there was one experiment I wanted to do. Oh, here's my drop shadow. I put it on with the ink, and then I moved the stencil just ever so slightly. Did go under a little bit right there, but you know, that's a gel print, I believe, sitting there. Just a piece of scrap, and this is an envelope. This is natural on that envelope. So that'll make a fun little bag, and then I can maybe put a word here, and it's cute. This fuzz is driving me crazy. There we go. Yeah, not bad at all. And it's dry. Doesn't take long. Oh.
All right.
Okay, so the other experiment I wanted to do, not on this. This is, isn't it? This is beautiful. I'm not messing that up. I'm not. I want to see if it splatters like Tim Holtz ink does. And I'm going to do it on something light colored because I don't want to, I want to be able to, for you guys to see it on the camera. So let me find a scrap here next to me, or maybe just one of these.
All right, a little heavy right there, but okay. This was a piece of black paper, not super thick paper.
I love it on
like
black.
Drawing paper, and you can use the emboss side or the deboss side, but I just run it through the embosser. And so then I took this lavender, and I just kept adding water until it got thinner and thinner, because there's a lot here. And when I get it all off the palette knife, it's still pretty thick because there's a lot there. So I can still do several more things. I'm going to have to grab something and do something with this because I'm not going to waste it. But I got it really thin with water. And then I put on a fresh blending brush. Blending's foam, not a brush, a foam. And I put some on it, and I tapped it off over here. I didn't want a lot on it. And I ever so lightly just barely touched it in round swirling motions, and look how metallic that makes that black paper. That looks so cool.
That looks really good.
I really like that.
So Patricia and Mariah sent some goodies out today for you and I.
Nice. Oh, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Sweet friends. What sweet friends.
Wow. That's amazing.
Oh.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
So excited.
I know. Because I love what they do, so I can't wait to see.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. That is really, really sweet.
Well, we will have to figure out what it is that you don't have that you would like to send you in return. Maybe it's even just some little ideas to use with your gel prints, or ways we've used them over the last year. That'd be fun.
I'm reading your comments, guys, but I'm not commenting on them because I don't know anything about those BBC shows, honestly.
Oh,
so I just don't want you to think I'm not reading them, because I am. I just don't know anything about the BBC shows, so I'm not going to insert my opinion there.
So I'm actually going to just spread this on. I will pick a dark color so we can see the difference, and I'm going to splatter it with water. The other thought was to put a stencil down and do take it away with a baby wipe, and wonder if that works. Like maybe I could do half and half. Knowing how your products work is the first step to mixed media, honestly.
So on this one, I covered it with regular mousse, and then I put a stencil down and pulled some off with a baby wipe. It's the metallic makes it look really cool. Makes all the different holes look different. And then this one, I actually put mousse down in the holes, the gold mousse, and I took leftover from the purple one here and added water, thinned it out a bit, and then just brushed it over the top of the gold to add a background to it. But wouldn't those both make cool bases for a card? And I really like what it did on this wood tag. Really like what it did on this wood tag. Now I can build on that.
I keep losing my, oh, there it is. I put it back. Go figure. I think the thing with the water is you have to catch it before it dries, and it dries so fast.
But you can keep adding water. Not a big deal. Just keep adding water. It dries.
So I think what I'm going to do is
it's a little bit thicker, and you just add a little bit more water. Because the water dries, it doesn't change it's not changing your pigment at all. If you keep adding water, it's not getting thinner and thinner and thinner. If it dries and you get it wet, and dries and get it wet.
So I'm actually going to try to pull it away. What the heck? Why is it yellow? That's weird. Like there's a yellow undertone or something. No way, because it's blue. It would look green. Yeah, I'm not having luck with this.
Pulling it away with the baby wipe?
No, I haven't tried that yet. That'll be next. I was just wondering, and I wonder because it's water soluble, if salt works like it does with the watercolor.
So what are you doing on this one that I didn't catch?
Okay, all I did was spread that out, and before it dried, like trying to hurry, I wanted to see if, like Tim Holtz,
you could spray it
with water soluble media. If you sprayed it, if it got splatters in it, you know, like it would have water droplets.
It won't get splatters in it like the alcohol, because the alcohol eats away at it, but it will get splatters on it. Yeah, we'll get splatters on it. Like you can keep watering this down until it's really thin, and then take a brush and splatter it on something and see the water drops. They do look pretty cool.
So I'm going to do the baby wipe next. I will spread this thick enough that it's not just drying immediately. And then I will put a stencil over it and pull it up with a baby wipe. Hopefully. Let's see if it works.
And what's interesting is when you put this down like just on a piece of paper like this, and then you look at it and you're seeing all the brush strokes or the circles or whatever. When you look at it tomorrow, when it's 100% dry and it's had time to cure, it will look different. That's kind of cool. It does not look the same.
She said, Patricia and Mariah said, we love weird papers, anything fussy cut, because they don't do much of that. Oh, it does work. Which is funny because we have a fussy cutting expert.
Oh, we have the fussy cutting queen.
Yeah.
That's Glynis. You can see Glynis in chat.
Glynis is part of our
mousse, though. She's in Canada, and she is our fussy cutting queen.
She is. She really is.
Yeah, that actually looks kind of
cool.
She
loves to fussy cut, which is a weird thing to love.
Well, to you, it isn't to her.
Right.
Some people probably think collaging is a weird thing to love, but we like putting glue down and slapping paper on it.
So you really have to wipe to get that up. Really, really. You can, if you put it on really thick, you can scratch into it.
Oh yeah.
I do know that. Yeah. You can stamp on it in case there's any question about that. If you use a permanent ink, you know, like an archival or a StazOn, or with this one, since it didn't work real great, I'm gonna try my pigment ink pad in white on it.
You guys saw how much purple I put down here, and look, I keep doing all these things, and I still have so much here. I'm telling you, it goes a long way, and you get one of these containers, it's going to last you a while. Don't think, oh, I'm doing a ton of stuff, I'm going to have to be replacing this every few months. You're not. This is one of those things that's going to last you a long time. Okay.
Yes, Glynis, we know you're a little weird, and we love you for that. Glynis is actually one of our admin. She's a very, very important part of what goes on in the background and decision making, and everybody's important, but Glennis is part of the admin team.
Glennis, you're weird. You're weird in the best of ways.
You are, and I admit,
because we're all a little weird, and we love that.
Yes,
we want everybody to be weird in their own way, because that's where we see all the differences and learn different things. And I didn't want that to go
absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, I guess I have to have a stamp first, don't I? Let me grab one of those really quick. I'm just going to grab one that's already loaded here. Can't get your stamp on straight if it's on the block crooked. I do know that from experience.
All right. I've got some different kinds of paper, too, that I want to experiment on, like we did with the alcohol inks. I've got all this purple sitting here. Let me grab, because I just want to get this purple up, and I don't want to waste it. So I know I've got some little cut up pieces of vinyl from the other night. Let me find a piece of vinyl. There's a piece of vinyl.
So anybody that is new here tonight, we aren't usually doing a bunch of different things like this. We just know that experiment nights are fun, and that's the goal.
Well, we're doing the same thing, but different. We're using the same product, but different things. So it gives you the chance to see twice as many experiments.
So you can stamp on it with the white. That's nice.
Nice. Okay.
That's very nice.
That even dries.
Didn't want to waste it since it didn't really come up very well with a baby wipe. It did shred the paper a little bit. I really tried to get that up. I tried too hard. That happened.
Nice. Nice. Okay, I got to show you. Debbie's playing. Debbie's
good
experiments. So
Debbie, you have people over for the Laugh and Craft tonight?
She has Jill over. She said at the beginning.
Cool.
Jim Holst distress ink on tags with mousse and stencils, and I can see that she used crackle. Oh, that is so good. Look at the bird. I love that little bird.
I love that crackle.
Yeah, the crackle looks cool. Now, you can see the middle one is smaller crackles, and the one on the right is bigger crackles. The thicker it is, the bigger cracks you're going to get like that, like the desert. The thinner it is, the finer cracks you're going to get, like the center one. And if it's even thinner, you're going to get even finer cracks. And that's how you get the fairy wings and the dragonfly wings.
So, Robin, you were wondering if I could use embossing powder on it? Most likely. I think my stamp isn't very wet anymore, but I could do it again embossing powder is plastic, so you can pretty much melt plastic on anything the way it works out. Let me do that real quick. Let me just re-stamp it though. I'm going to try to line this up just so it's nice and wet. Oh, let me get out my embossing powder first.
Hi, honey.
Hi.
You got the eggs?
Yes, there's only 2. I know.
Wow.
So either they're hiding them somewhere,
or they're telling us it's okay to get rid of us.
Honey. Oh.
Well, winter's coming and you're going to be working nights.
I set my one for tomorrow at.
So I really like blue and gold together, so I'm thinking gold.
We'll go to Walmart, Target, and Best Buy. We're looking for a microphone recorder.
Should probably just check online, save some driving around.
I've done that.
Okay.
But the best ones that I can see for the price are at Best Buy.
Okay.
But I'd rather try the other 2 to see if I can get one that's just as good, but just less
expensive. How much? $50?
30 to 50.
Okay.
I mean,
and it doesn't have to be super high quality to play for something. It's just got to be so you can.
You're right. But I'm thinking.
Okay, I've got my etiquette book out here.
You can get one that's
it's I think it's a wedding etiquette.
I mean, they have not under 120.
Right. We not only have your dad's, but I got one too when I was taking oral notes for my book. Remember?
No, I don't remember.
Long time ago, back in Mesa, and that's probably the same place your dad's is.
So, what am I doing?
All right.
Oh,
So,
that's why. That's Google.
oh, all right. Let me show you what else Debbie's working on.
What?
Okay, so these are done with Tim Holtz inks and stencils. Let's make sure I'm in the, whoops, hang on here. There we go. Tim Holtz inks and stencils.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
That looks like incredible great marble.
Uh-huh.
Beautiful.
And yeah, it's cool.
That is
This
phenomenal.
one is alcohol ink from from last week. And then she added stencil and mousse over it. I love it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I love it when we pull out projects that we hadn't finished, that we started on a Saturday, and then we finish them up with a new technique. Suddenly, if you didn't think you could do mixed media, now you are. Right?
The best. Because how much
Definitely doing mixed media there.
It'll plug into your Macs, and it'll plug in the Macs.
All right, I'm gonna pull this off to the side to emboss it, to heat emboss it, because
it's not
camera and
compatible.
stuff.
Oh,
It's not compatible with Mac.
So
Really?
melt some
Yeah.
glass.
Some are
I thought
compatible
you just
with-
meant it had a USB. So.
No, some have USB, some don't.
Uh-huh.
And so that one has a USB, which is my number one choice. But this one also, which is only $39.99.
People have them
So,
there. Can,
and this is the best buy. So
Okay.
I thought we can
on the way.
try to
Okay.
draw over there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Good
All right. Good night, honey. Love you. Good night, Lucy.
Good night, Dave.
Doug says good night to everybody.
What? Have a heater going at the same time.
Yes,
Hold
I
on.
did. Yes, I did. Okay. All right. So I'm going to set that. All right.
Hold
So
on a second.
I've got some of last week's. Now these are the marble. I also have last week's alcohol inks, and I've got. These are. We're getting that reverb again. Here they are. Okay, so as we were playing with alcohol inks, I sure noticed a difference as I went along and got a feel for the alcohol ink and what I got. And so like this was the first thing I did, where I just put it down and to see how much alcohol I had to add, how it would spread, you know, all that stuff. This is photo paper. And I mean, it's nothing. It's just kind of, I could add alcohol and continue playing with it. But I'm also thinking that I could just use a stencil and mousse and clean that up nicely, turn it into something pretty neat. I also wanted to try, this is a piece of vinyl that I did alcohol ink on last week. Big old glare there. And it smells pretty well. Let me see if I can adjust this light at all. Not sure where to get out of the glare. It's the glass mat that causes a lot, so I don't like using it, but I do like it when using media. The mousse doesn't stick super well to the vinyl, but I'm wondering if it will to the alcohol ink on the vinyl. So I want to try that. And then any that were just kind of, you know, so-so. There's some that I really love how they turned out. And I'm not sure what I want to do with those yet, but some of them I didn't. So that'll be good ones to try some mousse over. I also have, let me think here. All right, we want to do some crackle mousse. That's what we want to do. Some crackle mousse to let some dry on its own.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh,
I got another idea too. Oh, so many ideas that I came up with today.
You have an idea. Boy, I'm making a mess. Okay.
Of course.
So now I think all I'm going to do, since we tried the things that I wanted to try, I'm going to go back to actually finishing some stuff up. And I'm going to go through some of these and add, maybe I'll do a couple of them, you know, maybe finish a couple of these up.
A couple of cards or tags.
Yeah, a couple of these things that I started. You know, add the different layers, maybe grab a couple of these, or I could cut this one up finally. I love this one so much. I'm having such a hard time cutting it.
Well,
I really am.
Did you scan it?
No, there's no reason why I can't replicate this. I have all of these things in droves.
I know, but they never come out exactly the same.
This one, you know, because I've got some gel prints in here. I've got it. I love it. It's
then
just,
why don't you replicate it and use the one you replicate unless you like it better? Scan what you like the very best. I think I'm going to put this stencil down right in the middle here. And then the question is, what color mousse are we going to use on this? Let's get some caution tape down. It's going to have to hold it because it's going to be pretty slick. I don't trust me to be able to hold it all in place there. Okay. And so this is photo paper that this is on. I'm hoping with the alcohol ink, that will be enough tooth on it for the mousse to stick. And after I do this, then I'm going to promise we're going to do a crackle. And then I've got something else I want to try with the, actually I could try that with any. I could try that with any of them. So you can use it on embossed paper. You know that. We've already been doing that. But you know those cheap embossed frames you get, like at Dollar Tree? They have all the designs around the outside. They're just raised, just a little wood or plastic. They're usually plastic frames at the Dollar Tree. Yeah. And they have all the design around the edge. Those are great for mousse. You can get a cheap, old, no color, you know, whatever it is, and make it anything you want with mousse. It's very cool. All right, what color shall I put on this? Maybe not that. Let me take a quick gander here. Mother of Pearl might be cool. You think?
This one's less bad.
Let's see. Mother of Pearl or chai latte. No. Oh. Powder blue. Powder blue would look cool too. I haven't even used that one yet. That's horrible. Good enough reason to use it just because I haven't yet, right?
What an idea.
Okay, so this is the powder blue. And what's this one? This one's Mother of Pearl. Which one do you guys think I should use on there? Yes, Mother of Pearl and Opal. Ever tried the mousse on fabric? I did try mousse on fabric. If you just put the mousse straight on fabric and it's thick so it stands up, it can kind of chip off kind of easily. But if you thin it down a little bit, and sometimes that means a couple of layers, like that purple that I had added water to and thin it down a little bit, and then you did on a stencil on fabric, you could make it as dark as you want, just make it a little bit thinner. And then if you wanted to, you could do a second coat too. That works a little bit better. Robin, you'll have to have some in the fridge right now. Margie, what do you have in the fridge? What do you have in the fridge? You know, probably something like cheesecake. Let's see. Mariah's on the keyboard. Oh, Margie's cheesecake. Yeah, we know Margie's got cheesecake in the freezer. She always does.
I mean, my desk is covered with all kinds of things. Why not start a 3D mixed media assemblage project, right?
Yeah. I keep talking about wanting to do an altered paintbrush.
Well, this isn't a paintbrush. It's like the butter things that you would move your butter back and forth with.
Yep.
And I've got all these things out, like the resin pieces that I made, and then I've got like I pulled all that stuff out because I was doing the Buddha, and these are the things that I didn't end up using. And I'm wondering, since they're sitting here, if I don't just go ahead and throw together so I can paint it with the black and show how fun it is to get all that texture on there. And
Mother
then
of pearl or powder blue? Mother of pearl or powder blue? Some people said mother of pearl. Some people said powder blue.
Pearl, for sure.
I could see where they both be super pretty.
Okay, I've got all this crap on my desk. If I'm going to do this, I have to move this off a little bit.
I'm going to have to wash that up a bit. I don't want purple in my mother of pearl. It's not mother of purple.
Mother of purple.
No, it's not mother of purple. Oh. Marge, you starting your birthday month early? What, like a day?
Yeah. What is it that you are wishing for your birthday, Margie?
Oh, she's starting it early.
Tell us your secret desires and wishes.
Yeah. Tell us that.
Tell us all of that.
Yeah. Just the ones that are publicly okay.
Yeah. Only the public ones, please.
Not that one,
Yeah. Just
harmony.
No hunks.
Good night, Laura. Laura's leaving.
Good night, Laura. Thank you for coming by.
With us.
Yeah. And if you do something with Nuvo Mousse this week or ever, I mean, you could do it anytime, but share it with the group.
Post it in the group. All right, let's get some of this mother o' pearl.
I'm going to go grab a couple more 3D things, maybe some buttons, or I'm going to grab my mixed media bit tin. So I'll be right back.
Are you starting a mixed media project? Not doing mousse anymore?
I already have these things on my desk.
Yeah.
So I glue them down so I can paint it black and use Nuvo Mousse on it.
Ah, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. We're experimenting with mousse tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna use mousse. It's just I gotta glue this stuff down first.
Yeah, we'll have a night where we're gonna do an altered jar or an altered paintbrush. I want to do an altered paintbrush. I've seen so many cool ones, and I've never done one, and I want to do one. So, ooh, this stencil goes super close to the edge, making me nervous. I should have put some tape down there because maybe on purpose I'll go all around the edge and make a border. That's what I'll do.
So I'm not going to go crazy on this. I'm just going to put a few elements on it so I can paint it black.
Yeah, I usually paint my base before I add those things on, but I know it'll go either way. It's interesting to see how people will do things at different orders or differently, and then come up with similar type.
Yeah,
results.
I like to get everything glued down first, pretty much. And I'm just not going to put a lot of things on it so that I can get a move on with the black gesso and then the Nuvo Mousse and show its versatility.
Mm-hmm. I sure hope this sticks to this photo paper. I want this to work. This is an experiment, and I want it to work.
Sometimes they don't work. Sometimes our experiments are not perfect, guys. I mean, and unless we experiment, we will never know.
It's true.
Yeah.
It is true.
I haven't used this kind of paste on wood, really. I'm sure it'll work. It should work. Better work. But I do have, there's a lot of weird little ridges here. I wanted to.
Well, mousse works great on metals That's kind of what Sharon's getting to
Hot
now.
glue works really
But
good for stuff too.
That's the
Honestly,
thing that you guys see me use my fingers a lot, is grabbing mousse and doing it on metals. Mousse and alcohol ink are probably the two easiest ways to change the color of a metal.
I usually use my favorite gel medium for this stuff.
So why aren't you
But
now?
I got this on my table, so I'm using it. Why not? And then I can hit it with a heat gun and.
Oh, you know what I should have done? Oh shoot, I should have done this with expanding to see if how it would expand on photo paper. That's what I should have experimented with.
Did you used the crackle, right?
No, what I'm doing right now is regular embellishment mousse.
Okay, but you have used the crackle tonight, right? Did you do that?
No, not yet.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
Too many things.
I know, there's too many things to do. This is Debbie, and this is black ash mousse.
That's beautiful.
On last week's alcohol print. Debbie, this one is incredible. Wow. The last one was amazing. This one's even better. I love this. This is a framer.
It reminds me of a Spanish, because it's like red and black floral, some black ruffly lace, and it looks very Spanish.
I love the red and black contrast.
Gorgeous
on anything.
Yes.
Okay, so this stencil's pretty thick.
Julie said, "Do you know what's turning me off doing this now? Having to clean the stencil." Oh, Julie, the best way to go about that is to just have a thing of water next to you in a tub.
Julie, I'm not cleaning mine. I'm scraping all I can off of it because I forgot to bring a tub of water in. Because this is water soluble, it comes off so easily. It'll come off your brushes. Actually, I think this might spread better with this. It'll come off your brushes super easy. If it comes off your brushes, it'll come off your stencils super easy. So if you don't feel like cleaning them in between each one, and you didn't bring water in, don't worry about it. Just wait, do it. Do it when you get done with all of them. Or tomorrow morning.
Well, try to do it as soon as possible, I would say.
Yeah, well, for Julie, it is tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Australia.
It is tomorrow noon.
Yes.
So she's got time where we might go fall into bed and not want to do it tonight. I probably will, though.
So when I get done with this, I'll just throw it on the heat gun and or throw the heat gun on it, and so I can get on it.
Get down on it. Get down on it.
I don't know. Really get down.
Yeah. Get your back up off the wall.
Anybody that doesn't know, Marianne and I both have musical backgrounds. She was a music major. I was an art major, and and
theater.
And I did a lot. Yeah, I did a lot of theater. Tech theater, tech design, and I had a band in my 20s, and I wrote albums, and we are music people, and we will sing all night long because everything reminds us.
I'm not singing much tonight. I had a band in high school. We were so bad.
I don't think I'm going to like it.
I think about it now. We were so bad.
It's going to be too thick, and then I'm going to end up with some textures I don't want. So I'm going to put it back and get my favorite glue. Got my favorite glue.
All right.
it's on the smooth buttons. It's too textury, and I want texture, but I don't want that kind of texture because the Nuvo Mousse will pick up on every single little texture, no matter what.
Which sometimes is super cool.
Yeah, but not this kind. Not like that. I'm going to take that away. I don't like it. I don't want it. That's right. I just stuck my finger in paste.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, there never is. It's just to get these
on here. I forgot that was on
kind of using the thicker things here, the tile and the thicker button to hold the frame up. That's the goal. Because the frame will sit probably like.
Ooh, that was Persian red mousse, Debbie. Wow.
That
I never see Persian red. It's that dark and pretty red. It always seems more orangey to me.
Yeah. Do have this awesome textury bottle cap.
So, are you going to be able to?
I
did. How much did you want to go on it? I didn't look it up. Don't look it up.
Is Doug back up?
Yeah.
He is, isn't he?
Yes, if you want to. I don't know, honey. You tell me what your thought is on that. Oh, that's cool. Okay. This is peeled paint on the tag. Okay, this one is Persian red mousse. Peeled paint on the tag and Persian red mousse. That is super pretty. What a great distressed Christmas.
Oh, wow.
Poinsettia tag. That's amazing.
Yeah, I don't have any red or black Nuvo Mousse. I think I really like them.
All night long.
Lucy,
all night long. Now you're going to put that in my head. And when I get sick of whatever song's in my head, then I go to Margie and say, Margie, I need a new earworm. And Margie gives me weird earworms until Glennis comes up with Trash the Camp. And oh my goodness, I like that one. It gets in my head and I like it, but Doug doesn't like it because it's in my head and I'm singing it all the time.
All night long.
It's a fun one. I need. Let me just use this.
Let's see.
I just need a little barrier right here. No, that's not going to work. Not enough mousse, for one thing.
So some people just use die cuts for these or chipboard pieces or whatever. And I usually have some of the real stuff because that's what I have mostly. Yeah. And I'll end up probably putting a cameo. This is just setting on there for right now. Probably put a cameo on the in the middle of the frame. I'll float it in there last after it's all done.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'll use molds or resin pieces or
I've got a couple resin pieces here.
I've got a bin full of old metal bits and pieces or
my who's what's it bin.
Yeah, the rusty things or the not rusty, but they're just cool metal things.
I've got some down in the laundry room and I have some up here that are like smaller pieces. My real rusty stuff. Hey, how do you guys feel about making rusty stuff one day? Because I've got a recipe I haven't tried yet, but I mean, I think it's the same recipe everywhere.
New.
It would be fun to
try a new rusty recipe.
Rust up some of our stuff. Yeah. I think.
And if I ever run out, I'll just go to the garage and start going through Doug's stuff.
Well, I'm the one that keeps all that stuff. I don't think Bill has anything rusty. All my stuff.
No, Doug's is not rusty, but I'm just saying if I run out of metal things, I'll just start going through his because he's got, his own stash of metal things for repairs and whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't keep rusty things, but I do.
Yeah, he would.
Don't want to use rusty things on repairs.
He brings me rusty things because he knows me.
Yep. Doug does too.
He knows me. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Or he'll bring stuff home from work. Honey, can you use this? We've got him trained, don't we?
I just love that they support us that way.
Yeah.
think
But
it's
then
cool.
he complains I have too much stuff, you know.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Bringing it home, so it's not my fault.
Yeah, but when he brings it home and knows it's something cool, that's why he's bringing it home.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, he can't really complain if he's bringing me stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go get some seed beads out real quick. I know that they sell stuff for that, but I've always used things like seed beads and even
micro beads are great for that.
Beads. Yeah, there's lots of ways to make it
micro beads. Yeah, they're great for that. Okay, did I get all? Oh, now I got one more side where I had tape. Huh?
Oh, nothing. Talking to myself.
Oh,
you know.
Yeah, I do. The usual. Yeah. Guys, I haven't looked at comments because I'm just trying to get kind of sort of straight lines on the side. So give me a second and I'll get in there. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Let's see. I need maybe just a little bit of water because all this stuff here getting dry. But boy, it bounces back to life fast when you give it a little bit of water.
It does. I love watching all the little sparkle move off the side. It's
all
like
the little mica pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I should have used some of this. I forgot I have this piece too.
Let's see. I need to get stuff from a high.
I could use a different kind of glue completely.
Okay, I think I got all 4. All right, I'm just going to let that dry, and then I'm going to cut it around here, and so that some of it looks gold. That's mother of pearl. And looky here, look where it got under the stencil. Oh well, it happens. That's life.
Are you going to break into jazz now?
No.
That sounded like jazz.
I just stopped right there, trying not to break.
Jazz. There's nothing wrong with jazz.
I love jazz. I could probably take a Q-tip and put it in water. Oh, you know what? Before I mess all that up, I could probably just scrape that off because that's alcohol ink. Hang on a second. Let me check. All right, let's see here.
I have not stuck resin to glass with this. We shall see.
All right.
Be right back.
Let's see here. Okay. All right, I'm just going to let that dry for a minute. It doesn't take very long, but I don't want to get mousse on my paper trimmer. So oh my goodness, I can't type. Let me catch up on some. Avoid rusty stuff. Haven't had a tetanus shot in a decade. Yeah. English was night and day. Oh, ha. Hello, Mata. Hello, Fada. Here I am at Camp Granada. Margie.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. Expanding. That one was the natural cotton. Okay. This is Mother Pro. Okay, we've got to do something with crackle. That's what we need to do. Something with crackle.
That one is crackle.
Crackle, crackle, crackle.
I only have the one kind, so.
So let me clean up a little bit here. this mother of pearl. Sweet mother of pearl.
Because it's paper on paper.
All right.
So embossed paper would make a great addition to this kind of artwork. Like underneath, if I would have been thinking about it more, I would have put a piece of embossed lacy paper down there.
That'll look cool.
Instead of this die cut, because I have all these things on here already. It's fine. It's not going to hurt anything.
Let's see here.
No big deal. I keep bins of stuff like, 3D things that I've that I cut off of other projects or
thank you, Robin.
Left over here and there.
Coma Craft. I love the Coma Craft. Oh, cool. Cool. I haven't tried Coma Craft. Debbie is not on StreamYard. Debbie's just has just messaged me the things that she's making.
Oh,
so I can show you. That's how they're saying I don't see Debbie.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you don't see Debbie. Because she's just sent me. Any of you who are making, Glynis hasn't sent hers yet, but she will. Send what she's making so that we can all take a look at it. What is the date today? 31. Okay, here we go.
I don't want to have to get out the E6000, so I hope that works on that glass tile. Oh, I have this stuff.
Feeling really warm.
It's just not working right there.
One here.
So what are you gonna do the crackle on?
Give me just a second. I'm looking something up here for Doug.
I thought he went to bed.
He did. He just texted me.
Oh.
Shoot.
I think it's all mixed together because get all the ones that are left over from a project and you won't sit and sort them,
Yeah.
So those are the ones I put all in one container and I use for things like this.
Yeah, if you're gonna make them black anyway, that's best
yeah,
way to go.
It works out really good. And what's funny is before they used to make all of those glass spheres that you could buy, the little lady microbeads and stuff, I've been doing this.
Yeah.
I don't know. With the first time I saw those, I was like, no way. Because, that's how you cover up your glue. That's how you get in all the little spaces where you feel like it needs something.
So you microbeads.
It's like a Band-Aid too.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
So I've got a couple different sizes in here. Or when you get a set, you get colors that you don't like.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great way to use them.
Check out what Jill is doing. Jill and Debbie are working together tonight. Wow. Gorgeous, Jill. Gorgeous. Check this out.
Yes, please.
This is her tag. Tim Holtz ink on the tag.
It's beautiful.
The mousse over the stencil on the tag.
I love it. Is it an alcohol ink background?
No, I think that's Tim Holtz ink.
Oh, okay.
I think. When that dries, that's going to be fabulous, Jill.
Yes.
Fabulous. Okay, here's some more. Ooh. Oh, goodness. Now, look at this. This is how you layer even more than 2 layers.
2 different stencils.
So
that looks
the
beautiful.
background, which could be the alcohol ink, and then she did a stencil, and then she did another stencil over the top of it, and then look at the crackle on the left. That crackle is a stencil. That's cool. That
is really cool.
Really neat, Jill. Whew. Look at this.
I keep getting off camera. Sorry, guys.
Now, isn't this fun, Jill? Isn't this fun? Just trying these things. It is so fun. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we never know unless we practice.
No, is this that stencil? Is this that stencil you just got from the sale last week?
Oh, that's awesome. That's very Seth Apter. That stencil
That
reminds me of definitely his style.
Just it's kind of like a giant sun's rays.
Yeah, he does a lot of circles, and I think he has a stencil that kind of does that.
I want to say that's a Heidi Swap stencil. We had it at the sale last week. That is cool, and that's the first. You're the first.
That is really cool.
It's awesome. Looks great. Thank you, Jill, for sharing. All right, I was going to grab my water here. I keep forgetting. Need a drink.
Yeah, I get involved in what I'm doing and forget. I hear an echo.
You do?
Yep. And I don't have anything on.
It doesn't necessarily have to be something on. I don't have anything on either. I don't even have YouTube on my phone.
Odd. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I'm not really sure. Come on.
Okay, so there's a couple other things I want to try, but first.
Was it the crackle?
The crackle has to be first. Definitely has to be first. All right. This is pink gin. Let's put pink gin crackle.
That's what it's called? Pink gin?
Yeah. Huh. This is it. It's really pretty. Okay, here's something. Let me get my
Are they the same? Are they called the same colors as the others?
No.
Okay, I see. So that looks like is it truffle or whatever this one's called?
Truffle is
chai latte. Kind of that.
Nope. Here, let's.
So they're not the same color at all.
No.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh, I must have two of those. Oops. Oh well, I'm opening it now. They're actually not even the same. Look here. On the right is chai latte. On the left is pink gin. That's how different they are.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize that they had come up with a whole new color line for those.
Well, yeah. I mean, pink. There's 5 different pinks, or however many. There's not as many expanding and crackling mousses as there are.
I don't know why they were all the same. I just did it.
Mousse. Well, it's kind of like the Tim Holtz alcohol inks. You've got a gold alloy and you've got a gold mixative, but one is called.
But those are different, though. I mean,
they have different properties, and that's so. If you say, whatever one of them is, gold, which one, whether you're talking about a mixative or an alloy. Same thing here. If you say one, whether you're talking about an expanding or a crackle. Okay, so I'm going to fold this paper in half. See if I can do this. Oh, don't do that with mousse on it, silly. You get that color mousse on it. Okay, let's close up the chai latte. I need to put a press and seal on that one. All right, so what I want you to look at the I can't think anymore. Crackle mousse. Look how creamy it looks in there. It doesn't even look like the regular mousse and even the expanding mousse, does it? Everybody. It looks super creamy, where the others don't. They become creamy. I mean, you bring them out, but they become creamy. But this looks creamy in there. And this feels creamy in here. It almost looks and feels like whipped mousse, where the others don't necessarily look like a whipped mousse.
Like something you eat or...
Yeah, they become like a butter or a mousse. But this one looks like like a chocolate mousse. This one looks like a raspberry mousse you would order at a fine restaurant. That's what it looks like. Okay, so I'm going to take some of this pink gin and I am going to put it down on this piece of paper. And I'm going to tape it only because I don't want it to come up, because what I'm going to do is, actually, I'm going to do it on both sides, so I just as well do that. And one side I'm going to dry with the heat gun right now, and the other side we're going to let sit and dry on its own, which is why I want to fold it so they don't both get hit with the heat gun when I don't want them to. This will make a nice little border on the top and the bottom, but it'll just hold it in place without getting my fingers in the mousse all the time, fingerprints, while I'm trying to spread the...
Oh, come on. Don't you always eat your mousse with your fingers?
Yeah, probably. then I end up trying to get my fingerprints out, and it's just a mess.
So nobody knows you were in there.
Really? Yes,
that's
exactly.
The goal. Yeah.
So I'm going to go right up to the edge, and I'm going to do it rather thin on the top, and I'm going to go to a thicker down on the bottom.
Okay, I'm going to read some comments.
Okay, that'd be great.
With the mousse.
What?
Yeah, they run really fast. If there were pony-sized mousses, that would be fun.
Oh, cute.
I read that wrong, and it made me think they should make these in smaller sizes. Since we do have a drawing out thing, they should make little sample sizes, like Tim Holtz has the ink variety in the minis, and I can't even get this to close. I think that they should make little mousse sample packs for people to try so they can see what colors they like, or so that people that don't use them all the time can get them and not have to worry about them drying out.
Well, if they don't use them all the time, they're still going to dry out no matter what size of the container.
Well, I guess that's true. Just it would be cool if they came up with some minis, like a set of Crackle minis or a set of, I just think that would be really smart.
Yeah. Except, as soon as they do that, somebody's going to go, I love these. I use them all the time. Why are they such small containers? They should make them big enough so I don't have to buy them all the time.
But they do make them bigger.
They'd be bigger containers, I know.
But they do make them bigger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. We'll just let them know. They make them bigger. If we see that comment,
we never buy anything tiny anyway, except the Tim Holtz mini inks, and that's for traveling, not because we want a sample size.
It was because I wanted sample sizes before I knew about the inks.
Yeah.
Or any of, anything like that. I don't think I want anything round. No.
Okay,
No. Okay, I'm going to hit this with my heat gun real quick.
Okay.
And watch. Okay.
All righty.
Beads fly everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, sometimes I just don't know when to stop. Okay, so see how I did all that with the palette knife? I didn't have my fingers in it, so I can go back here and scrape off. No, I can go back here and scrape off what I didn't use off my palette knife because I didn't put my fingers in it, so it's not contaminated. Other than I can see another color of something that obviously I didn't get completely off the palette knife. So,
are you sure it's not already starting to crackle? I swear I see crackle.
No, that was just me not knowing when to stop and going over it when it starts to dry.
Oh, okay. All right, I guess.
Oh, fish heads. Fish heads. Oh, Eat 'em up, Lucy. You know what that makes me think of, Lucy? It's like I'm gonna eat some worms. I'm gonna eat some worms. Nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. I'm gonna eat some worms. Fat worms, skinny worms.
Margie. Do you see Margie? Oh my God, I'm taking this all in and I don't really care. She won't get her hands messy for anybody that read that and doesn't understand, but she's completely all consumed in our process tonight, even though she won't get her hands messy. So I love that you can't help yourself, Margie.
See?
I love it.
You can thoroughly enjoy something, even if it's not something you want to do. You can thoroughly enjoy the process and how it looks and watching others do it. And I love that about Margie. She knows clearly, she knows herself very well. She knows what she doesn't want to do, but she also knows that she can still enjoy watching others do it. All right. So, see if I can do this without tearing up the paper. All right. There's one. Finish off this experiment, see if this one actually works. No, don't tear up the paper.
Okay, I'm going to go put this in front of the AC now.
It's so thick.
Let it
thick
continue.
down here on this end. Stuck my finger in that already. Okay.
Oh, you didn't. No.
Of course I did. And I'm trying to get the washi tape off of my finger, and now my fingers are all full of paste.
Oh
no! I stuck my finger right there. All right, I'm gonna put some more on.
Frustrating, huh?
Yeah, that's okay because it's crackle, so it's okay. It'll look cool. Let me clean this up a bit. That it cleans up easily with water. I always get way more messy than is necessary. Not on purpose. It's just the way I am.
I gotta get a napkin.
I guess.
Actually, I have these sitting here. Or tissue paper.
I do have some paper towels. Let me put that.
What?
I'm talking to myself.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Just talking to myself. Just cleaning this off, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm seriously gonna try to do this without totally messing it up. Maybe I should have done it on 2 separate papers, but I just like the idea of having it all together on one. So I'm gonna try to make this work. And I'm looking for, first of all, here we go. Get my trusty reverse tweezers.
Love those.
Folded this ahead of time. I'm going to fold it. Fold it. Of course, it doesn't want to fold now, and I don't want to stick my fingers in it and ruin it. Okay, maybe I can do that. All right. Okay. I can just hold it upside down. There we go. I want to dry half of it with my heat tool and let half of it dry on its own. Okay. So that's what I'm going to do now.
Go girl. Go girl. So, all right.
Lucy, I'm hoping that it won't go right through. Lucy, that's funny. I'm sitting here doing this thinking the exact same thing. Will the heat go right through? And so what if I put something nice and thick in between it, like a piece of cork, I have this cork, and I wanted to try mousse on the cork. I haven't tried mousse on the cork. But how
Great
about
idea. It's got a nice texture.
until that, how about there we go. The cork should absorb the heat so that the heat won't go through to the other side. It's funny, I was thinking that, and I looked up at comments, and Lucy said the same thing. Oops, hang on, I gotta turn this off. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's already starting to crackle. Woo, woo.
Hey!
Oh, cool.
I want to know if it's big crackles, if it does the same thing like when you put a thicker layer on, it's larger.
Thick. I'll do another one with thicker because I didn't really make this very thick.
Yeah, I'm curious about that part. Because all the crackle I have isn't a very big crackle. Doesn't matter how thick I put it on.
Really?
So, yeah, I need to get a crackle paste. What I have is a liquid.
Really good, yeah.
Yeah,
I need I've got a couple of crackle pastes. I think I have the Stamperia crackle paste.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the other brand.
I was going to see if you had tried that yet, because it is something I would like to get. I mean, I like experimenting and finding my own way of doing it.
Sure.
If
you want the crackle paste, the crackle.
Like with like Elmer's glue or whatever, I don't mind trying, but I do know that I also want to paste. This glue underneath my nails is right. Yeah. Hold on. I've had these baby wipes for so long. It's almost time to refill my baby wipe box again. But I've had them forever.
Your what?
My baby wipes. Oh. I've refilled my box a couple times, but I haven't done it much lately.
Right.
Because I go up and down the stairs a lot with chaos, and I just go down and wash my hands or whatever. I'm not using them as often. I use them on projects, obviously, but not on my hands.
Yeah.
My dog's been real sick. She's kind of acting weird and being demanding, so that's why she's down with Daddy right now.
Lucy has Karma Crackle, and she really likes that. That sounds like a good one to try.
Karma?
Mm-hmm, with a K.
I need to finish some cheesecake before it goes bad.
I don't have any cheesecake, Margie. Pumpkin cheesecake.
Oh, I love pumpkin cheesecake. It is so good. Oh, Chroma. Okay.
Chroma?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally read that wrong. Chroma. Karma. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, Lucy.
Yeah.
Karma. Yeah. Karma.
I think I need black Nuvo Mousse.
Oh, I love black.
Because I have these, like the gunmetal. Is that what this one is? No, this one is Old Navy.
Got that a little too hot, a little too close, and it made a bubble.
I love bubbles and gunmetal.
Yeah, but not when I'm trying to get a crackle.
And then I have this bluey green one that's pretty cool. What is it? Sea Spray. I really do.
Sea Spray's pretty.
I want to try that one on black. That's the thing. I wanted some black gesso with all that tooth on it.
Do you have any black paper?
I do. It's not the same. Not what I'm looking for. I already did that. Yeah. The gesso is just so nice and dark and toothy, and more of it shows up.
It looks super cool on black
this
paper.
blue.
All right,
I feel like I'm in grade school again.
This is really interesting because, and I will definitely post a picture in the group so that you can see, because the side that I'm going to let dry on its own is going to be completely different. It's
the bubbles.
It's a much better crackle when you let it dry on its own, but you can see where the heat started to get to this side anyway. But see up here where it was really thin? Look at those little fine crackles like
Yeah.
fairy wings and dragonfly wings.
Yeah, I
Cool.
like
And
it.
then
I love the bubbles.
a little too hot at the location. Stayed in the same location a little too long.
I
Got
would
the
do
bubbles. But, and for some projects, I would love that. And I didn't make it very thick on the bottom, but you can see the bigger crackles here. There's bigger crackles on the bottom, but I didn't make it very thick. But I can't wait for this one to dry on its own.
Lucy makes a good point. They probably do work better on top of, instead of straight onto the paper, you would put them on paint or, you know, so I usually use crackle as a layer in between. So you would want to use paint first and then crackle medium and then, yeah.
This crackle really works great straight on the paper. But it works if you want the true crackle, and no chance of bubbles and things. It works best when it just air dries overnight. You come back tomorrow, it'll be completely different, I promise. I'm going to do one that's thicker here on paper, and I'm going to let it dry overnight so I can put a picture of all three when it's done. See the difference. Like this, thick. Like a layer of mud, mudding your face. My face needs to be
a layer of mud.
I do. I would like to go sit in a mud bath. I've never done that.
I would like that too. Very much.
Have you done that?
No.
I've never sat in a mud bath, and I would like that.
Yeah, I have not. I have always wanted to fly into the Dead Sea, you know, just chop her in, float for a while, have a spiritual experience, heal. Similar, you know, and they rub that all over themselves too, because the minerals are good for your skin.
Yeah.
We
have a lot of natural mineral hot springs here that we can go sit in that are cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think there are hot springs everywhere. It's just a matter of knowing where to find them.
Exactly.
I've been in hot springs. I mean, that's different.
Yeah. I've never gotten in a mud bath though. That's
Yeah. I would love that.
That would be cool.
I might giggle the whole time, but I would totally try the pedicure where the little fish come and nibble all the dead skin off your feet.
I have done that.
Have you? Did it tickle? Did you giggle the whole time?
I did. I did it. Doug was sitting beside me and we both did it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, we did it in, where were we? Some other country. Yeah, I think we were in Jamaica.
I'm shocked that Doug did it too.
Oh, no, yeah, not at all. He totally, he did it right beside me. We sat there and laughed the whole time. It was hilarious. But yeah, it was cool. It was cool.
That's great. It's great that Doug did it.
He's not afraid to do stuff like that with me.
Bill's not afraid to do stuff like that. He's ticklish. He wouldn't do that because he's ticklish.
Yeah.
You know, that's all.
Yeah.
Very ticklish.
Doug was extremely ticklish too. And he kept pulling his feet back, just laughing because it was ticklish. So ticklish. So tickling so bad. And that made it even more fun, and that made me laugh even harder.
That is really fun. Yeah. Yeah, that is fun.
But yeah, that was a really cool experience. When we travel other countries and things, we always try to do things that we don't see regularly at home or might not have the opportunity to do at home or whatever is their norm.
They have it here, but it's illegal.
They might. Yeah, we always try to do.
It's illegal now.
They used to.
They don't let people now. Yeah. Actually, let's just use this stencil trim. it's for health and safety or whatever. They might have changed it, but they took that away as soon as it started. And because they were afraid somebody's going to have bad skin and the fish are going to eat it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they're worried about the fish or other people or what the deal is there.
I don't either. All right. I'm going to leave this, let this dry on its own. Hope that's thick enough. I put it on and then I start spreading it. Then I keep playing with it. And then, you know, I just can't stop.
It's okay.
I'm like, oh, that's so thick. I don't want to waste anything. But it's the thicker crackle is super cool. All right. So let me see.
I'm going to finish this off 2 ways. What? Are you going to break into New Kids on the Block or something there?
Don't
do it. Don't do it. No. No.
No.
Oh my gosh.
No.
No.
Nope, not that one. Okay, I'm going to try some natural cotton expanding mousse, and I am going to add to it some of this. Doesn't this look cool? Look at this. This is pure sheen glitter. It is like such fine glitter from Nuvo. I'm going to add some of that to this expanding mousse.
Okay.
And see what happens. We're going to do it on there. Let me decide what stencil we're going to use. Oh, I think that this would be cool. I wonder if that's big enough. Not quite. Do I have a bigger piece? Do I have a bigger piece of paper? I do.
Great mixed media backgrounds. I decided to try or show 2 different techniques on one thing here. I put tissue paper down. I barely touched it with the silver. And then I went around those edges with the stencil trim.
Better than Mbop.
With the 19 other layers, but you know, nothing like being in the ugly phase.
Okay, Julie, thank you. Laura, it's taking Laura back to 8th grade.
Glitter is evil.
I'm going to check my private messages. Give me just 1 second. What's her national pastime? When Lucy, when her mom and brother had large koi, she liked to stick her finger in their mouth. That's funny.
That I don't like when you have calves, you can't help it, you know, because they're constantly looking for a nipple.
Yeah, but koi aren't calves.
No, but that's pretty. Yeah, that happens. I mean,
that's funny. Okay.
They are funny. They'll eat anything, so they're just looking for a snack, and they don't have teeth. So lucky. Yeah. I'm not gonna cut my skin, I swear.
Oh, okay. We're gonna look at some here from Glynis and some from Julie. Okay.
Perfect.
So here, these first 2 will be from Glynis. Oh, Glynis. Wait, I got to make it fill the turns. 1 second. All right. Sweet. Oh, that's so cool with the birds and everything. Look at that. Nice. I love that, Glynis. That's awesome.
Wow, okay. It barely looks like Nuvo Mousse.
Look at that. She used a coffee stain stencil on it. Love that.
Oh, that's cool.
Oops, we picked up that glare because of that shiny gold. I have to turn it at a big angle. Try to get rid of that glare. Oh, sorry about that. That light, as soon as it sees the shiny gold on the screen. Okay, then this is Julie's. Ooh, Julie, that's awesome. On one of her tags, collage tags.
Oh, beautiful.
The roses stenciled on the mousse are nice. Oh, ooh, that's even better at that angle. Look at that. Nice, Julie. You know all that needs? Needs a little edging with an ink that is a similar color, or a nice dark, like a walnut stain, or a dark vintage photo gone over a couple of times. They'll make those roses pop. That'll be gorgeous. That's really
It's
pretty.
beautiful. Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's dragon drool, not coffee stain.
Maybe.
Oh, wait a minute.
Maybe I should.
Wait
These
a
kind
minute.
of match
Wait
all
a
of them.
minute. Julie, is that the same tag? Is this
I'm having a hot
and
flash.
this the same tag? Holy cow, look at this.
Okay, hold on. I'm having a hot flash. I'd take off my glasses. What's different?
Okay, look at the color here.
Uh-huh.
And look at the color there. I know it's just lighting, but if that's the same, all three of those are the same tag, that, let's see, the pink and green is metallic acrylic paint. The gold makes it look red. But okay, it's pink and green. Wow. Now in the third tag, Julie, I can see that. And that looks cool. A good vintage photo around the edge of that tag will make that those roses pop. That's cool. Great job. Great job. Okay, I'm just going to mask off the top of this and the bottom of this.
So I must be in a very blue mood tonight, because look what I have done here.
I'm so blue.
Look at this. Everything matches.
Well, is that because you only have certain colors of mousse?
Maybe. I mean, I have color. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I keep grabbing for the same ones. I mean, these are the paper. That was the paper. I love the way that one came out. Just that little change over. I liked that paper already, but those colors are great.
Okay, it is time for us to start mixing.
It's time to announce our All About next month.
Oh, yeah. Give me just 1 second, because I need to. What is missing? What is missing a cap? Oh, the gold over here that I'm letting dry out.
Oh, no.
No, I know. It's happening. She's losing her mind already.
Yeah.
No. Okay, so I am going to take this one. I'm going to put some of the cotton down.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm going to have to mix it over here on this one, so you may not see all of the mixing, just because that's taking up most of the space, but I'm going to try to do it close to the edge so that you can see. Okay, here's expanding mousse. And there's my echo. And I'm going to add to it. Some of this. This is called Pure Sheen Glitter Chestnut Brown. But look at all the colors that are in chestnut brown. Doesn't that look cool? Well, I also brought out the purple. I've got several of them. And I'm dying to try them. And this paper's black. Well, maybe we'll do it twice so we can see both colors. Because brown may not be very great against the black. However, I see a lot of copper in this. And the copper, I think, would be very great against the black. Nope, that's not intended to stay in there. Come on. All right. This is super, super fine glitter. So I really don't want to shake it all over the place. I'm going to take a little bit out with this wooden stick.
Project over there.
Oh, cool. How's it coming along? Is it drying?
It's pretty. It's just about ready for me to paint black. So
nice.
it needs a touch longer. Yeah, I'm gonna find some. Oh, I don't know. I'm indecisive right now. I think I need some coffee.
I don't know. Maybe the brown won't be the right color for this, even though I can see red and green and what else? Let's do. I think I see some blue in there, orange. I see all kinds of colors in this, but maybe, I don't know. We'll find out.
Oh, thanks, Lucy. She said she was sewing a book cover together while watching and had to take apart 3 times.
Oh,
she wasn't paying attention enough,
Lucy,
and she was
sorry.
watching us. So
I guess that's a good thing, but so sorry because I know that's a pain.
Yeah, we're a little all over the place extra today, but that's just Laura said they're a bit distracting, aren't they?
Especially when we get excited about what we're doing.
Yeah, especially that. That's the thing.
Maybe it's not us, Laura. Maybe it's you guys in chat distracting her and making her talk.
Maybe that's it. Maybe so.
Maybe it isn't our fault this time.
I've never seen German glass glitter. What's the difference? I mean, I know one's plastic and one's I get that, but how different does it look? You mean the stuff that looks like sand?
What is German glass?
It's like
glitter?
it's not as flat. It's more 3D. Is that the difference?
I do love my German glass glitter though. Is that like I do have glass glitter. I have some. It's blue and it's got silver and stuff in it. I don't know if it's German, but probably not. But is that the kind of glass glitter you mean, Lucy? Like maybe I have it here. I could grab it just to show you, but see if it's the same. But glass glitter usually has bigger chunks. No, it's us guys.
More 3D. Is that correct?
It's usually from only glass glitter that I've known is chunkier. Let's see. It's like waiting for a bomb to go off watching the they're watching my glitter container with the stick.
Oh, with
holding their breath. Holding their breath, waiting for me to
better your desk than theirs, huh?
They're just waiting for me to knock it over. Some friends.
All that excitement, all that energy, it's bound to go.
Yeah, they are friends. They said, put the top on the glitter, please. I listened. I listened, guys.
Oh my gosh. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, look at that. Whew. Safe at last. Oh, you guys crack me up. Yeah, well, it's nice to know that they know me, though, that my sisters know me so well.
No and love.
No and love. And watching out watching out for me.
That's right.
Let's see what happens with
they're doing.
With this fine glitter in here. I don't know. It may not do anything. It may be super darn cool, but we'll find out.
I'm going to, while I'm waiting, I'm gonna pull that out there. And I don't want to cover it on it natural.
I think I'm gonna do it on a white. Well, let's see how this turns out. I want to do it on a different paper with the purple. I have a purple. I pulled out the purple and I thought this was copper and it says brown, but it's got all the coppery colors in it. It's such fine glitter that it's just like super fine sand, not even a granular, big grain sand. It's just super fine.
It's dust.
Sand.
It's like dust.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like
pigment.
Dust.
It's like pigment almost.
Yeah. Yep. That's kind of what it'd be like. All right. There's more of that, and it's going to need to go on something.
She said, but wait, there's more.
I know. There's more of this sitting here. There's always more. I I can never just put down just enough or even not enough and have to get more. I always put down too much. Oh my gosh, guys, that looks so cool. Just wait till it's dry. Ah, that's gonna be cool. What?
Marianne's a little excited tonight. She is extra excited. That
I
is
have
right.
been so excited for this all day long.
Yeah.
All day as I've been thinking about it and doing my stuff, I've been thinking about all these different things I wanted to try. I think I still have things I want to try. I hope I don't run out of time. But
you guys know you can watercolor with your Nuvo Mousse as well, right?
That's one of the things I want to try.
Oh, you haven't yet?
Not really, kind of sort of, but not really.
Huh. You guys can just get like a stamp and stamp out images and sit with your water brush and watercolor with them.
Yeah, I brought a stamp over.
I have my little bag of a lot of what's in here is from our freebies from Cheryl at the Torn Page, and I keep this bag on my desk, so whatever it is that I'm doing, I can come up with, like if I'm looking for an element, I can just go ahead and add it out of this bag. Because it's something I'm working on. I mean, we're all working on.
You mean digital prints?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the kit, the Georgian dressmaker's kit.
I found mine, by the way.
Oh, you lost it?
Well, it got buried in the move. It got buried in the move. And I mean, I put it all into a nice iris case, so it'd all be together. But I knew it was buried in the room, and I wasn't exactly sure where it was. It surfaced today. Let me just say that.
Oh, that's cool.
It surfaced today, yes.
Well, that's great.
Look at that. So cool.
Wow. That's amazing on that black.
So cool. I love it. I love the mousse on the black. It really does look cool. Okay, so this is expanding mousse mixed with this pure sheen glitter that is chestnut brown, but look at all the colors that are in it. It's so sand fine. It's full of colors. Okay, I'm just going to clean up a little bit here. I think I'm going to hit this with the heat gun. Oh, there's still so much sitting there. I hate to waste that. All right, let me hit this with the heat gun. Let's see what happens to it. Bum, 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 bum.
No, new song.
Cool. This is a cool. This is a cool stencil, isn't it, Lucy? This is one of my favorite stencils. It's just like this is all it is. But when you put it down, it just really looks cool. It always does. No matter what I put it on, it looks cool.
I do like that stencil a lot too. It's almost like those die cuts I used earlier.
Kind of reminds me of a seahorse.
Here's one of the things I pulled out that I couldn't find earlier.
Oh, the glitter's going to come out as it dries. Crap, what is it? Expanding. As the expanding mousse dries, the glitter's going to come out.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, this is going to look so cool.
Here we go. Just not sure what kind of a vibe I want this to have or what I'm doing at all. So I want to finish one off. I'm not sure how I want to finish it. That's why I pulled out that other kit and I didn't see anything in there. I do have more to the kit put away. in a project box. That's what I keep on my desk. It would help if I had something in mind. That always helps. Having a theme or knowing what it's going to end up. A lot of times I just make. And for some reason, tonight, I feel like I need more direction. A direction to go in. Maybe one of these kind of magically match.
I didn't put this on very thick. If I put it on thicker, it would expand a whole. The thicker you put expanding mousse on, the bigger it's going to expand to. The thinner you put it on, the less it's going to expand. So if you just want a little bit of raised element, or if you want a big expansion, put it on thicker. This is really pretty thin that I did on this stencil.
We'll just stop there. That's the one. That's the one. Lucy, you're just like me. I still have some puffy paint, like fabric paint. Yeah. And I figure pigment is pigment. Color is color to me. And I will use it in a variety of ways and never like it's intended because, you know, it's paint. But, you know, as long as it's not dried solid through, that is. Ooh, how about one of these green labels? Okay. So I'm thinking like this. Don't really want to cover this. Maybe not. All right.
Wow.
So I would even not you, Mary, Lucy. I would even like cut open a bottle if I felt like there was something in there that was still worth using. I just do not like throwing things away. I don't, and it's because you know, maybe we'll need that color of orange next week. I don't know, and I might. And in mixed media, we use it all. So, right? We're talking about puff paint from the, you know, the 90s and stuff.
Right. I think I still have some of that.
And the way we don't throw things away because we're like, paint is paint.
Yeah, I think I still have some of that.
I might need that color. Who knows? Of course, puff paint was always a little different, wasn't it? Like the texture.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. There we go. So it didn't really work on everything, but that's okay. So I made a little bag out of it. It was an envelope that I cut into thirds, and this was the center section.
Oh, cool.
So I'm going to cut a divot if I can get to my punches in my bottom drawer. I moved my stencils. You guys, I did something crazy. I did something very crazy. You know, I thought my room was closer to done. And I've got this rule about moving it and then using it for a little bit to see if that works, you know, where I've moved something. Well, I tore my room up some more.
You just
only
moved a couple things, right?
Well, no, I ended up doing a lot yesterday.
Oh.
A lot. Because I found that this was working, this wasn't working, this was working, you know.
Mhm.
Mostly it was like my carts and my where I moved my paper and my stamps was not working. So of course you get into the big shift at that point where you're like, oh, well, if I move this, then I have to move this, and then I have to move that, and that happened. That's exactly what went down. I ended up with this pile in the middle of my room as I shifted everything, and I have room. It's not really Tetris anymore as much as it's I don't know.
Just
It's
getting it where you want it.
Yeah, zones.
Right.
You know. So yeah, it's still not put back together, and I don't have the stamps where I want them, but that's okay. I'm getting there. I am getting there. We're just farther away than I'd like to be to that, you know, the goal.
Yeah.
The goal where we finally have the reveal. I just keep making a new mess. So I'm going to do the gold, and then I'll go over it with a little bit of, I want regular vintage photo. So I'm going to use that like a gilding wax, and then just do the very, very edges. Where is it at? I'll use walnut. That's fine.
Okay, so let's see. Where is my... I thought I had these out. That's not...
Good night, Laura.
Good night, Laura.
I thought Laura left earlier. Wait.
Yeah, so did I, but she came
Yeah.
back. She missed us.
I'm glad that you stayed a while longer.
Missed us. Okay, I'm going to ink this up.
I'm just adding a little bit of this like it's
Just
gilded.
Make sure that there's actually still some ink in here.
That it's wearing off.
Might be
That's
a
why
little
I'll
dry.
add brown.
What's that?
I have lots of dishes that have gold around the edges that's wearing off. You know what I'm talking about? The gold.
Oh, she said goodnight to P&M earlier. I didn't realize that they left, but then I was noticing that they're not here. So I thought they must, when she said goodnight, I didn't realize she was saying goodnight to them. And I said goodnight to her. Good night, Laura.
I did the same thing.
Good night now. And good night to Patricia and Mariah that we so rudely didn't say goodnight to then because we didn't realize. That was
that's okay. I'm sure they understand. They do,
yeah.
they do it too. So
I know. They will totally understand. They know we're not ignoring them. Try to keep an eye on everything. It is kind of cool how they do their lives. One of them talks and one of them works. So one of them is trying or making whatever they're doing, and the other one is watching chat and talking to them and to
I think
chat.
it's usually Mariah that does that. She's the tech guru, and
yeah, I thought sometimes she's the one also, doesn't she?
Well,
doesn't she also do
on the videos? Her mom hands her what she's made because Mariah makes things out of them.
Oh, okay.
And that'll be like the pre-recorded videos. I think usually, it's just she's the tech tech support, you know. So
yeah, but it doesn't take much. Doesn't take much tech to watch chat and chat. I thought they took turns being the person who did the.
No. Okay, I like that. Fine. I would probably go in wherever it's going to land, and I'll make a tag to go with it with the similar focal point, and I might go in with some, I don't know, drops or whatever the case. But it's definitely got that nice aged look, and I've got I can't remember how I made that paper. I'm trying to remember.
Speaking of paper,
what?
How about we talk about next month's All About? Because
yeah, let's do that.
For some of them,
That's
August
a good
1st
idea.
is in 20 minutes.
Oh, that's true.
And so we need an August All About so they can immediately get started, right?
That's right. So next month we are going to
The All About will be
experimenting, or not experimenting. Will be altered papers.
Yep.
And that is
all about altered paper.
That's right. And that is any kind. So it's a bit of, mixed media. It'll be how to use, store, and make your own. And we have some fun things planned.
So, sometimes we do gel plates, and that's a way to make altered paper. But there are a lot of ways to make altered paper. You don't have to use paint or, ink, alcohol ink and mousse and things like that in order to make altered paper. You don't have to get messy. There are some people who
we'll be exploring those together.
Like to make it, but maybe don't want to get their fingers looking like we do. So
right.
We're going to look at all different ways to make altered paper, from neat and clean, easy, quick ways to messier ways, whatever you like. So some you may want to try, some you may want to watch, but that ink.
And then what the heck do we do with them?
Yeah. Because then you make all these papers. What do you do with them? So I mean, all about altered paper, how to make, how to use. Yeah, we're going to look at different ways to use the altered paper. So you've got some, you might be making some tonight. A lot of you are making tags. Of course, that's what we said, bring tags with you. I don't think these stamps have been used, and I should have sanded them just a hair.
Sanded them?
Yeah, just to get the original sticky sheen off of them. They're not holding the ink.
Sand them?
Just with the sanding block, just ever so slightly. Lightly. Really? Yeah. The white, like nail block, the white nail block. Yeah. Huh. Sometimes when you get a stamp and it's brand new, it won't hold the ink. So you don't get a very good impression. Like, I just picked this up and I had half a butterfly. And if you just run that sanding block, the nail file block, whatever it is, over your stamp, it'll take that sheen off, and so it'll hold ink better. Let's hope this works, and let's hope I got close to where I had it last time. Should be using the MST for this, right?
Stamp cleaner. I found a stamp cleaner that takes alcohol ink off your fingers for anybody that has to go to work.
Probably rather use hand sanitizer because it's cheaper.
Well,
because it's cheaper.
I'm sure, but hand sanitizer doesn't always work. So what I found, I was cleaning my stamps and it pulled the ink off my finger. So I took that downstairs to the sink, and I went ahead and cleaned my. Yeah, it was a stamp cleaner, and it was in a bunch of stuff that I bought a long time ago, probably before I owned a stamp, because I wanted whatever else was in there. And I actually can't remember the name of it right now. They probably, if they make it anymore, it's going to be in a different bottle. It looks straight out of the 90s.
There are a lot.
Straight out of Compton.
Yeah,
that's how
a lot of the companies make stamp cleaner. Really, any of them.
So, stamp something. What's it called? Stamp. Oh, I'll have to think of it. Anyway, I thought that was pretty much a miracle, and I would share.
Cool.
Because, we get that stuff stuck on our hands, and then we have to go to the grocery store or go to work or for whatever reason. Right? I used gold foil or copper foil on this, ladies.
Cool.
Alcohol ink is sticky if it's not dried all the way. So where it's like still thick and sticky, I put gold flakes on it, copper flakes technically, and it's so cool. Gold flakes are messy, but I think it was a really fun technique. Sorry, I'm a little verklempt today. I don't know why.
How come?
Huh?
How come?
I don't know. I'm tongue-tied. I don't know. I just am.
It's been one of those days.
It has been for me all day. Yes. Yes.
I'll try to get a couple of butterfly images down here.
There we go.
Making more of a mess than I'm making.
Hi, Timeout Scraps with Amanda F. Hey, Amanda.
Hi, Amanda. Hello, Amanda F. So it just popped into my head, so I'll tell you. I told you earlier that we've changed the sales schedule, and so this week it's going to be Thursday afternoon, Friday night, and Saturday mid-morning, so watch for the times. But I will tell you that one of those days is going to be all Nuvo products, mousse and drops you've seen, and I got a whole bunch of new ones in, but I got a bunch of new products from Nuvo that we've never seen before. So we'll have those, and that's all that will be at that sale is Nuvo products. And another one will be Ranger ink, alcohol ink, because I just got 200 or 300.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you. 200 or 300 alcohol inks.
She has lost her mind.
I will say this too. A couple of you have already done this, so I will put it out there. If you printed out that swatch chart for the alcohol ink, you've put a drop in what you have, and you've looked through it and decided these are the ones I want, or I want them all, or whatever, and you know certain ones that you want. If you message me a list in the order that I received the lists, so, if I only get 2 of these, the first 2 people that it's on their list, I will pull them and set them aside, and they will be yours, and you will not have to fight for them at the sale. A couple people have already sent me their list. I will do that because I know, it's always specific ones. I need this one and this one to round out that.
So this girl here sands her stamps and buys 200 or 300 alcohol inks at a time. I don't know. She's a little crazy.
Oh, I know. And yesterday I got 5 boxes of Stamperia dumped on my doorstep. Oh, that's the third one. The third sale this week will be all Stamperia. Let me rephrase that. Will be all the new Stamperia. I got all the new Stamperia. Not just this or that, but all the new Stamperia. It all came.
Check my thing.
So I'm kind of excited about that. I haven't even unpacked all the boxes. I just opened them up and dug into it for a minute and went, ooh, cool. So yeah, not just even the 12 and the 6 pads, but other stuff that comes with all the new lines.
Try it.
So yeah. Horses, Alice, Sleeping Beauty, but not just the 12 and 6 inch pads.
The horse, of course.
It's such a beautiful, beautiful new pad, stamp pad from Stamperia. I'm not going to tell you some of the things. There's a couple things in there I didn't even know Stamperia made, and I was so excited. Part of the new lines or new things that are coming out. I've got a couple things. Ooh, they better be in there. I didn't dig into the box to make sure that they're there, but I've got a couple things for 2022 that are supposed to be in there. They better be. I guess I didn't put enough ink on that one. Oh, well. All right. That's okay. It'll work for its porpoise. And its porpoise Its purpose is
Porpoise?
only, yes,
Yeah.
it'll work for its purpose.
I feel like I need to move everything off my desk. I've got out the black gesso.
Yeah,
It's like messy.
really, yeah.
So
Black ink, black gesso, all that's it. All
I'm
right.
gonna find the
Somebody
few.
give me a couple colors that you'd like. I want to watercolor some of these flowers. This has got some as a script.
Watercolor. Why
Yeah,
don't you watercolor with Nuvo Mousse?
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
It's tonight is Mousse night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to watercolor some of these flowers that are in front of that script, and I want to watercolor these butterflies a little bit. So, what colors of mousse have we not used yet? Pink and green.
Yeah. Have you used a turquoise yet tonight? I certainly haven't.
Oh,
I'm thinking turquoise might be good on this, actually.
that's such a
Two different colors of turquoise.
Pacific teal is one of my favorites. Let's see, pink and green. There's so many colors of pink. Let me see. Let me pull this one up here. Okay, I didn't see any other colors besides pink and green. Anybody? All right, let's see. This is, wait, one moment.
Boy, I'm finding the ones that aren't stuck down. That's for sure. I just want to get to the whole highlighting with Nuvo all of a sudden.
All right, so this is triple berry. Or this one, which is peony pink. Maybe I'll do peony pink. That one is pink flambe. I'll do peony pink. And what green to go with it? Forest green. That always cracks me up because I think of forest green as a dark green, and it is not.
It's not?
No. Look, this is forest green. It's not dark at all. Super pretty, but it's not dark. But this one is spring green. And one day I took them out on the sale. I put them out on a piece of paper so we could see the difference because they look awfully alike. But there's definitely a difference on paper. The darker and the lighter. But let's see.
Yeah, I think of forest green as a dark color.
Would flowers be green? Because the flowers don't have stems. They're just the flowers. Would they have green centers? Maybe a super soft, a honeydew. It's going to be much lighter than what we see here because it's going to be watercolor. But I don't, are there green flowers? Because the green is always the leaves in the stem, and there aren't any green leaves there. Although, who cares if there are? We can make them whatever color we want, right?
Yeah, you can make it your own Marianne's special world. So they can be any color
In
they
my
want.
world, we have green flowers.
Yeah, there are green flowers, though. I love those.
Oh, pretty. Pink and yellow or pink and brown. The Artiscius prima nut stem period when that happens. Oh, Julie kicked herself out while typing. Persian red. Let's see. Okay, how about this? Yeah, pink and green and yellow. This is custard cream, but you're going to see how much lighter it is when we watercolor with it. Custard cream and I think we better go with the forest green. It's slightly darker, and peony pink. We'll try those. I do have this teal out. We're going to do something with a butterfly with teal, and with the teal, not that one. Let's see, it might be in the other bin.
Gray bottle.
Teal. I think we're going to do either pure platinum or gunmetal gray. We'll have to decide on that. All right. So I couldn't get a stamp on these butterflies because I'd only used one stamp, and it wasn't even in the set. I would like that one too, but it wasn't there. I hadn't used these butterflies in the set yet, and I couldn't get a good stamp here. So I took a regular sanding block. I took the edge of it that's the least gritty and just ran over it a couple of times, and then look what at the print that I got. That's all it takes is just take that sheen off that comes on, from the factory. There's a sheen on the stamps. I usually just use my white nail filer, and I was using it just before we started and set it down somewhere, and so it's not right here. So I'm not even sure where it is. Let's see. All we need, I'm going to use a palette for this one just because I'm running out of space on my
Go figure.
I know. And actually probably don't need a whole lot here. There's green. These things are really brittle. These sticks, they're really old. They're really old and they're really brittle. Okay, there's pink. Just a tiny bit.
I'm just drying this.
Here's the green. I need to get compression steel in both of those.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
My dryer?
Yeah.
My heat tool, can you hear it?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said yeah 3 times. You kept asking.
Oh.
So I thought you couldn't hear me.
Okay, maybe I couldn't.
Cheryl, you like how some of the butterflies are partial? Well, they can have color even if they are partial. Even if they are partial print. They don't all have to have outline, right? All right, so I think what I'll do on this is just take a water brush, and I'll just use a water brush. The water's coming out. It is. And whoop.
I was doing that under my desk, so I'm not sure how you heard it.
Well, microphones are pretty good at picking things up these days. Well, these are pretty colors in the butterflies too. I might have to stamp these again so I can do more colors. But so you can do this 2 ways. You can either take a water brush or you can take a regular brush. If you get a regular brush, I would use one that's not super stiff, but not flimsy. One that's got a pretty good stiffness to it. And then all you have to do is get your brush wet and pick up some mousse and come over here. And my clean water is no longer clean. It's kind of dirty, so I might be picking up other colors in the water, which is a good reason for me to use a water brush. But it's just like watercolor, so you get that, you can see through it. It's, translucent. But so you get color on the page, because this is a cool stamp. But I like having some color on the page, but I still want to be able to see that cool script through it, behind it, because that looks really, really neat. So I'll do this one flower with this brush, and then I'm going to switch to my water brush, because my water has gotten extremely dirty. I can't, and that needs more water, but I really don't want to keep dipping into that dirty water. So we'll bring a little more color in here with this water brush. Okay, and that's how we do it. So, and it really doesn't hold the color. These are so, it's so light. You're just getting a tiny bit, and it's water, so you can just rub it off on a paper towel. So, like, I'll just set a paper towel next to me and then do this.
So this is paint on here, and I forgot I did this, and I pulled it out thinking, okay, let's test the Nuvo Mousse on the paint. The thing's not dry. There's no way. And then I also have these things from my...
I would expect it to take overnight, but...
depends on what kind of glue you use.
Yeah.
I also have these things from my embossing box here.
And I can let this dry, and I could go back and do it again to make it a little bit darker if I want. And you see how you get that translucent color. I can still see the script behind it, but I get that little shimmer. You get the little shimmer that's in the mousse. So I've got green. So I've got green on, so I'll just go over here and do another one green. It's easier to just do 2 or 3 at the same time while you got the color. And then I'll just swipe my brush on this paper towel, grab another color. I don't usually go back and forth, and do all in a row. And so I'm doing every color in a row. Since I've got green on, I'll go around and just do some green here and there.
Pretty sure you can let those dry like a watercolor and still go back at them too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
When they dry completely, they are permanent. So once that's dry, I could go back and put another layer on if I wanted it to be a little darker, or outline it, or whatever you want to do to it.
I guess.
Need a new earworm, guys. I need a new earworm.
She's taking requests now, ladies.
Well, yeah, because I got stuff in my head and I just don't want to keep singing it out loud because I want to get rid of it.
And she will. Won't we all?
But yeah, I don't want you to have it too. So I need a new earworm. Or
Go ahead, lady.
You're going to get the same old out of me because it's stuck. Unless you give me something new.
So this Nuvo Mousse was really wet.
Something new that warrants sticking. Okay.
It was really dry. So I put a little extra water in it. Now it's really wet. So it's kind of hard to work with until it absorbs some of that. I'm finding.
Night, Trudy.
Good night, Trudy.
Water. You dirty, dirty water for sure. Yeah, it is, actually. Oh.
See how wet?
Yeah.
It's pretty dry, so I put a lot of moisture in it. So I might want to let it dry out a little bit before I really use it. This is the, I love this color, but it's the Pacific Teal.
Yeah, it looks so much different on screen. This is Pacific Teal right here.
Is it?
Yeah. I love it. That's one of my very favorite colors.
It's recommended to let it dry out a little bit more before you use it, though, because it's pretty sloppy. It's pretty wet.
Yeah.
It's like a mud puddle right now.
I'm going to need a color to do something in the center of these flowers. These flowers actually have a tiny little outline. Maybe it's not really an outline, but it's like the flowers kind of bent. See the edge? So that could warrant going around some of those like that with a darker color on the one side. Okay, I need an earworm that is worthy of being
There's
an
a
earworm.
hole in my bucket.
Nope.
Dear Liza. Okay. Daisy, give me your answer due. I don't know what that is.
Daisy. Yep, I know that one. Oh, crap. That one's going to be so stuck.
I'm
half crazy, all for the love of you.
She'll be coming round the mountain.
It won't be a da-da-da-da. I can't stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage. But you'll look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. Thank you, Margie. All right, something else. I'll be doing that first. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Well, you're lucky. I don't know that one. So I won't be singing with you. And you're on your own there.
Okay, what else? Give me a new one.
How much is that doggy in the window?
Nope.
The one with the waggly tail.
I'm guessing that
my question up above.
I'm guessing that Daisy came from Margie.
I do not. You did. I do. Wait, I don't see. Gigi had a question. Okay. I'm looking. I see Night Trudy. I really got to work with my stencils more. My stuff looks like. Okay, that's not a question. What What?
That's why I taped my stencils down tonight. If that's your thing, if they move around or you're getting underneath the stencils, yeah, it does help to tape them down, and then even put your finger on the stencil to help hold it down. But when it's when you're trying to do something like spread mousse over it, or it does help.
And that wasn't a brush; it was a butter thing.
Mine
it's just a wood piece.
Oh, okay. Well, that's right.
Yeah. I don't see I really got to work with my stencils more. I guess I'm looking for
a question.
Another question from Gigi. Yeah.
Gigi, did you have another question that disappeared?
My question went away, she said.
Can you ask it again,
please? Didn't hit enter?
Well, you know how sometimes they just disappear on YouTube and then they don't come to StreamYard. It happens every week. It happens. So
yeah,
we get used to it. And well, as long as we know, then you don't take it personally, Gigi, because you know it's not us ignoring it.
Yeah.
But the question disappeared. So ask it again. Now that Sharon's watching. Okay, that yellow is awfully close to the green. I'm trying to make it a little bit darker. But the color, let's do one right here, right next to it. It's just really super close to the green. I don't think there's enough contrast in the yellow and the green. A little bit, but not a lot. Yellow and green. I can see on the screen a little bit more contrast than in real life.
But we will rock you.
We will.
That's right. Sorry.
Rock you. Rock you.
Have you swatched your Nuvo Mousse?
Anyone? Oh yeah, has anybody? I have.
Rivers of Babylon. I don't know what that is. Penny Lane is in my ears
and in my eyes. Da 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 do 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 do. Key change. Da da da. Bicycle. Yeah, you can always fall back to Queen, right?
It's a montage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's Queen mashup.
It does bring out your texture though when you do use Nuvo Mousse or gilding wax, or just highlights every race.
It's true. Okay, this is taking forever.
Why I like it.
I brought some vellum out too. I wanted to try it on vellum. Have you tried it on vellum? I gotta show you something else. Something else.
It works great if you don't have your Nuvo Mousse too wet, if you're not watercoloring with it or whatever.
Right. No.
That's the right texture.
Like with a stencil or emboss it. Yes.
Yeah. That would be cool.
Okay.
Hey, let me look in my embossing bucket and see if I have some vellum.
I'm gonna set this aside for a second. I gotta show you. I've got some vellum that I had cut for last week and I didn't use it all. Let's see. I think I threw some in the bucket here.
Okay, so
things as I was gathering things up, I threw stuff in the bucket to remind me.
And that's a gel print on a piece of packaging. It's like I gel printed on the piece of packaging.
Okay, Gigi asked, can you paint or color after the crackle mousse dries? I assume, Gigi, that you mean over the top.
Yes, I'm sure you can.
Of the crackle mousse. Oh, it's probably crackle. It thinks you're saying crack.
It might go down into the cracks and be awesome.
And that's okay. Yeah, where is our crackle thing here? I hope they're not getting destroyed by something else that I just so carelessly put on top. Look at this.
Oh, okay. It's gorgeous.
The right one is the one that we did with the heat. Look at the left one on its own, and it's not even been overnight.
I love that.
Yeah. And
that's nice big crackle.
Why I like to let it go on its own, not heat do that one. I'm looking for, wait a second. Wait a second. Where's that other one that I put crackle on and then set it aside to dry on its own? The thick one. I hope I haven't buried it. Okay. This one I can cut now.
Just not feeling any of these colors. How about the...
Shoot. Guys, where did it go? I better not have... I better not have buried it. And okay, that was no. How
do you put it? How many have you done?
A lot. But I just put that mousse down. Look, this was the vinyl, and it just beat it up on the vinyl. But it dried that way. It dried, beat it up. Look at that.
What?
That is dried and permanent on the vinyl. Yeah.
I could think of how to use that.
That is cool. Okay, I am still looking. It should be right on top. The black one that I put the thick. I put it off to the side so I wouldn't put something else on it. Oh my goodness. See how well I know me?
Yes.
Okay, it's starting to crack already, but it's a lot thicker. So this one will take probably overnight. But look at the edges where the edges are thinner. The edges are already cracking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how those cracks look in that middle.
Tomorrow, when the thick center finishes, that will look cool. Yeah, Gigi, you could ask your questions, and if where you want to write crackle, just write CR. And we'll all know what you're talking about. But any of you too, because if you write crackle, it's going to think you're writing crack, and it's going to delete your...
Oh, is that what happened?
I'm confident. I'm confident that that's what happened.
Word crackle, and I have a butt crack. So you tell me, how they're going to delete my words.
Well,
that's a silly word.
You're not supposed to be talking about your butt crack on TV.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is, are they talking about drugs, or are they talking about what?
Yes.
Are you serious? Okay, so apparently, ladies, that is a bad word. Oh, wait, somebody wrote test crackle.
Well, okay. I can't find any other word. I can't find any other word in Gigi's that we know. Crackle paste. Yeah, try crackle paste, Margie.
See, and I'm assuming that they're talking about a drug reference.
Correct.
I didn't even think about how...
It doesn't look at context. It just looks at individual words. And there are certain individual words that if that word is posted, it will delete it because that word is not allowed.
Come on, that's crazy.
Well, I can also go in and tell it that we don't allow this word, or this word, or whatever. So if somebody comes, if somebody comes in and starts using profanity, we can say those words, aren't accepted. But no, we've never done any drug words because sometimes. Okay, so Gigi asked, can you paint your color over crackle paste after it dries, or do you have to paint your color first? You can. Excuse me. You can paint on it after it dries. Yes. I am looking.
Where's Jen tonight?
I don't know. She's probably exhausted after working at her thrift store job.
Oh, that's right. She got a new job.
Let's see. All right. So, that's
on paint.
I have a piece of lace here. I have another piece of lace here with pink on it. I was looking for the right color pink that I want for that one. I don't know if I found it yet or not. But check this out. Actually, it'll work a little easier if I go ahead and try to secure it a little bit. All right. This is peony pink. And actually, let's see if this one's getting kind of dry. I've had this one for a long time. I'm not going to need that much. I always get way too much. Way too much. Okay. You can put these little things onto an acrylic. If you have an acrylic block that you use for stamping, but you don't have a glass mat, put it on the acrylic block, and then you can move it around where you want it to be, which is also quite helpful.
Are you doing it over lace?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm doing it on the lace.
Yeah.
Not for the paper, but for the lace.
Oh,
so
okay.
Somebody asked about it on.
I thought you were looking at like a stencil.
No, somebody asked about it on fabric. I'm just going to add just a drop or two to that. And what happened to my palette knife? It's buried here somewhere. I should put some of these away when I'm done using them, huh? Okay, let me just soften this up a bit. I put a little bit of water. It's just getting a little dry. I've had this one a long time. And also because I want to make it move easily. All right, and I'm going to use this brush, this cosmetic brush.
Eat this banana while I watch you.
That's a good idea. Okay, so let's get some of this.
Probably why I feel awful. I had some muffin today.
All you've had is coffee today? Is that what you said?
No, a muffin. That's bad enough.
Yeah. And you can put as much of this on as you want and make it as dark as you want.
No, you can do ribbon too.
You could actually do, you could actually do, you know, I mean, that's not always your go-to for this kind of thing, but if you have a project and you're like, I can't find the exact right color, I have the right color in mousse, but I can't find the right color ribbon or the right color lace. Take your mousse and make it the right color. Okay, first time that I did.
Just like with alcohol ink.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Did you ask another question? Oh, guess what? What? That's what she said. Oh, guess what?
Oh, what?
You probably could add fabric medium to the Nuvo if you wanted to wash it, because it is a whole lot of pigment. I mean, whatever, some part of it might not like fabric, but if you add fabric medium to it, sure. Yeah, you can make it so.
I would try it. I mean, I would try it on something, because once this dries, it's permanent, and when you get it wet, it doesn't come off. I would definitely wash it in delicate, you know. But
well, yeah, you would do that for anything you painted.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. I wonder if you can make spray with it.
Yes. We're doing that next. I should have written all these things down all day long. I was thinking of all these things, and I'm like, okay. And every time I thought of them, I ran and got what I needed, and I set it on my desk so I'd be ready to go.
I don't think I have an empty spray bottles.
I need to stop and look at all the things that I set here and see what I have forgotten to do so far. Because guys, this is really cool. You can make your own. You can make your own spray from it. Okay, I think if I go around, I'm going to get more saturated there. That's cool.
Boy, that was good, banana.
Okay, so in a quick nutshell,
Found some.
That's how you turn lace from one color to another. Needs to be shown on white because it's white. That's how you turn lace from one color to another. Okay. So
Gigi, We said what? Anyone see my comment? She's asking again. You can probably use, okay. Did you have another one not come through?
Gigi, you said, guess what? Yeah, and everybody's been saying what?
Okay, if I make a spray, it's going to have to be of a color that I don't have. So it's probably going to be like this color.
Okay, so, ooh, I got to not lose that. Here's how you make spray, guys. You get a spray bottle.
Have you done this with
a long way? Yeah, it goes a long way, so you don't need a whole lot. So I just used a tiny spray bottle. And then you get, I'm going to use Pacific Teal, and you can determine how much you put in based on how dark you want it to be, because really you're getting like a watercolor spray is what it is. Of course, the more you put in, the darker it's going to be. And so you can kind of, play with it if you want to get a feel for how dark it is. But I'm going to put, I want it to be fairly dark.
All the little pearly bits will go down into all the little crevices and be fun, like my magicals.
If you shake it up, you have to shake it for literally a minute, but it will all dissolve and shake up so that you get, because you don't want to leave a lot of the little crumbs, because they can get stuck in your stuck in your sprayer. So, but it will completely dissolve. Okay, and here's the lid that goes back on this, right?
All your pigment's going to fall on the bottom though. So
no,
it will dissolve. Know that from other sprays that I've made.
It will dissolve. It will dissolve because it's water soluble. It will completely dissolve.
I mean, when you're not using it. When you put it aside,
the mica might separate.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's Pacific Teal. And I might look at it and go, I want that to be a little bit darker.
I do.
Or maybe you want to mix a couple of mousses and make your own custom color of watercolor spray. It's basically what it is a watercolor spray.
With mica.
You know how when we were working with alcohol ink, a little spray bottle to spritz alcohol is way different than squirting alcohol. I didn't leave that right here. So one of the things that I use to squirt alcohol is a little teeny tiny bottle with the metal tip. And I've found that I don't really like that because you need a lot of alcohol to get it to do what you want. Well, it seems like a lot more than that little teeny tiny bottle will hold. So I just got in yesterday a large box full of these sprayers because it's a perfect size to hold alcohol and spritz it, and bottles with the tiny metal tips that are slightly larger than this for the alcohol. And I was waiting to bring these out until I got those, but I had already the pipettes. So I like to use the pipettes when, what a pipette is, it's like a, what is it? It's like a, what do you call it?
A pipette?
No, when you put
eyedropper?
And yeah, it's like an eyedropper. That's all it is. See, I've got water in it. I use this with the alcohol. You can put alcohol in a little dish if you prefer. Stick the pipette in and fill it up. And then you can drop alcohol drops, or you can squirt it in a stream and move it along anywhere you want it. I use this when I use alcohol ink on my paper. So I'm going to, one of the sales this week, and I'm telling you this because these can be used with your Nuvo Mousse, as well as your alcohol inks. So one of the sales is going to have alcohol inks, and one of the sales is going to have Nuvo Mousse. And I got these at an exceptional price, all these little accessories to make that stuff easier. and they're going to be little bundles where you get like one of each or two. You'll get like 2 pipettes. I have one that I just only do alcohol in, although alcohol evaporates, so it doesn't matter. It's just my brain thinks that one's for alcohol, so only use it for alcohol.
A couple drops of glycerin might be good in here. And sometimes I throw a bead in, kind of like when you have the nail polish, you know, and it shakes it up. It helps with the stirring in case there's any settling.
If you do that, these brass BBs are the best. The brass BBs are the best because they will not change. They will not rust and change the color of what you have.
But I might like it rusty.
Well, that's true. But yeah, I mean, if you want the true color, though, glycerin is going to change the texture somewhat. It's not going to act exactly like. I mean, as it is right here, it's just watercolor. It's just watercolor ink. So if you want to be able to use it as watercolor, then that's exactly what it is. But you can make it as dark as you want by how much. That didn't take very much mousse to do.
When I make a spray, I have not done it with Nuvo, but when I make a spray with pigment, I trim my straw inside and I cut it at an angle, like when you're trimming flowers stems, because you want it to have as big of an opening,
wide of opening things to come up, but make sure it still goes all the way down to the bottom, to a corner if it's bent. So that just gives me that specific teal in a watercolor background, which is kind of weird mixed with that one, but yeah. But you can do, and you don't. I only put a little bit of water in. I think if I had half that amount of water with that amount of teal, or maybe I just put more teal in it, it would be the darkness that I really want. Although that is really pretty, but I kind of would like it a little bit darker, I think. So, yeah. So making your own spray was another thing that was on my list today, and coloring your own lace or white ribbon to match whatever you want it to match. Embossed paper, I embossed some white and some black so we could play with a couple things and see how it went over it. Let's move this one over.
Let me pull out a piece of white here too. Or some music paper, or here.
Yeah, I brought some. Actually, well, let's see.
I think I actually want more pigment in there.
That. I think I might need to
more color, please.
Put some of these. I might need to put some of these away. I'm going to keep these out. I'm going to put these away.
Yeah, I can't see my desk anymore.
I know. That's my problem.
That's the dangers of crafting, ladies. You can't see your desk anymore.
And not because you're blind, huh?
Yeah.
It feels like it's because I'm blind.
I want it stronger. A good way to use up a lot of it. I mean, I know some of us feel like we're not using it fast enough. Making sprays might be the way to go if you don't currently have pigment.
If you don't have sprays, and if you'll use them. But if you make them and then they just sit there, then it doesn't.
Well, they're not going to dry out.
Well, if they're, and if you, yeah, that's true. But and if you want, now look at this one. As these have dried, the color is much better after they dry, and you get that nice shimmer of the mousse because of the mica. And I'll color in the rest of those, and I'll do something dark around the edge of the side that has that line. I'm watching our crackle paste here.
Very cool. She won a contest, and she won Edith Holden papers.
Wow!
I did tell you that earlier, and then we got caught up in that was the guess what.
Oh, that's so cool. That's cool. The one that I did with heat hasn't changed. It's exactly as it came out with the heat.
I love the bubble.
The one that's doing on its own, though, check this out. The more time goes on.
Is it flaking away?
No, it's just cracking big. like it's cracking, separating from itself, not just a line. It doesn't just have a line on itself. It's not flaking off, but it is a full-on crack, not just a, a mark. Yeah, like scales, like, yeah, you can see.
I saw somebody used, which watercolors can be difficult on a gel plate. But if you put dish soap down, it gives it more to grab onto, and it actually works a little better, just a little dish soap and water. But I saw somebody mix their Nuvo Mousse up on the side and use a roller, a brayer, to put it on, and it actually stuck a little bit. I mean, like mostly, yeah.
Cool.
So it will work on a gel plate without. Yeah, good to know.
Yeah, I'll try it. All right.
So that one wasn't strong enough.
Something else that I wanted to do. Oh, I know what I wanted to do here.
Grab this.
Got
more color.
I had some other.
There we go.
I want to look at this. Okay. This is.
It's the other side of that.
I want to cut this. I'm grabbing for my guillotine cutter because I don't want to dull my slicer at all on this medium. And in doing this, I just realized that I would have loved a not straight line cut so I could see this stuff go out to the side with different edges. Look how cool that looks. That was alcohol ink with, was that expanding mousse over it? Or regular? No, that was regular mousse over it. So it's got dimension. I didn't have to expand it, but it's got dimension. So on the expanding mousse, you can heat it immediately, like I did on most of the ones that I did tonight, and get the expand, or you can let it sit here and then go back to it with heat and it'll expand. I
really like that.
Most things, once they've sat there, you can't go back to them and make it do what it's supposed to do. But you can with the expanding mousse. But I still think that you get a better expand, just a better response. I don't know. I kind of want to keep these. They're just pretty, but I still think you get a better response if you heat it right away, not wait. But I could let this sit here for a day or a week or a month or a year, come back to it with heat, if it's expanding mousse, and put the mousse on it. But that does look really cool. What was an alcohol ink flop, because I was just trying.
That looks really cool.
Was nothing, is now a really cool, almost like a Mediterranean tile. Mediterranean tile or Mexican tile. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Because I put the mousse over it. Yeah, I really like that a lot.
I like that stencil a lot.
Yeah,
also.
That stencil. I do like that.
Yeah.
I don't even remember where I got that. So let's see. I was going to do. What was I going to do? Let me grab a couple of these. Oh, I have some other of the alcohol prints that I wasn't super crazy about. That one's not bad. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. So I wanted to put a stencil on them and do some mousse over them.
All right, I'm going to check on this.
Okay. Got to get the mousse off the end of my water pen. I got mousse all the way up the side. It rolled into the mousse. Nice. And, store your mousses with the cap up. Your mousses, I'm sorry. Store your water pens with the cap up so the water is drained down into its receptacle and just sitting down there waiting. All right, so Let's see. First thing we need is...
Oh, not yet. There's still some little spots in the middle that are not.
We'll look for a couple.
I was gonna
stencils
vellum
to put over this. This one might be cool. So that would work size-wise. That stencil would work on that one. Okay, what color of mousse would you guys want to see over silver? It's a platinum and purple. Let me see what other stencils I've got pulled out. Oh, maybe I should try this one. It's not quite big enough. I did a large one, but that would be a cool... How about this one? I don't think I've ever even used this one.
Gigi, or Marianne, Gigi sent pics.
Oh, okay. Let's see what Gigi's working on. Okay. Ah, cool. Okay.
Yeah, tell us what you guys are doing with yours if you're playing with alcohol inks tonight and you haven't been sending pictures. All right, so I'd like to know what your favorite way to use them is.
Julie's with the 70s vibe. Oh yeah, I can see the mousse and the stencils. This is cool. Love the owl. And look at all the flowers, different colors of mousse in the flowers that are through the stencils. I can see those. That's awesome. Loving that. Okay, and then here's the crackle paste that she has. Ooh, she just spread them out nice and thick on the paper. One of them thin, so you can see the different crackles, and they are crackling really nice. Okay.
Oh, that's so great.
Yeah, look at those great crackles she's getting. So you can see the top ones are thicker, and look at those big old cracks. The bottom one is thinner, and so you get very fine, just like the dragonfly wings.
That's so cool.
Okay, and the owl. Oh yeah, the owl is a bit better. The owl's cool. That's a good stencil. Love that. Yeah, you're gonna have to put these in the group for sure.
Please.
Okay, check this out. Wow. That's cool. She did this with crackle paste. Okay, you have to look closely. I'll get it clear up here so you can see the crackle paste. Can you see the crackles?
So how did you do that? What did you do?
That crackle paste over the stencil, I'm assuming. Or did you do this mousse over the stencil and then spread crackle paste over the whole thing? Tell us your process there, Gigi. All right, let's see what color am I going to do on this one? Butterflies are in the way. Okay.
She just used crackle paste through the stencil over the top. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Over the top, right?
Yeah, that's how you get it over on the butterfly wings and get the
So it still cracked the color that was underneath, or
no, only the crackle paste through the stencil cracked. All right,
cool.
I'm gonna weigh this down. What color am I going to do on that? That is purples and silver.
Boy, that shows up on camera.
What?
This color that I'm just put on here?
Yeah, that's pretty.
I've had some of them not show up, and they should
Very
have.
well. Yeah, like what color is that?
Like, bam! It's
what color is it?
Honeydew.
Oh, Wow.
Yeah. And that's just a light blue. It's like almost a periwinkle colored paper. It's not dark.
I'm going to try gunmetal gray on this one.
I just love how it brings out texture. It makes me
me too.
It makes me want to put it in, backgrounds, mixed media backgrounds,
right?
Or on, on 3D projects. For sure.
Yeah.
You could do like a quilt.
I love
with
how
all these different pieces, like a quilt on a book cover. How fun would that be to do?
And zigzag stitch them all together?
Yes. Kind of like these were all fabrics.
Pieces of fabric, yep.
Yes.
Yep.
It would be really fun. Here's that other one that goes with that. Yeah.
All right. Where's my paper towel?
All different. Yeah, you could sew around your square and then sew around the whole thing. And yeah, that would be really fun.
Yeah, that would. I squished my paper towels down here. There they are. Almost rolled them away.
Roll them.
Get those doggies rolling.
Rawhide.
Yeah.
Head them up, move them out.
Gigi needs some small embossing folders, like to go through your little embosser. That's what these were. It's just little. These are the little ones that came with it. I think the bows. I think you have the bows.
Okay, yeah, that showed up more since it's drying. That's the one I sprayed first.
Oh, I like that.
Well, it shows up more as it's drying.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. They always
it's crazy
do.
How that, it's crazy how that happened.
Well, even like when you paint with it like watercolor.
Yeah.
You look and you're like, that is so pale. Let it dry.
Yeah.
And it's still going to be light like watercolor, but it's a lot darker when it dries than when you're using it.
It depends on the shade. Some things I feel like get lighter as they dry because you're not relying on the wet paper to make it. It's not as dark as it looks.
That's interesting. Okay, so
that's going to. Cool. So that's before I added the last bit. Ended up making it stronger than that. Where is that?
I can hear a fly buzzing around my head.
I am going to end up challenging myself to make a project with these blue things that I have ended up making tonight. Because look how it matches.
Yeah.
Got a whole vintage thing going on here. What did I do with it? Did I set it over here to dry? This even goes with this whole thing. Totally an accident. What did I do with that? Oh my goodness. Hate it. I don't know what I just did with it.
You set it to the side right next to you and looking everywhere else. That's what I do.
I mean, it's possible. Anything is possible.
Yeah.
It could have fallen down anywhere, honestly. I have so much crap on my desk. Sorry.
No, every time we do something, we pull out more and pull out more and pull out more, and it just piles
up. I know.
Pretty soon I can't find my desk because of all this stuff I've got on it that I want to use.
Yeah. I just had it. It's probably still even mostly wet. I just want to see how much darker that became. Oh my gosh. Did I really? Am I doing that? There it is. It's been on my desk the whole time. I had it on the other side because I sprayed the other side.
I told you that's exactly what I did.
No, I mean, it was here. It's purple on this side.
And
white on that side.
Flipped over, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's
How
funny.
stupid is that?
Sure, we are. That's funny. Yeah, it is. Oh, this is so creamy. I love doing that.
Oh.
I love just spreading it with a spatula. These like silicone spatulas over the top because it's just so creamy. It feels so good.
And that is the expanding or the crackle?
This is regular.
Really?
Yeah, it's gunmetal. I probably should have done expanding. I think the design is too small for crackle.
I like that stencil.
But I oh no, I kind of showed you. I'm gonna
What? You got really excited there.
I was just thinking of something else that I was thinking today to try. And then I'm like, we kind of sort of did that, but not completely. But but we kind of did. Oh, come on. I hope this is enough to do these last couple because I don't want to have to drag any more out.
I think it would be safe to stick your spatula in your container.
Yeah, I just don't want to have to. I'm hoping that this is just enough. If I can scrape it up off the glass. I think it is. Yeah, the only problem I have there is when I maybe don't get everything off from a previous color.
Uh-huh.
And then I find a tiny remnant of that in the, it's not contaminated.
Scrape it out. Yeah.
It's color contaminated. Yeah.
Huh.
Okay, so that stuff that went off the edge, I really could have used right.
And of course, all the things that you would use watercolor for, like if you used clear embossing powder and made like a resist or a resist spray or even a white crayon on a piece of paper where the wax is going to resist it.
Yep.
Because it's like a watercolor. So it'll do all of those things.
Come on.
Yeah, I like that stencil. It reminds me of a mid-century groovy sort of a, you know. Is it supposed to be a flower or a? I'm
not sure.
It is that groovy symbol.
Honestly, I'm not sure what it's supposed to be.
Huh. Well, I sometimes you can't tell until you see it used.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm waiting to see you pull your stencil away so I can see
a couple little things that aren't quite filled in that I want to have more stuff. Yeah. But that's okay. They don't all have to be perfectly filled.
Oh yeah, it's like that burst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I knew there was silver on here and the black and the pink. So the gunmetal, I might even should have gone with, well, no, that is darker.
No, I like that
gunmetal. I think the gunmetal will darken up a little bit as it dries. I wanted it to be a little bit darker than the silver.
Is Margie still here? Because Julie asked, did Margie fall asleep?
She might have.
Wasn't she just talking?
I don't know. But, you know, she could have fallen asleep.
Might have been.
I didn't like what I had, but now it's usable just because now your eye goes to the design and the alcohol ink in the back fades to a background instead of being the main focal point. So now, in my opinion, it's usable.
I really like it. I think it's a great way to use up gel prints or alcohol ink.
Yeah, Margie's still here. Okay, so this one, what color? See, there's a lot of platinum kind of on this one too. So I'm not sure the gunmetal would be enough. What about black? Or would that just be, what about some black and gunmetal mixed so that it's a darker gray? Wait, what's this?
I wish I had some black.
Black ash is lighter than, no, that is black ash. Well, this is black ash and this is wrought iron. Of course, this one's crackle. The wrought iron is crackle. That would be cool on one of those mid-century designs. But the black ash seems lighter. I don't know if it really is. I don't know. Is black too? I could mix some black and some gunmetal together. Let's see. What other colors might?
I forgot I did this one too. It kind of goes with that pile I have sitting over there. So
color might go with these purples. This is, I know it's showing up blue, but it's really purple and magenta in the background. This that looks purple is magenta. This that looks blue is purple for you guys. And it's like a platinum alloy with it. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe I'll try black. Heck, if I don't like it, I can just put something over the top of it, right? Although this is a much bigger open
I do have black.
So there's going to be, you do? Awesome.
I do.
What do you mean?
I thought this was like a iridescent color for some reason.
Huh.
Huh.
All
well,
right.
Look at me go.
Look at you go, girl.
That's right. I go. I'm going to put a focus on it and thoughtfully add the Nuvo Mousse after.
This is not a straight piece of paper. That's what it isn't. Okay. Nah, that's so funny.
It's not a focal point. I can't believe I had black and I didn't know it. And I was saying, oh, I want black.
I need black, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly what you said. Okay, so I'm not even going to wash this after the gunmetal because I don't care if it mixes. Oh, no, you just forgot about it and didn't open it to see.
Well, from where it's sitting, because I've got them all down on the floor in that container.
Oh, so the lighting's different.
It was an iridescent, like the...
Oh, yeah, like the black with all the colors.
I guess I was thinking it was this one. The...
Oh, the...
Sea spray.
Sea spray, which
down
is
there.
green.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Weird. Very weird.
I use this little pipette when I need to add, when I want to add just a couple of drops of water to my mousse that's on the glass mat that I'm mixing, and I know you guys can't see it. I didn't clean the mat off. I've got all these little spots of different mousses that I mixed, so it's pushed me off to the right. I'll stop and clean it after this one, but I'm actually doing this right over the top of where I had the gunmetal, so if some gunmetal mixes in with the black, I'm okay with that. Lighten it up just a tiny bit, but I'm just trying to mix that up. The black was a little dry, so it needed a couple drops of water. And let's see.
I have a visitor.
Oh, you do?
I do.
A chaos visitor or a little lovey visitor, little baby visitor?
A little baby visitor.
Oh, cute.
She wants to know what I'm doing over here.
Has she been up there the whole time, but sleeping in her?
She was sleeping
in her bed. Okay,
yeah.
I know. I don't have nearly enough.
I want to label,
but let's see. Maybe it'd be cool just to use what I have and not get any more. And if it doesn't fill it up, just go with it and let it just however much is filled. Great. If it isn't, it isn't. Sometimes I like that better than a perfectly filled design. Oh, wow. I only had this tiny drop over there and thought I didn't have nearly enough, but I'd added enough water to let it mix, and look, it spread over the entire thing. Plenty. Plenty.
Wow.
Yeah, I had plenty. That's what one tiny little chunk of mousse did. I can't believe how long these mousse last, honestly.
You mean when they stay wet?
No, I mean how long
How far
it takes me to go through a bottle, a
Oh,
jar.
yeah.
How long it takes me to go through a jar. How
Yeah.
long they last in quantity, or how far they go and what they do, so that you don't have to use that much.
Yeah, it's like gilding wax. They're so similar in
that's true.
You only need a tiny bit.
Okay, ready for the reveal of this one. Let's get this stencil out of the way.
Not a label, and I don't know which one to go underneath here before I go and add all that mousse around the edges.
All right. It's hard to see the color on here. I'll take pictures. I will put pictures in the group. Sometimes I forget, but I will.
Or maybe I just want this.
Try putting it through the stencil randomly. And see, Lucy, I should have done that. And I didn't have to, I sometimes, like, I'm looking at this and it's just too perfect, the stencil. I would like to see it just randomly through the stencil. So let me set this one over here to dry, because I have another one. Oh, let's see. The black might show up on that, and maybe I'll do some black on it and then some red, just random here and there. That's French Rose. No, that's not the one. Fusion Red. I haven't Persian Red. I haven't yet seen or gotten the color of red that I really want.
I'm just going to glue it down.
A little water there so I can scrape some of this up. I don't want to even put any more down, because I think there's enough down here that I can pick it up and put it on this one. And then I'm going to put a little red and try mixing those two, although it's just not Fusion Red. This is what Persian Red. See, Persian Red just looks more orange to me, but there's already red there, so I don't want that next to it. That'll be better. All right. And they might end up a little bit mixed together, which might be kind of cool. Ooh, now we're getting into adventurous stuff. Mixing mousses. Mixing mousses. Mixing the meese in the stencil.
Mixing mousses?
Yeah. So mousse plural is also mousse. Cracks me up if I watch somebody's video and they are talking about mousses. No, I'm sorry, but they are still mousse. Whether it's this mousse or animal mousse. Okay. All right. And I'm not sure that I'm liking it being straight on either. So I'm wondering about, maybe I'll use this one. Let's see. But I'm looking at the other two just to see the patterns. Yeah, this one's bigger and will give a better chance for mixing of the mousse.
Or as Marianne likes to call it, Mixing Mises.
That's right. Mix and Mises.
That's right. You go, girl.
You can mix the mise if you want to. There is not much there. I'm trying to scrape it up and it's not scraping very well.
Oh, that's right. I was going to use the corner thing on that. Darn it. Now it's too late.
Never too late.
Oh.
Pull it back.
I mean on the under the green thing.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you can do undo, but it's probably not that important.
I don't have undo, honey. I do not have any undo. No.
Ah!
I do not have the undo.
Can't believe you don't have any undo. I thought we've talked about it so many times. I thought you had one. I don't remember.
I do not.
Okay, now mixing this red with the black. Some random red. I'm hoping.
I think I'm going to wait until this one
gives me what I want here.
Oh, I feel like I need to use a new stencil because if I'm going for the black on a tag that's already there, I need to make sure that it's down, and I don't have any of the pixie spray stuff. So,
pixie spray, what's that?
The stuff that you put on the back of your stencils.
Oh.
Yeah, so I feel like I want to use like.
That's why I just use washi tape. Super.
New ones there. Not used, but I think anything that I have that's got like curly lines or whatever is not, it's not new. And I kind of want that.
I may be going one step too far, but I feel like it needs a little more black.
Oh, how about this?
And not so much red.
So one of the things when you go over and over and over and over, that's how we end up with stuff under our stencils. That's one of the reasons.
Yeah.
So a one swipe through is always helpful because there's less chance of you pushing it underneath, which is what I'm going to go for here.
Sometimes trying to get the effect you want is more important than...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and you got to get it all in the, you're trying to fill a hole. So
yeah, there's still more red there than I want.
Do that. Oh, and I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about me. And I love the color combo, by the way. Love it. I was talking about what I was about to do. I was not talking about you.
I thought you were talking to me about what I was doing.
No.
Okay.
Nope, I was talking about my own journey here. So like that. Like what I just did. This
all right. Make it a part of the thing.
Yep. I just don't want it underneath.
Yeah.
All right. Can't believe I had black this whole time.
That's funny.
I don't have that many Nuvo Mousses that I don't realize I have black. That's crazy.
Okay, what do you guys think? Felt like I had just that red, like this right here, is just a little too strong red. Need to be toned down by a little bit of black. It was too clean, too bright. It needed to be more dirty red. Even this here.
Too clean and too bright.
That's right. Keep looking in the camera to see what it looks like in the camera, because that shows me what part's too bright, needs to be toned down, or too clean, because I want it to look grungy, not like this whole little section is red, but like they're both
more random. Is that what you're? Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
There we go.
Candy. We probably did. She probably had a few drinks and went down the slide and laid at the bottom and fell asleep. I don't know.
Long as she didn't hit her head.
Hi, Carol and Fred. Good to see you. You like that, Lucy? I like that better than the other one where they're all perfectly laid out. I do like that a lot better. Let me bring it up here, so try to get rid of that glare. There we go. Yeah.
I like your color combo.
And
it's very grungy.
Yeah, Julia. Like mixed on that background. Yes. It looks very goth. Yeah. Yeah, it just felt like it should look goth. And so to have a bunch of red popped out there all by itself, too bright and shiny, didn't fit. Now, it could also be turned this direction. Now what does it look like? Wow. It's crazy how you turn a picture upside down and it looks completely different.
Maybe not. I like the black on the bottom because it looks heavier on that end.
Yeah. This looks like fire coming out of hell.
It does look like fire. You and your gothic card.
Oh, that's me. I showed Doug last week, like Sunday, I was showing him the alcohol art that we did on Saturday night. And so he sat down and we went through them one by one, and we both sat there going, "Oh, do you see that horse? Look right here." And we would turn it around and we saw so many things in the ink, in the alcohol ink.
That's awesome. Bill thought it was pretty cool.
It was fun. Doug thought it was pretty darn cool too. Okay, so that
but I looked at the screen and thought, wow, I need to put my lid on my black Nuvo Mousse.
Nope, just me.
Yours.
Let's see.
Totally yours.
Yes, it is. I do have one more alcohol background.
Got a whole collection going here.
This one that I want to do. I have a bunch of them that I don't want to do anything on it yet because I really liked the alcohol art that I got. So I don't want to mess with them. But there are these few that I wasn't crazy about. And you know what? After this one dries, I might do something on it to grunge up these perfectly black things. And same with this one. Although these do look a little grungier. They're a little bit better, but yeah, too shiny. They need to be grunged a little bit. So this one could use something on it. That's probably the last alcohol ink. Now this one is just, this is ink. I was doing something and I needed to keep rubbing the brush off. This is just, it's like when you're brayering off ink or paint when you're doing gel plate and you just brayer off paint. This was just ink that I was brushing off on this random file folder. And when I finished it, I went, oh, I just cut it up into little tag sizes. So not a bad background. If I'm going to I can put a stencil over it and do something. Let's see. So this is kind of sort of the same purple and gray. Oh, this one has copper or rose gold in it. Purple and copper, purple and rose gold. So any ideas, people, of color to use on this one with a stencil over this copper and rose gold. Let me see what kind of stencil we might want to use. We used that one, but that's not, this one might be kind of fun to use. I didn't pull out a ton of stencils, but I probably got a dozen of them sitting here. Let's see what else is here.
Out of my drawer. What are you doing?
Oh, I wanted to try some mousse. Well, try it. I use it on metal all the time, but I wanted to use some mousse on this. Change it up. Some metal. Snowflakes. I guess those are, I don't know, maybe they're not snowflakes. How about, oh, this one's cool. This is a good stencil. I like this one. Question is just, what color are we going to use over that purple and rose gold? How about a pink?
Black.
Black? But I just did black on 2. So it's the only reason I want to do something different.
Like black.
Yeah, she likes, well, it's because that last one turned out so goth and nice.
Julie said, show me your colors, please.
Really, Julie? I'm thinking a pink.
She has way more than any of us, so.
I'm thinking a pink because it's purple and it's rose gold, and I'm thinking a pink and maybe let's see if expanding mousse will expand on vinyl, because that's a piece of vinyl.
Expanding mousse would be really fun in a project like this to fill in all those little spaces.
So what is the, oh, red leather. Oh, red leather would have been a cool one on one of those. But red leather doesn't necessarily go, does it go with
There's
purple?
a leather?
Red, this is called red leather.
Really?
That's the name of this expanding mousse, red leather. But I don't think that may be, oh, that would be good on this one, but maybe not on the purple and rose gold. Oh, this one's new. I haven't even opened it yet. Haven't used it yet, the red leather. Should have, nope, won't. Where is my tiny little
bubbles?
My tiny little stylus. That's the best way to break into these, honestly, without cutting yourself with a palette knife.
Well, I cut myself because I was drying my palette knife and it went through my paper towel.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Well, and I didn't expect, I mean, I know paper towels aren't that strong, but I also did not know my palette knife was sharp on the end, because I've used that palette knife for years and never had an issue.
Yeah. A lot of them have a sharp edge.
What's that?
A lot of them have a sharp edge.
Yeah. Well, I never thought of this one as having a sharp edge. I mean, it's rounded, but it is sharp.
Okay, how about...
It almost looks sharpened. It looks like somebody took a sharpening stone to it. Even the paint is gone right there. Okay, who came up here and sharpened my palette knife?
Really?
You see it?
While you were outside. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that. It looks like somebody sharpened it. Oh!
I'm going to do the red on this turquoise. I'm not going to do red on the purple. I'm going to do a pink on the purple with the rose gold, but I've got this red expanding mousse. I'm going to do that right here on this turquoise, and then we can expand it, and then I'll get some pink. I will show you my colors, pink colors, and you can choose. They're cracking me up. No, don't do red. Not on purple. It's not that late. She's lost her freaking mind, lost her ever-loving mind, right?
Ever loving. That's right.
Lost her ever loving mind. It's so late. She's oh geez. She's doing red on purple. Although the Red Hat Society
Do red and purple. Mm-hmm.
would want me to do red on purple.
Yes, they would.
Wouldn't they?
I hear it. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Use steel wool on what?
Steel wool on your palette?
Oh.
That maybe to... Okay, I didn't do the whole thing.
I just will never do that again. I mean,
did more than I wanted on the top. What do you think?
Oh, that's beautiful.
I do like that stencil.
It looks like
That's
copper in the video, though.
It does.
I really like that.
The red. The red does. It looks like copper to me too. It says red leather. Let's see what color.
Show us that stencil.
What? Let's see what it decides to dry as. Let me put it under. Well, that won't help.
It's beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, I like this stencil.
I really like that stencil.
I've had this one for a long time. I use it all the time. I love it. I wish I'd put a little bit less up on the top. Maybe like right up here. But other than that, I like the partial.
I don't have a red. I do have a burnished bronze, which has kind of a pinky reddy.
Oh, burnished bronze is gorgeous. That is one of my all-time favorite colors. That's one of my all-time favorite colors. Okay, guys, I'm gonna hit this with the heat gun. Yeah, it's very bronzy, coppery, all those things mixed in. Very vintage, antique.
Yeah. I see thoughts on this. Gesso dries fast, so maybe I'll get to start zhuzhing this. And then my last steps would be to add the cameo to the middle. And maybe a couple little elements, a little tag maybe, or something hanging from the, or a quote, you know, something hanging from the hole. Or some other way to hang it and cover the hole. If I'd have known I was going to be doing this so that I could pick up on that 3D texture, I'd have glued this earlier and had it ready.
I like the way this looks like vintage antique, like it's just wearing off down there. And you know how it's like wearing off, you literally get those little tiny bits and pieces here and there. I do like that a lot.
Yeah.
This is all ready to be decorated. Oh, the back needs something. Okay, so now let's talk pink for the purple and rose gold. Before they all have a heart attack thinking I'm going to use red.
I liked the red.
Oh, I like it on there, but not on the purple, and I didn't intend to use it on the purple.
Party.
By the way, StreamYard just made some changes. They actually take effect. Took effect tonight. They actually took effect tonight. And the free StreamYard, it doesn't do much of anything that we would need anymore. And we haven't had free StreamYard for well over a year. Been paying for the upgrade. But they added another tier. So the upgrade that we've paid for now won't do what we needed to do. They added another tier, so now we have to pay for the next tier up to get what we need StreamYard to do.
What do you mean?
I mean, StreamYard made some changes, and they broke everything out into 3 tiers. And at tier 1, you get this, and which is free, and tier 2, you pay X amount per month, and you get this. And tier 3, you pay X amount per month, and you get everything that we need. So StreamYard is now $600 a year.
Are you kidding me?
I am
So
not,
shouldn't these things start getting more expensive because more people are using them, and that's how that usually works with technology? How are they raising prices at this point?
I don't know. I don't know. So we are going to, Sharon gave me an idea of how we might be able to get around the Amazon thing without making this group public, but we might be able to make a like a sister page that's not the group, but is just a sister page that is public, and that we might be able to use that as our public page so that Amazon will let us have an affiliate account, because that would certainly help. Every dollar is going to help. The other thing is,
trying to decide on.
I know a lot of you have heard of the. I don't think I'm ready to do like Patreon yet, but I know a lot of you have heard of the Buy a Cup of Coffee page. And so I'll probably start a Buy a Cup of Coffee, but it'll probably be like, buy me a puppy treat for Lucy or something. I don't know, because I don't drink coffee. So, but I don't want to. And so that will allow for people who want to help to be able to make a donation to help towards paying StreamYard. But I don't want it to be just donation. And so the only reason I haven't done that yet is because even though that's what, Buy Me the Cup of Coffee page is for, I want to be able to put some things on that page that when you go there, you can get them free. So somebody could go there and get them free, even if they choose not to donate. But hopefully it might encourage other people who want to go get the free download of whatever, that they might throw in $1 or $2, and it all helps. I mean, it all adds up. So I'm going to start one of those, and that means I'm going to have to quickly get working on the digital downloads that to put in there.
Oh, seeds. It's okay. I'm adding more to
all
it.
Right.
Let's discuss this at length.
Yeah.
Not on. I mean, like next time we talk, and see what the
I wanted to throw.
And
I wanted to throw out there though what they can, what would be coming that I'm going to do anyway, because it's, needs to help pay. It's kind of needed to help pay for it. So I'm going to do those. I just want them to be aware. Shoot, I don't know what flowers. Flowers. What do you guys think? Flowers on this purple and rose gold one in pink? It just doesn't seem like a flower thing. It seems like it needs a design, but I didn't bring a lot more designs out. Well, we could do this one again. We could do part of this one, half, or we could do just from the center out, so it doesn't get the full outside. Or we could do part of this one. So it would do this. That might be cool.
Just in there.
Let's see. Or are you guys liking any of these options? There's some flowers on here too. What about this one? It would only be partial, but it's actually kind of a cool look.
I like that one.
I think I'm going to try it.
I only lost a few beads.
That's not too bad.
I'll add more later, but
sure,
because I'll have some that aren't. This is just the background.
Sure.
Look how spectacular
it's coming along.
difference is. I mean, well, just adding that to the black gesso is crazy.
You did black gesso, and then what mousse did you do over the black gesso?
All I've touched here is the copper. Is that what it's called?
Oh, the bronze, the
fresh copper. Fresh
copper. Okay. Mm-hmm. And
it's good to layer and do things in layers. You know how you were saying you would paint everything black first? Well, this would be a first layer for me.
Right.
In doing any project.
Right.
But I usually use paint for this part. And I've not really used mousse on this kind of a project. I've used a lot of paint. And I usually use my fingers. I do it like a finger paint. But with the mousse, it's way less forgiving than paint. So you can put it on a brush.
Way less forgiving or way more forgiving?
I mean, way more forgiving. So it could go on a brush.
Okay.
But I would probably add a couple more layers, and I'll share pictures of it in the group.
Cool. And when I said I do gesso first, I just do the whole brush black gesso, and then I'd put all the things on, and then I would do either black gesso or black paint over everything to bring it all together. And so it's kind of the same thing, but
I want the other one.
I do. That is really cool, though. That burnished bronze, right? Is that the one you're using?
No, it's fresh copper.
Oh, fresh copper. No, you said that. Yep. Okay. Oh. All right, let's see what this flower does. Whoops. I need the mousse that's on the wrong side of the palette knife is what I need. I need it on the back side.
Skull on the handle. What are you talking about? Like, I don't have any skulls on here, but
no, she's suggesting a skull, that you put a skull on the handle, that it will look cool.
Is there? No, wait. Sharon, is that a skull on the handle?
Oh.
No. I think maybe what you're seeing is this piece of vintage jewelry here that I had painted for another project. And it was one of the links that was left over. Probably, it's probably 20 karat gold, but oh well. I use a lot of old jewelry, and I didn't used to check.
Right.
And I think that sometimes I missed it. I did give a big, chunky necklace away to my friend's teenage son, who loved it. And it was an anchor with a Jesus, like a crucifix on it with Jesus on it. And it had it was really, really 3D. It was like separate pieces. Well, it wasn't. Afterwards, he was wearing it, and it was huge.
Yeah.
That I saw that it was stamped on the back, and I had that since I was in high school.
Oh, wow.
And he really liked it, so I gave it to him. Well, none of us noticed that it was gold. A lot of gold.
Oh, wow.
So I was never really looking.
Yeah.
I told him, he said, so do you want it back now? And I said, just promise me that you'll never sell it. Just keep it forever. That's it. If you're just going to go hawk it, then yes, I want it back.
Yes, I want it back. Yeah.
Right. But yeah.
Cool.
Up under the hole, she said.
This is not deep enough pink, huh?
That's a button, Julie.
Oh, Oh, it's a button. I can totally see it looks like an alien head.
Just a button.
There's a tiny spot of, there's a tiny light spot right below
This
it.
one?
No, the fur top one.
Oh.
There's a tiny light spot right below it that looks like the neck, and the two holes look like alien eyes.
Okay, I see.
Or a skull.
Yeah, no, it's just a button.
Skull. Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally see that. I do totally see that. Wow, that's cool. That is cool.
Yeah, I'm probably going to choose several colors here. It'll be copper, and then that the black one I just had out, and gold most likely, or blue, maybe. Thinking, but anyway, let me see where I'm at here. It's probably going to get a little bit more jewelry, but not till later.
Let's see.
That's a good start for layer one, though. I'm going to wrap something around it after also.
Yeah.
Like some copper wire or some sort of wire around this part, around the bottom part. Like after I get the cameo in, probably get a little bit more bling right here. Another little something right here.
That'd be cool.
They're cool with flowers on them, but every time I look at them, I think, man, that looks hard to dust. Because if you're going to hang it on your wall or something,
yeah,
you probably want to
blow it off.
Probably want to be able to dust that, but not absolutely certain. And I do many, many, many layers. Many, many layers. I can't help it. And I might go back and forth and add.
That's what makes it cool is all the additional layers that they build on themselves.
I guess what I'm saying is I might go, oh, look, I'm going to make that part copper. And then we'll go back in later and go, yeah, I'm going to try this other color instead. And then I'll think, oh, no, I liked it better in copper. I mean, so everything will get lots of layers that way. Because I, it's just about trying things.
Yeah.
I never know what I'm going to want until I try it. And then if I don't like it, I'll try something else.
Exactly.
Like now.
Exactly.
And all those, you're right. All those
is
deep, deep layers, make it more interesting. Like when you stare at it for a while and go, oh my gosh, can you see that? All that color down there,
The ones I like the best are the ones that I know that there's so many layers that I can't even decipher them all.
Yes. They make me happy.
Glynis, you didn't think that the pink would look so good on the purple and the rose gold?
It does look pretty good.
It does,
for
yeah. Yeah, it kind of did. Let's see. I wanted to, now I wish I pulled out more stencils. I held myself back because I usually have so many. And I'm like, you only need probably 4 or 5. So I'll just take a dozen. I'll just pull out a dozen. Yeah. But
I usually over prepare too, and I didn't today.
Lucky for me, I got a bucket of stencils, a whole container of stencils right here. I want something with a pattern like those others that I can kind of give sporadic. I've got polka dots. This one's kind of, I don't know, I've never used it. It's cool, but then it's weird. Maybe it would look better. Maybe I should try it because maybe it would look better down than it does in the stencil thing. Out of the package, your button needs red eyes. Then it would look like an alien for sure.
Should I do that? It started out as a red button.
Really?
Just poke little red eyes down in there. It wouldn't hurt at all right now.
Okay, this one too. This one. And then I can do multiple colors of mousse in it. Yeah. Yeah.
Some of this would be good.
And chevrons.
Where I've got little gaps. That's not hard to dust.
Oh, this is a good one too. This is a tonic one too, made to use with mousse. And I kind of like the fact that
a little music scroll, maybe.
Okay. Let me set this down here. Now.
All right, I gotta clean up my desk.
Really running out of space. All right.
The clouds are coming.
What?
Oh, canned air. Yeah. Canned air is good.
Oh, the clouds. It's daytime for Julie, remember.
Yeah.
So a little black. I think some of that red.
So after I get all the color on there, one of the things I might do is take some alcohol ink and drip it down to the crevices. Just to darken everything up underneath that shadow.
Right.
And then I would probably touch again over it with different metallics.
That would be cool.
Yeah, I think it would be a good way to achieve that and get down into the cracks before I start adding the unpainted elements.
Orange or yellow. Not sure which one of these, but one of them I think is going to get a go at this guy right here. So let's see. What I really need to do is clean off part of my glass mat so that I actually have room to put some mousse down. Oh, gold, that maybe, yeah. Yeah, that's the ticket.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, that's the ticket. John Lovitz. Remember John Lovitz on Saturday Night Live?
Bugsy Malone or somebody first, wasn't it?
Yeah, in a different. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
I wasn't thinking about Saturday Night Live. I was thinking about,
Yeah. John's character was, that's the ticket. The liar man, the liar. What was it? What was his? What was his character, guys? What was his character? Was the liar something?
I wasn't pulling from Saturday Night Live.
He was so good in that role. All right, I need to get rid of this one and the pink one. Make some room for the next group of mousse that are coming in. Coming in for a landing. All right. Oh, that one too. Oh. Just get the pink out of the way. We're going to do red and black and gold.
It's funny, there's a lot of high contrast on this, and on camera it does not look like it. But that other one, there was not as much contrast, and on camera it was crazy contrast. Wow. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, sometimes it just depends on what the surface is that it's on. That's what's weird.
Yeah.
You'd think it would kind of all be the same, but if it's on metal or wood or paper, it either absorbs or doesn't. And yeah, it looks different. All right, so I need some more black. Oh, I'm gonna have to wash this too. I can't have pink from the palette knife being added in here.
I'm going to let you do that a minute. I'm going to go down and clean my brushes and my hands, and because I can't continue to clean any of these things off until I have not black water. So
yeah,
just a thought.
Bring some fresh water.
And my hands.
My water's kind of purple, actually.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, canned air is good for dusting. Mixed media thing made in a class that you need to redo. The base color is black, and the other colors are not showing up much. Oh, interesting. So do you just need to not redo it, but build upon it? Leave the base as black, but start building on it with alcohol inks and with mousse. And you can drip alcohol inks on it or put them on with a brush. So you can build, so you get the cool layers, that give you the good mixed media look, but you completely cover up whatever it is that you don't like about it right now. All right, let's see here. I know you can't see because I'm over here, but I'm mixing up some of this black, just making it creamy. Okay, try to get as much off of that as I can. And then I'm going to get some of this red. This is called red leather. It is expanding mousse, but if I don't expand it, if I don't put heat to it, it's not going to expand. It's going to act just like regular mousse. So I want some red leather right there. Okay. Come on, there we go. Okay. And yeah, that'd be cool, Julie, to build on it. Take a picture of it now. And then as you're going different stages, you can take a picture of it. But then obviously take a picture when you're done so you can compare. The thing about just building on the layers is it gives it such depth. And like you can tell that there are layers covered up, why did I put that there when I had some right there? I meant to do it on top of that. You can tell layers are covered up, and it's okay, because that's part of what makes it look cool mixed media, is that that it's built on layers and layers and layers, and some things are covered up that you can't see them, or you can only see a tiny little bit of it or something. Let's see. All right, did you want me to try this one, or I could do this one? I'm not going to fill it in completely, that quatrefoil, or this one that's kind of like bubbles or stepping stones, actually. Giant pebbles. See, I've never used that one either. I've got so many stencils. I want to start pulling them all out and using them. Should keep that because I need to organize my stencils, what I need to do. So I could use this, and the bubbles could be bubbles. I think they look like pebbles, stepping stones. But the colors could kind of go from one to the other and kind of overlap or mix in, which will make them grungy. Ooh, you have a photo somewhere? Awesome. The geometric one, that's this one. I'm sure I've got enough bases that I could do something on that one. but not fill it totally in, so that it's not too perfect. Although, if I put a geometric down like that, which side is the top, the shiny side or the not shiny side? I have to make sure that it's lined up perfectly. I don't want it to be all filled in. I want it to be kind of grungy, but I want to make sure it's lined up perfectly. Go figure. And centered. Oh, I didn't stick that in there. Too bad. All right. It's supposed to start raining in a few minutes. Make sure these are... Ooh, sounds like it might be raining. Let's see. I've got black, red, and gold. I think maybe we'll do them in that order. So I should have done the black first. Black, red, and gold. Let's get some. Oh, this is going to be a hard one because it's just got little tiny things sticking out. Not good for swiping stuff through. All right, so what that tells me, let me just smash up the red. It now has a little bit of gold in it. That's okay. What that tells me is that it needs to be done with a brush. Like, let's...
Okay. I am back.
See what happens here with this one. Black.
Look at those clean brushes, almost.
Wow.
Almost.
That's cool. I like clean brushes.
Water.
Makes you want to start fresh.
Yeah. Now I don't know what to do with myself. Should have made a list. Usually I do so much prep before these nights, and tonight I was like, well, we're just kind of playing, so.
It's experiment, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't make anything. All I did was every time I thought about something I wanted to experiment with, I ran and got what I would need and set it on my desk so I wouldn't forget.
Well, it doesn't help that I tore up my room.
Yeah, I know.
Trying to find it all. Yeah.
Well, yeah, my room is not... Well, what did you need that you didn't have out, like, for alcohol inks?
I don't remember.
You know where your mousse is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember now.
I did get to spend a little time on my studio this week, a few hours.
I did too. Yeah, that was the thing.
Awesome. I can't wait to get it done. Everything still isn't moved downstairs completely, but it's getting there. Oh, that was good. I moved the stencil, so now I need to keep it moved to do this down here.
So I wanted my cart back. That was the whole reason what wasn't working was my cart that needed it, you know, like, because I moved my stamps to my cart, and that's how I had it for a little while, and I decided that I really wanted my cart back. It wasn't working on Saturday nights. I needed it for, you know, so I started kind of moving that stuff around a little bit. That was why.
Yeah. So you needed to have like your stamps and stencils and things on the carts closer to you? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I need those at arm's length, but I needed my paper scraps, and I needed that. Usually I used
stuff to be on the carts.
Right. I needed my top shelf of my big cart. It's not the Rascog cart. It's the
the old tea cart from
I needed that clear so that whatever we're working on, I can put like my project trays on it.
To dry or to pile up.
Right. So that was kind of what I started doing yesterday and worked on. You know what I haven't. Oh, I did have this one out. It's too wet. The colors I wanted to use are too wet still.
Well, I actually did the whole pattern, Glynis, but it is random in the colors.
It looks beautiful.
It's random in the colors, but I did the whole pattern, but that's okay. That actually looks like a good background or the beginning of a tag that will be built upon. And I'm kind of thinking.
Yeah, I like that. You know, I haven't even been on, I'm not even in the Facebook or the YouTube. I'm only on StreamYard on my laptop.
Me too. I haven't had YouTube on all night.
And yeah.
It's okay. I mean, it's really more important for like the
Yeah.
sale, but not, it doesn't, it's not
I
really.
just wondered how many people were here.
Oh, I can see can't you see it on StreamYard? I show
8.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't, where do you see that on StreamYard? Why am I not seeing that?
Top left-hand corner above my, is there a little red button that says live above my,
Yeah,
webcam?
I don't see I don't see how many people
Don't see
though.
that there.
Yeah. Have we really been on for almost 6 hours?
5 hours and 44 minutes. What time is it?
Oh my goodness.
It's 10 to 12. All right. So every time we do something that we really are getting into and enjoying the experimenting, we end up going on and on and on. On and on and on and on. And they play it all
There's
night.
a lot of songs with on and on.
And the music's so right. Mama's got a squeeze box, Dad never sleeps at
My
night.
dad used to sing that. My dad used to play that on his guitar and sing that.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? So, I think we're going to go with this one. So the two, my turquoise and my Pacific teal are so wet because I put more moisture on them.
Oh, right.
So I haven't really been able to use them.
Huh.
Tried the is it the darker one, the darker blue that we had out earlier. I tried
Pacific teal, yeah.
but it's pretty wet still.
Well, that just means you'll have to have some more playtime to do something with it.
I'll just have to leave the lid off for a little while I do.
Let it dry out a little
Bit
when you're working, so it doesn't end up overnight.
Well, they were a little drier, so
Right.
I used
them
my
more
spray
water.
bottle, and I didn't really control how much liquid I was putting in there.
They were drier, so you gave them a little more.
Yeah.
Gave them a bigger drink.
And I just poked a bunch of holes in with an awl.
Ah.
And I pulled it away from the sides. It seems like if I see cracks down the side, like this one still has some pretty big cracks down the side, they're drier.
You can also stick something in it, though, and kind of blend it up.
Yeah. I just didn't do that. I was prepping them for tonight when I noticed that some of them were looking pretty cracked, like those two. And so I sprayed them.
1 second, Julie, and I'll grab that. I don't want to let go of this stencil while I got it in place. And I'm almost done with this.
So I don't know if it rained, but it's been really dark all day and overcast. And we had an 88% chance of rain, but not a significant amount. And I think the barometric pressure is what's getting to my head today. Remember I was saying I had a little headache?
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I'm not used to relating that because I love that sort of weather. I'm not used to it affecting me adversely for sure. Well,
since it affects you positively emotionally,
then
that might be enough to outweigh the little bit of headache that the barometric pressure might give you.
Right. Well, it's confusing to my psyche that it
That's true.
emotionally affects me positively. That's something that does that would physically affect me negatively. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
That's kind of crazy.
Okay.
But it's really muggy. Really muggy. This paper has a nice texture. It's like a linen.
Do those look like circles or bubbles or stepping stones?
It looks like any of the above. It looks more like stepping stones. They look more random to me.
It does to me too.
I have a stamp like that.
I kind of wish it was bigger. I might have a bigger stencil like that. This one's pretty small, but I do like it.
Macy.
Oh, Julie, you can heart your own thing anytime you want.
Oh, yeah, they're loud here. Heart.
Oh, Julie, cool. That's so cool. I have a wooden palette like that I've been wanting to do an assemblage on, and Julie, that's perfect. I mean, that's perfect to build on. Your base is down. Okay, so this is the assemblage that Julie did in a mixed media class. It's perfect. Your base is down. It's all ready to build on.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, this is great. You've already got all the elements on. You could add more elements if you want, for sure.
Very cool.
Look at how pretty the stand is, too. You see the purple and the black?
Oh, yeah. I never thought about doing that. I have lots of those stands. Never thought about doing this.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, but look at that. Look how cool that looks on it.
Hold still.
That looks so cool on that stand. Oh, Julie, love that.
That's really neat.
Wow. Julie, yeah, you just take this and build on it with alcohol inks and some Nuvo Mousse, wax, whatever you've got. Yeah, this is going to be spectacular. You're going to be really pleased with it.
I've done loads of frames and stuff. I've never thought about doing the actual stand itself, and I don't know why.
Well, I have a wooden palette just like this one, and I was going to do an assemblage like this, and I was thinking to myself, I don't know if I want to hang it on the wall, so how would I display it? Because it's flat. This is perfect. That's a perfect idea.
You can always make a hanger for things, too.
Wow, and that was 3 years ago. So, Julie, if you've got that base down, amazing, from 3 years ago, when you
know what you're doing.
Out mixed media. No, and that was in a class. But now
you still did that.
Yeah, but now you know a lot more about mixed media. You have a lot more products.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Ready to go.
What was it? She said she doesn't think of herself as a designer. That word freaked her out.
Yeah,
No, girl.
Yeah, and then she pops up with this palette.
Right.
And a designer assemblage. Julie, yeah, what else do you have in your house there that we don't know about that you've designed?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a perfect base, Julie. That's a perfect base to build on, for sure. You can take these things and with a brush, go around the edge of the paper, just like you do with like Tim Holtz Distress Ink. You can do that and make a nice edge around a paper so that you get that little metallic shine of the mica. Guys, you can really use this for, I mean, literally everything.
It's a cross between a wax and watercolor, really. Like a gilding wax or watercolor paint. That's kind of what the most closely related item it is. So anything that you could use those two things on, you can use Nuvo Mousse. Yeah. And that's why I like it. I like it because it's versatile. I just, I need to pull it out more and use it on more projects.
Yeah.
I need to, and I do use it. I mean, when I made these stencils way back when and did the collages and then did the stencil over it. I mean, I think to add it.
We tended to do just either stencils or gilding, use it like gilding.
Right.
And yeah, but once you have a chance to experiment with it and try some other things, now we'll pull it out for more things, I think.
Yeah. And I use it like a gilding wax all the time. I keep the
I do too.
and the gold real close.
I do too. I mean, that's the first thing I started using it as, and always have. But yeah, I would like to use it for more things. And now, after having a chance to see how it reacts and how it plays, I will definitely.
So here's my collection of papers, and I can do a project using these. And this is so far that's 3 different colors of, 4 different colors of mousse. 5 different colors of mousse, but look how they all go together. I mean, that's great. And then
pick the palette of ones that.
Yeah, here's my color palette for whatever project I end up doing these on, and these would be great on a lap book, or I'm thinking something small where they're all contained. Where I'm not doing an entire book, but I could certainly do a lap book. I like this. I didn't know that I was going to head into this with a color palette, in mind like this. I mean, that's the green. I really like the way that stripe came out. Yeah, I'm totally going to do that. I'll put these together in an envelope and or in a folder or a small box and have at it. Here's my green patina. That's almost patina colored. 5 different colors of mousse. I see 1 there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colors of mousse. That's amazing. It was pretty versatile. I'm pretty sure I have more over here too.
That you just forgot you had.
Well, yeah, from tonight. So
papers.
Just from tonight.
I thought you meant Nuvo Mousse.
No. I'm saying papers from tonight.
Right.
I'm looking for anything else I have that matches that we did. So I can put them all together and do a thing,
Oh, that is just absolutely disgusting now.
I didn't do this tonight, but it kind of
still might go with them.
I'm finding other things in this pile that I did not do tonight, but matches. I don't think it'll be hard. Like I'm finding other little things here. I don't know why it's in here. Be a great little collection though.
Oh, now I've got squeeze box in my head.
I've got it stuck in mine too. I hear it. Your fault. Wait,
sorry.
Did Margie suggest that or?
No. I don't even remember where it came. You said a word, and the word took me to that song.
And on and on.
Could have been that. Could have been.
On and on. Yep. I know there's more. I don't know where it's at. This would go though. I don't know why that's sitting here in this box. All right, so there's my collection. I was going to mention, you don't have to use embossed papers. This is a coffee sleeve. You know, around here we like our coffees, and usually these have a texture. To hit that with some mousse or some paint and then mousse, and then use your punches on it and make some labels or something fun.
Some tags or
yeah.
A good shape to put a word in the middle of it. Those are good.
They're always different shapes.
Yeah.
The texture on
the texture design.
But these are from the hospital.
Ah. Cool. Every time I've been in the hospital, I come home with little things in my bag. I'm like, save that. Grab that, Doug.
This is when I went in to have all that testing the other day.
Don't throw it away.
Yeah. Well, I am doing a project out of that, and I don't know why I didn't use a piece of this from all of that. I tend to do things from my memories, like people make photo albums, and I make art using bits of garbage from that day.
Same thing. Yeah. Same thing. Just personal different types of art.
Isn't that special?
Yeah. Maybe if I make it into art, I won't have to throw it away.
Yeah. Well, in memorandum, of the event. Right. I missed one here. I need more embossing folders.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I just got the embossing machine.
Yeah.
I had the small
I thought you had a bunch, though.
No.
I know I've got a bunch. So, and I always sell them cheap. So when we do a stamps, dies, and embossing folders, you have to come tell me what you want.
Okay.
They're usually like $2 a piece. Most of them I paid more for them, but I just have I don't have nearly as many as I used to have.
Didn't you have them for the card making business we were about to start when? Yeah.
No, I never was going to do. Well, I thought I wanted to be a card maker, but I never became a card maker. Oh, what a goofball.
That's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
I'll probably pull out my other metallic paints and things for dripping, like maybe even some alcohol ink pearls to get some drips in, if I like it.
Yeah.
I've got a handful of these butter. What are these called, Margie? Or who else would know this?
Butter turners.
Oh, Gigi said it's 1 a.m. here, and Joe wants to go really early in the before the heat sets in. Yeah.
Good night, Gigi.
Good night, Gigi.
Go get some sleep. Yeah.
Glad you got to come hang out.
Margie, I have no idea what a squeeze box is. Ah ha ha ha. You don't know that song.
The butter thing, where they would use the line side, go back and forth.
No, Margie, you don't know that song either, do you? Huh? Yeah. What is it? A butter turner, or a hand butter churner?
Not a churner. It's how they would make their pats when they would scoop down into the to make the squares of butter. A butter patter.
Then they stick it into something to make the pat, right?
Oh, Margie's serious. She never knew that song. Oh, really?
Margie? Wow. Did you go look it up? It's called Squeeze Box, isn't it? Yeah.
Squeeze Box. Mama's got a squeeze box. Yeah.
Mama's got a squeeze box. Daddy never sleeps at night. Good song. Butter paddle. That's it. A paddle.
Butter paddle. Okay.
That's where I was trying to go with the Turner.
Margie, I'm old, but I have no idea, Sharon.
Margie, you have to look up that song and listen to it.
Yeah.
Good. Listen to it several times so it gets in your head. You have to listen to it several times and it just
it's stuck in your head like it is Marianne's and mine.
You like it better every time.
I grew up with my dad playing that song on his guitar, and my whole family on my dad's side would get together for their music weekends and sing harmony and all play instruments. And that was one of the songs.
Wow.
My great grandmother's favorite song was The House of the Rising Sun.
Oh my goodness.
And then I ended up singing that. I think I told you this in my band,
in New
which was just like a full circle moment for me. And I didn't choose it.
Since
you know, the band that I they already knew how to play it, and it was
wow
that, you know, like, yeah. Cherokee Nation.
Oh, that's another good song. Yes, I like that one. Cherokee Nation, Cherokee Tribe.
I thought it was Cherokee People.
Yeah, it is. It is. No, it's Cherokee
That's
People.
A different one.
No, Cherokee People, Cherokee Tribe, but the song is called Cherokee Nation.
The one with the wooden Indian chief, the cigar thing. What is that song? There's one where he stands. Oh my god!
What?
The song name where the wooden cigar chief stands outside the store.
Oh yeah, with yeah,
one.
Oh, is that on the cover?
No, that's the one where one of the ones my dad used to do.
Was that on the cover of the song though?
No, they talk about it in
they talk about him. Oh, okay.
Or sing about it. So oh, I love the texture that happened right here. And you know what that is? The glue.
Yeah. Glue with something over it so you can't tell it's glue. It looks so cool.
It's very textured. This is the kind where I might even take my palette knife and like I would go over the back with a palette knife and modeling paste to get that extra texture on there on purpose. And maybe I will do that in some spots on the front as I'm putting another layer on.
Cherokee Tribe.
I keep finding little tiny beads that didn't come loose. I've got a bead to put up here over Julie's skull.
I could totally see it now. I didn't know. I hadn't looked closely at it. I didn't know what you guys were talking about. But then when you started trying to figure out what it was they were looking at, I could totally tell. It really does look like it. That's kind of cool. It's such a different perspective looking at the camera than looking at it, you know, in front of us.
Yeah.
Poor old Collaged.
There it is. You don't know what he missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to put all this stuff in something. I should find the envelope now because I've got a lot of old envelopes to recycle.
All right, now I got Cherokee Nation as my earworm.
So if I do that with the envelopes, what I end up doing is I will pick an envelope that coordinates with it. I will also decorate the envelope with the scraps that I create and from what I make. And then I will have that envelope hold the set when it's all done and it'll match. I'll decorate it to match. So I actually have a bunch of sets like that. When I first started paper crafting, that was what I did, you know, like any, so I can keep
it's a way of organizing them and being able to tell what it is, what's where, and
so maybe
what it looks like at the same time.
Find one of these, run it through the embossing machine, maybe, so I can use even more mousse.
Yeah, really.
I've got this one. I've got boxes and boxes. But I've got this one that's similar colors, you know. So, and it is from, well, this one's actually from 2010, but most of them are really old. I'm going to go run this through an embossing machine.
Right now?
It's just behind me while you're
okay.
doing that.
I was just going to say, all right, I think it's time for us to go to bed.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was just killing time at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been on here long enough. Everybody else in the world has gone to bed except us.
I'm reading. I made up a baton routine to Cherokee Nation.
Oh,
Margie, will you do that for us?
Really?
Please?
That's awesome.
I want your baton routine. I want to see. Can you still do it?
So awesome.
Can you?
Margie, were you a baton twirler or a flag twirler?
Well, I think she's saying baton, but
right, but flags carry batons and flags, rifles, batons. But but a baton twirler, like you go to class and you learn how to do a baton amazingly, like
she said I don't do that anymore, but can you?
Can you? Yes. Will you? No.
Oh, come on.
Funny.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, baton twirler, she said. Was in a parade once in Pontiac. Cool.
We don't have anybody from Indianapolis, do we? Or Indiana here?
Is that a town in Indiana?
No, that's Michigan. We don't have anybody from Indiana though, right? I was in the parade at the Indy 500. You wouldn't remember it. Oh, yes, you would.
For the Indy 500?
Yeah, the Indy 500 parade. I remember routines. Isn't that crazy? All these many years, I still have my short flag.
Do you really?
I still have my short flag.
But
it's in the garage. Every now and then I see it when I'm looking for something, and I grab it and go, "Oh, hey!" I just don't go out on the driveway and do it where anybody can see.
Is it cool enough to put in a vase in the corner of your art room and inspire you, or is it something you just never need to look at again?
It's too neither. It's too long. It's like it's the length of a baton. It's the length of a baton, and it's got a flag on it. I roll the flag up, of course, so you just see the baton, but it's got a flag that you've got the ball on the end that you hold on to, and that's what spins around in your hand, and you'd like throw it up with the ball, but then it spins up in the air, and as it comes down, then you catch it on the baton itself and grab the ball again. And I know.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Oh, those were the days when I could do stuff like that before.
When I could just do stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Before my old tired self, right?
Yeah. I want to do stuff again. Yeah.
I know.
Yep.
I know.
Yeah, it's probably
come back and look at these the next day because they always look different after 24 hours. They just take on a different look.
Everything does. Isn't that the truth,
do
lady?
To this, though. That's too much. Might need some, I don't know. Might need just to hit it with my fingers with black or something to get
I really like it.
Like that. That one.
I like that silver on silver. That's my favorite one, I think, for the night. Right there.
This one?
The blue and red and gold one?
No, that you just
had
one. Yeah.
That's really amazing. Well, no, wait. Cool. The silver where it bubbled up.
This one?
I like that too. Maybe that's what this needs. It needs frosting powder. Ooh. The last thing I'll do is add the cameo. So everything else is, a layer away.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like an old metal
messing it up here, but I feel like I have to take my finger in the black and do that on these things.
She has to.
They're just too bright and silver sticking out there. They've got no depth. They've got no depth, and they're bugging me. So, at least this just like some black catches in it. Yeah, hard to see on camera. It's okay. I'll just keep going.
These kind of things are really good in mixed media assemblage
Oh,
style where you can color them because it's like flowers. And this is probably a child's necklace, but they make really good texture.
Yeah. Lots of old costume jewelry is great.
I have tons of that. So
Really?
that's what I should. Yeah, I do.
I don't.
Well, I always bought by the jar full and then I always collected it. So
I see those and I want to, but they're charging so much for them anymore.
Yeah, they are. That's true.
People.
That is true.
They are.
Those people.
Those people. They are.
Yep.
Trying to keep me from having any.
Looking at this one. I could always put a mirror. I could turn it upside down, put a mirror in it right here, and make it a little hand mirror.
That's true. Oh, look at the crown. That's cute. If you did it, the crown would be perfect right there. If you did that, if you keep it the other way, then yeah, that is super cute. I do like that. It's like Fantasyland, mirror, mirror on the wall. Is what the crown reminds me of.
Yeah. It's funny.
Margie.
Like that.
Guess what my new earworm is? Oh, that one stuck.
Oh.
That one stuck. Pretty soon I'm going to be singing Trash the Campsite. Trash the Campsite or just Trash the Camp?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. That's Tarzan, Trash the Camp. The Glennis.
Oh, is that what it's called? Okay.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I remember. I remember. I just didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah, I didn't either. She's like, Trash the Camp, and I'm like, I don't know that one.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, until she sent it to me. I'm like, oh, that one, which I totally like. I'm totally not against that one being in my head at all, but it can't just be in my head. I end up singing it all day long and drives Doug crazy.
Have you figured out how to play it on your any of your instruments yet? Or
no, I haven't even tried.
Well,
everything I'm doing during the day, I walk around and all of a sudden I'm singing it. I don't realize I'm singing it, and Doug will go, "Stop!" So I stop, and a minute later I'm doing it again, and I don't even realize that I'm doing it. It's funny.
It doesn't really have words, so I'm surprised you can sing it.
Well, it does. Yeah, it does have words. They're just not words. They're just
sounds. It's scat.
It's scat, but but it's very specific scat words. It's not because they're repeated a lot. It's not just made up each time they do it, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I like it. Catchy. Catchy. And now I've seen a bunch of different people doing it on YouTube. Not just the one, but I still like that original one that Glennis sent. All right, guys. Time to go to bed.
It is time. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and playing with Nuvo Mousse.
I know. Oh, dang, I forgot to try this. I was going to do that.
We have lots of time. So
yes, we do.
And look forward to what we're going to be doing next month for our All About, and there'll be a post soon.
Should we go ahead and tell them? There's only 6 here. Should we go ahead and tell them what we're going to do next week?
I can give you some cat hair to put in it to give you depth.
That's so funny. Next month, altered paper. Start thinking about things you might want to make, or different ways you might want to make it. And if you don't have any ideas, we got some. We'll bring for you.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And then we can start building our collection for all those
days, my friend.
Special things.
I thought they'd never end.
I love that song.
Oh, that was a good one. Yes, that is a good one. All right,
I think
guys.
you did yours in the style of Bob Dylan, though, didn't you?
That one right there was, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good
Thanks
night,
for hanging
guys.
out with us.
Thank
Love
you so much.
y'all. See you in the group.
Mwah.